Yo, what's up, everyone? Happy Sunday. All right, so you got Paulo Patriot. What's up, Paulo? Ubisoft is really getting close, getting bought out. Yeah, they really are. But we'll get into that because there's a lot to unpack with Ubisoft because the bad news keeps on happening with them. So gonna try to address everything that's been coming out over the last week or so. I would say a week because I know last week we talked about them with Assassin's Creed Shadows being delayed. There was that. Yo, what's up, Reborn? Sorry about that. Yeah, what was I at? What's up, Reborn? How's it going? Let's go, yo. Happy Sunday, nigga. Well, at least you censored it so YouTube wouldn't act fucking stupid about it. You know how they can be. Uh, what's up? God damn, what the fuck? Hold on. Chat's acting weird, so let me fix that. All right, now I can see. What's up? The Prime saw Joker 2 last night and it was pretty awful. Yeah, I heard about that. I saw I saw what the prison guards did to him. I don't know, was that how the movie ended or what or what? I mean, another unnecessary sequel that of course ruined any good faith that was built with the first movie. So, Hollywood loves embarrassing men. So, hey, what's up, Melina Chan? Happy Sunday. What's up, Black Hornet? Am I saying that right? Yeah, Hornet. What's up? I think you tried to come on. Yes, not yesterday. What am I saying? Last Saturday, and of course, Streamyard didn't give us enough time, but the timer has reset, so should be able to get people on, get their thoughts on stuff we're talking about. And in case people don't know, I mean, I'm sure that you already know. Seeing the title, Ubisoft, talk about them, all the bullshit going on with that. The Dragon Quest creator, uh, that interview that Square Enix is trying to scrub off the internet, and Metaphor ReFantagio in its localization, well, localization issues, I guess, depending on who you're, which side of that of the fence you're on with that. If you're for these localizers or if you're not. So, yo, what's up, Neozoic? How's it going? Let me scroll. Something fucking weird. Okay, where we're at. YOLO. Yeah, what's up, Spirit of Paradox? How you guys doing? You guys been watching anything, playing anything, reading anything? I know Prime said he saw Joker 2. Uh, I'm sorry for that. So, but yeah. Has anyone seen anything good or playing anything good during the week or anything like that? I barely played anything during the week. I was feeling pretty sick most of the week, and so in the free time I had, I was just you know trying to relax and you know get better. Still feel a little sick, but I should be all right. So either way, I'm good. I'm good. But I was playing. I finished the Romancing Saga 2 demo. It's actually a remake. I never played the original one. It was pretty good for what it was. I didn't notice anything alarming, at least for the demo. So, but I don't know. I feel like that game's gonna kind of just a lot of people are not gonna really like care much for it, unfortunately. But I mean, that's if it's really good and doesn't have any type of nonsense in it. But knowing Square Enix, you never know. So we just gotta hope for the best. And it was kind of funny because we talk about metaphor Refantasio today. The last podcast, I was saying that the demo came out for it. I was gonna actually download it and play it. I heard it was like a hefty demo, and my concern was any like localization or censorship issues. And it turns out during the week, oh yeah, it has localization issues. That's found out through the demo. So after I heard that, I was like, all right, well, yeah, I'm not downloading the demo because I'm not gonna bother. Fuck it. And it's a shame because actually it looked really good. So did it look $70 worth really good? Maybe. I mean, if the demo was would have really convinced me otherwise, then I would be like, yeah. But it looked really good. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, I'm skipping on that game. Let me try to catch up with the chat. I also been playing Silent Hill Homecoming. So I know that's not a fan favorite, but so far it's pretty good. I actually was unintentionally avoiding it for years. Um, I know I sent the link out to Jim Pachi, so when he gets here, maybe he can talk about it because I know he had played it years ago. He liked it. So, and from what I had seen of it, I never really was that bothered by it. I mean, my only real issue was like the fact that what's the guy's name again? God, I can't remember the guy's name. Whatever his name is, it's funny because I was playing yesterday and he had said his name. Um, yeah, god damn it. Anyway, yeah, he ends up seeing a pyramid head, which I'm like, come on now. It felt kind of cheap when I heard about that, but I have yet to see pyramid head in the game. I'm not that far in it yet. I have to get to the town mayor who is digging up graves. So, um, yeah. Where am I at? I'm sorry. I'm just rambling on. Apollo Patriot. I really want my Ghost Recon trilogy collection. Trilogy collection. I'm sorry. Yeah, that would be great, but Ubisoft. So, Reborn Joker movie is ass. Even the first one okay, but still suck as hell. I actually kind of like the first one for what it was. Um, but I agree with people when it's like it's not a good Joker movie per se, but I didn't hate it. So maybe a little overrated, I would say. Paul Picture. I enjoyed the Starfield DLC with mods. I'm sure it's probably better with mods, but from what I heard, it's like I mean, people fucking forgot all about the game, forgot the DLC was even coming out, and I heard that the DLC, I'm assuming without mods, is pretty boring. So Az was right again about that, of course. Um, the ending was different, but the scene with the guards is definitely in it. Oh, okay. Guess they didn't want to end it on that note. Neozoic. What do you say? What are your thoughts on Joker 2 receiving very negative reception from critics, audience, and fans? Excuse me, audience and fans. Call it the worst film of the year and have the worst box office opening than Flash and the Marvels. Is that true? About did it really do that bad box office wise? Its opening. If it did, that'd be you know pretty surprised. I mean, you know what? No, because it you know th- they changed the direction. It's a musical. Lady Gaga's in it, and yeah, I didn't have any faith that it would be really good once you found out at least those two things, and then obviously the movie turned out to be complete garbage. So, um, I can understand why people are annoyed, especially if you bought tickets to see it in theaters, or if I don't know if it was out the same day on streaming services, like maybe Max it might be on. I would assume because I know Max has a bunch of DC like movies and shows on there, which are pretty good. I'm actually referring to the old like DC like shows or movies. Like Batman, what was it, 1989? Is that the one? 87 with Jack Nicholson as Joker. That's actually my favorite Batman movie. But they have some of the good animated Batman movies on there, unless they removed it. But they still got they got the animated series on there. They got the Batman and other ones as well. So yeah, I would be annoyed even if I didn't spend money on like seeing it in theaters. I probably would be annoyed just like wasting whatever amount of hours the movie is anyway. So uh, Paul Patriot. I went back and download Diablo 4 because of Elon Musk. Why he plays that too or something? I don't understand the reference though. I know he was at the Trump rally in what was it, Philadelphia? He went back there, so yeah, a lot of people came through for that one, as they should. Paulo, my free time and drinking coffee, listening to the suburban music, and making videos for my community. Nice. That's a good combination actually. Coffee, suburban music, and making videos for your community. That's good. I just do the drinking coffee part. The prime, the damage control for the uh what? DQ. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The DQ. Okay, I'm still stuck on Joker. I know we still talking. The damage control for the DQ interview is crazy. It's also interesting to see how some of the hashtag thank you Toriyama crowd is pro censorship. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people are really showing their true colors with this one. It's pretty pathetic too. It's like if you claim to be a fan of the series or even like JRPGs or Japanese games in general, you shouldn't be like praising like blatant censor. You know what? Not fuck blatant censorship in general. You shouldn't be praising it or shitty localization or anything like that. But in terms of like Dragon Quest, they changed Toriyama's art, which is disrespectful. The man isn't even alive to even like say like he approves of it or not, and we already know he wouldn't approve of it anyway. Because if that was the case, he would have drew it the way that they had made it look with the censorship. So it's disrespectful. And now that they're calling the um Yuji Horii, the creator of Dragon Age, calling him a Nazi and a chud and a conservative and all sort of crazy shit. It's like all of a sudden, like he what he said doesn't mean that he's like some like a conservative or a Republican. He could be a like someone who's like apolitical and just like disagrees with the censorship and how Western ideology has affected games, especially games in the East. Hold on, Jinpachi's here. Come on down. You're the next contestant for The Price is Right. Whoa, you sound like a robot.
How about now?
Sound a little better.
Well, hello everyone. I'm back for another edition
Sound a
of
little
the
low.
podcast. I'm back for another edition of the podcast for Revenant Remnant. How is everyone doing today? Hope everyone is doing well.
Why are you talking? Why are you trying to sound professional?
I'm doing like I normally do. There must be something wrong with you.
Yeah, it sounds weird on your end. I don't know if it's just me, but it sounds a little weird. The Prime, I'm still playing some MGS. What? MGS S2? Oh, I'm sorry. What the fuck am I saying? Yeah, my mind's
Metal
all over
Gear
the
Solid
place.
2.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why. You know what? I'm thinking of what's that one? Metal Gear Survive. I don't know
Metal
why.
Gear
I'm like Metal
Solid
Gear
2.
Survive 2. And I'm like, oh
So,
yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah, yeah.
sorry to hear that, Spirit of Paradox. Hope your day gets better. Yeah, man. So how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing good. You're having a shitty day. I hope it gets better. Um,
What's up,
yeah.
Roll Royce? What's up? How's it going?
Those people talking about Dragon Age, they not Dragon
You
Age,
mean Dragon
sorry.
Quest?
I meant Dragon Quest, yeah, Dragon Quest. I mean, they're saying the word conservative. They're throwing the word conservative as if it's an insult, which shows you that the people saying that are not apolitical themselves. So
Yeah, yeah.
they're idiots. Like
Yeah,
Imagine trying
the
to say
censorship
conservative.
aligns with their views, but they don't want to say it.
Yeah, yeah. Like how can you call? How can you say? Imagine trying to use the word conservative as if it automatically means it's a bad. As if it's automatically a bad thing. That shows you how dumb these people
Right?
are. And plus, whether people want to admit it or not, they don't like it. Japanese are extremely conservative. It's kind of funny
Mm-hmm.
because people look at the media and say, "Oh, you have all these sexualized females and stuff," but that's a reaction to how conservative their society is. Their
Yep.
society is so conservative that it's a creative outlet that allows them to do that. It's the same way
Yeah.
like we have like the Punisher killing a bunch of people. It doesn't mean that Americans themselves are like in general just want to you know are going to go around blasting a bunch of criminals. It's just an expression of an artistic expression. So even then,
Uh,
people try to say like,
un,
"Oh,
unless you're trans.
yeah, well, oh wow, yeah,
Oh,
exactly. Yeah,
what?
that's their mo." But they say
Yo,
people,
what's up, white chromosome?
but people will make that argument that oh well, they're not fan service and shit. No, bro, that's just a creative outlet. Their society is completely homogenous and generally conservative. So if you like Japan, well, I got some bad news for you. So all the weebs and the dark weebs. I'm not even calling them weebs. I'm talking about the nega weebs, and like and to all the freaking degenerate like people. Japan is not a place you're gonna want to live in if you don't like conservatives.
Yeah, let me catch up on a few things real quick on the chat. Spirit Parrot. I know. Jim Pachi, I know you said about Spirit Paradox. Yeah, sorry you're having a bad day, Spirit. So hopefully, we can make it better. Maybe I don't know. So yeah, but let me see. I wouldn't say I had a great week anyway. So been feeling kind of shitty. So, but anyway, Neozoic. Fun question: which anime style fighting game made by Arc System works? I'm sorry, Arc System works. Um, would you rather play Blast Blue series or is it Blast Blue or Blaze Blue?
I just
Blast
call
Blue,
it
right?
Blaze. I just call it Blaze Blue. It
All
might
right,
be
well,
Blast Blue, but that's how I always refer to it, even though
all right.
that's not right.
Blaze
So,
Blue series or Guilty Gear series. I'm more familiar with the Guilty Gear series, so I guess I would say that. But I haven't played much of them to be honest. The one I played the most of was one on PS2. I forgot which one that was. I don't know if there was multiple. There was like several of them, or maybe that was the only one on there.
there's a lot of Guilty Gear games,
Yeah.
and
So
they all have kind of absurd titles as well. So unless you're really like
yeah. So
familiar,
yeah. Good luck finding which one it is.
yeah, I like them both. Honestly, I like Guilty Gear and I like them both. I guess I would say I have a slight preference for Blaze Blue, or Blast Blue, however you want to say it, but I prefer a little to Guilty Gear, but I like Guilty Gear a lot too. So it's not a big gap between which one I actually like more or prefer to play. I do like the way the last Guilty Gear game looks visually,
Yeah, it looks really good. It
the
does.
art direction. So I guess if we're going by that, I would rather play Guilty Gear just because I like the direction of where they're taking the visuals and whatnot. But
Right.
and also
Uh,
Fighters is underrated too. Dragon Ball Z Fighters is a good game as well. But I
forgot all
enjoyed that
about
game.
that.
Yeah, I actually like that game a lot. It's a little like it's a little scrubby because it's a Dragon Ball Z game, so it's not as like there's a bit of like a hold your the game kind of holds your hand a bit in my opinion, but it's still a good game.
hmm
So I think they make generally good stuff, and as far as I know, Guilty Gear is like pretty good with the fan service stuff. They're not as like
Yeah.
I don't know if they've like censored anything, but from what I've seen,
I
like
don't. I don't remember. I'm not sure if I
every
heard of that.
everything seemed to be intact from what I saw. So, and, there's like a lot of sexy women. You got like
Hopefully.
Jacko. What's the other girl's name? Biken and stuff. So
hmm let me
can't go wrong.
see. David Francisco. I can't believe there's people giving the benefit of the doubt to Sucker Punch when Gosu Yote is obvious woke slop by simply looking at who they casted to voice and face scan as the protagonist. Yeah,
It's not that
I agree. It's
it's not that they're giving the benefit of the doubt, bro.
I mean they
Well,
are.
but
They
they're
are.
not. So
A
well,
lot of
all right.
people are giving them benefit of the doubt. Even people who are usually against the woke shit.
Well, look, let me be
and you
specific.
see it on social media. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
So,
I agree with that, but it's not the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna tell you what it really is. It's not benefit of the doubt. It's willful delusion, because they're not doing
mm,
this out of a place of like, oh, let's see where it goes or whatever. It's the mentality of, I want to play the game no matter what because I enjoyed the last one, and I will not have anyone talk bad about this new game because I'm hyped for it. That's them.
I mean, yeah,
That's
yeah,
their
you're
that's
right.
that's
You're
their
right about that.
what I'm saying is that it's not necessarily that they're giving them the benefit of the doubt. They're just lying to themselves.
Yeah,
I would it's like, you know what I
yeah. I
mean?
mean, yeah. A lot of people gonna buy it and play it no matter what.
Yeah,
Like
it's not, yeah,
the
they're like
whole team can just like outright be in a video and scream to the camera, "We hate white people. We hate cops, or we hate a certain group of people, or whatever. Or we're gonna put this in our game, and you're gonna buy it anyway." And people will be like, "No, yeah, yeah, I'm gonna buy it anyway. Yeah, I'll still buy it."
yeah, like I saw so many people that I know personally, not like we're close friends, but I've like interacted with, I've done videos with before, and I'm seeing them talk about how, oh, we got to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not gonna jump the gun. They even say the benefit of the doubt. They're saying like, we're not gonna jump the gun. We're not gonna be like,
Yeah, they
man,
they say that too.
yeah,
Yeah, I
we're,
heard that.
we're gonna we're gonna just wait and see. But to me, it's like, if you're talking about this for a long enough period of time, you should know better. And to me, like, that shows you that it's not giving them the benefit of the doubt. They know what's up, but they're just lying to themselves. They want to play the game guilt free, but what people don't understand is no one can tell
Hmm.
you what games to play. Just admit that you're gonna play it anyway because you like the first game. Don't fucking lie and act like it's not woke now, or that there's no woke shit in it.
Yeah,
But
right.
I guess my whole point is, I know I'm being a run-on sentence, but I wouldn't consider it. I just don't consider that the benefit of the doubt, because that's more of a good. That would be in good faith, and even the people that are anti-woke are not defending, are not like saying this in good faith. It's literally corporate slavery. They're
Yeah,
literally
yeah, it
just
is.
abandoned. So it's just they're lying to themselves.
Hmm. No, you're right. They definitely are. The Prime wrote, question: do you think Yoko Taro and I don't know how to say that name, Yos Yosuke Yosuke Saito would be able to create a new Nier slash Drakengard game in the current year without Square Enix interfering or censoring the game and their creative vision?
No,
Um, Probably not, but maybe if you know,
I
because I
think
mean, it is possible, maybe considering how Nier Automata turned things around and how popular that became. So I guess so there could be a possibility, but I can still see them trying to get involved with it and messing with
well,
it.
I'll put it this way: Neuro Automata, if you really look at it, so for no doubt, Subi is sexy, and what's her name? 1A, that's the other girl. 2A, right? What's the other girl's name? A2, A2.
A2.
A2 and 2B, while they're sexy, their outfits are like much more like, I don't want to say covered up, because it's not that they're covered up. They're covered enough in the right areas where they got away with it. So if you look at like the censorship in games now, like Stellar Blade, Dragon Quest, and other games, they're covering them in a specific way. It's like a very specific kind of censorship. I was talking about this with Revenant about also wrestling, where they've been doing that with pro wrestling as well lately. Um the fabric, there's enough fabric in the right places where they got away with it, where Stellar Blade, they had more of a problem with it because of like how blatant like the fan service was. So I think that they could do it, but not because they know they're getting a pass on the censorship. I think that they're just covered up enough where they meet some kind of threshold, whatever threshold Square Enix or DEI has. But likely in a newer game, I'm sure that there'll be a lot of backlash about it, because like if you look at like again like just look at like the amount that they're covered up. Like the only thing is you can like blast their clothes off, so they did get away with a bit as well. But I just think that they're not as like blatantly sexualized as they are in they're sexualized, but they're not like as the costumes, I guess, the clothing and whatnot is not as extreme as it was in Stellar Blade. I'm just using that as an example. So I think that that's why they didn't receive as much flack.
Yeah. What's up, Linkart? Let me see. Try to catch up. Oh, Jinpachi Newzoke has a question for you. You should probably scroll up if you're, because it's somewhere there.
Let me see.
After that, we can address something else once again.
Um. Okay. Link art. What's up, man? So Neozoic asked, "What are your thoughts on Joker 2 getting a very negative reception from everyone, having the worst box office opening, and some call it the worst film of the year?" I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because the character. First off, the character was. I haven't seen the film yet. I haven't seen it. I'm probably not gonna watch it. I might watch clips of it. Um. But from what I understand, there's some like a pretty egregious scenes in there, like of Joker getting getting his peanut butter stolen, as they would say. Like and like also the first film of Joker, I find like while it was a decent movie, I feel like it's overrated, and I don't feel like that character was really Joker anyway. I feel like that was I mean, my personal opinion is that that was a artsy movie. It was like an art house kind of movie, but it just they slapped the Joker stuff on there so that they can market it because the modern superhero crowd. But even then, I felt like it was a bastardization of the character. Um, Considering Lady Gaga's in the film and like the direction that it looks like they're going in, I wouldn't be surprised if it had some like subliminal like political stuff going on. But again, like I think that with the I don't think that I never had any faith that that movie would be good. I'm not surprised that it failed. I think a lot of people expected it to fail. And you know, again, if you're like a real like DC fan and Joker fan, it's like I feel like a lot of real fans of that character of Joker, Harley Quinn, they're gonna be disappointed by those movies anyway. So
Yeah.
because you know they're not the characters. Like it's kind of crazy that Jack Nicholson is the most comic book accurate Joker we've gotten so far, which is absurd to me because that Joker was kind of all over the place too in some ways. And you know,
It's
it's like
funny because
again,
I had answered the question before you came on, and I had mentioned that Jack Nicholson's Joker.
yeah,
So yeah, he did a
yeah,
great
because
job. So
he did a great job and like
yeah.
and also it's not just him, it's the way it was written. Like that movie
Hmm.
was they wrote him as more of like a Joker. Like yeah, it was kind of tame because you know the dark humor and whatnot, like but he you know he was written decently. um and again, like it's just that those movies like I feel like people fell for the branding of Joker with the first movie, like they called it Joker. You know, they put that name on it, and it to me, it's not really a Joker film. I think that people kind of know better going into the second one. Then you have Lady Gaga, who is 24. People, I think that's I don't think it did very well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's pretty much why. And then you see what's happening with the sequel. So
Yeah,
they were
yeah. I mean,
hoping lightning will strike twice, and that was not the case.
well,
So
you can only lie to people once. It's like The Last of Us 3. If The Last of Us 3 comes out,
hmm
like there's a high chance it will do pretty bad. I'm pretty sure it would
yeah,
be
I'm
a
sure.
total flop because you know they built good faith with the first film with the first game, and then with the second game they
No, you had it right. The first film.
yeah I was gonna make that joke. But the point is that you know they dropped they had good faith, and then the sequel came out and the sequel like shitted on everything the first built. And the first Joker was like a trick because you watch that movie thinking you're getting Joker, but you're not getting that. You're getting a movie about you're getting an art house movie with the name Joker slapped on it so people would actually watch it. And I just think that because people know that now, the second film was destined to not do as well.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's my take. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, so someone
And add
we
Lady
had a
Gaga to the mix.
oh yeah, yeah. So we have to address this guy again um because he felt the need to um message Jinpachi. Was it last week or
It
last
was
weekend or something?
like a week ago, maybe. I don't know.
So yeah, well, I don't think I can't remember. Did we address the retard last podcast or the one before that?
I don't know if it was last podcast or the one before that.
I can't remember which one it was, to
I
be
mean,
honest.
he's a forgettable dickhead anyway, so
Yeah.
that's probably what it has.
So
But
anyway, I'll just set the stage, then you can elaborate more, and then I'll add to it. We had addressed Mr. Gamer 990, also known as Yusef, who appeared on the podcast a few times. He also had commented on on a number of my videos, and I even a couple of community posts uh, for a while up until a few months ago because he just stays chronically on X, where he hates Elon Musk, or as he puts it, the fucker Elon Musk. And talking about the whole Palestine and Israel stupid holy war going on, and so all of a sudden now, me or anyone talking about woke shit that's going on within entertainment is irrelevant and stupid, and
now
we
you're
should just
wasting your now you're wasting your time. He wants
yeah,
everyone to use their platform to talk about Palestine and Israel.
yeah,
Like,
or just take his side on the matter, which is
but
being very pro
this is
Palestine. But
so I'm gonna
he did
yeah.
but he contacted you after from
Of
what
course,
I understand.
talking shit behind the block button. By the way,
Yeah, I believe
so
he blocked you or unfollowed you on wherever it was. So
he blocked me, then
mhm.
unblocked me to talk shit because his pussy was hurting, and then blocked me again so I couldn't respond to him.
Yeah.
So
So do you want
basically, being
to
a bitch.
kind of like paraphrase what he said in the message from what you can
Well,
remember?
he sent me a video talking about Palestine and how good they're doing and recovering or whatever, and then sent me a voice message saying something along the lines of oh, Palestinians are doing good and on all this stuff, and they're doing well despite this stuff, and people talking shit or whatever, like fuck you, blah blah blah, and then he hides behind the block and delete button. But the
Yeah.
thing is
Yeah.
that this motherfucker is so stupid because here's the point. He's a fucking dumbass bitch because when the last podcast I got in his ass, but I didn't say a single thing about Palestine or Israel. I called him a bitch.
It was
I said
actually me who was talking
I,
about it. So it
I
shows
called
you
him.
how stupid he is, where he
He's a
can't pay
stupid
attention.
fuck. Yeah,
He
he
got
doesn't
this
pay attention. He's a
big
dumb
ass
fuck.
head. He he got this loose ass V-neck, so it ain't like it's cutting off any flow to
To
his
his
brain,
brain.
or what little brain there
Old
is. So
Squidward looking motherfucker. Like, bro,
yeah,
this guy, you
so
know
it's
what it
like
looks like? You remember it? You remember the original It, Pennywise? He had that big ass head. You just shave off the
yeah.
bozo clown hair, and you got this motherfucker's head
You know, it
shaved.
reminds me. You know that that old famous painting. What was it, the bald woman or whatever?
Where it's like screaming, and the background's melting and shit.
That's what it reminds me of because he got this
Because
big
like,
ass fucking shirt.
but But here's the thing. Here's the thing about this guy. He's fucking stupid. He doesn't pay attention. He doesn't listen. He has no comprehension skills. He sees what he wants to see. I talked a lot of shit about him for sure, but he didn't address anything that I said. He's talking about the
No,
one
he did
thing
not.
that I didn't fucking say. He could have mentioned how I called him gay, how I say he's fucking sus, how he has a gigantic fucking light bulb shaped head. Like, I could like all the shit that he could have said. He's talking about Palestine and Israel, which I didn't say a word about. But
I
again,
was
he
the one.
doesn't
I was the
fucking
one who
listen.
mentioned it. So
It's like when
so
a while ago, anyone. So I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about in different context. When there was a while we were talking about The Last of Us, and I said that The Last of Us 2 is a shit game. It is a shit game, has a shit story, and has terrible design, but the graphics themselves are photorealistic. The actual like the
hmm
graphical engine of the game is pretty much like as realistic as you can get visually, at least of right now. And he's like, "Oh, you're defending it. That game's shit. Nothing's good about it. Whatever, blah blah." And I'm saying I never said anything was good about it. Stupid.
I remember
I
what you're
just
talking about because I had to go back and forth with him in the comments
yeah.
with that as
And
well.
then
And I'm
and
like,
then
yo, we talked about this so many times in other videos or anything like that. It's like we didn't say anything different, so I don't understand why.
so he's like
He's,
so for context, he's like, "Oh, I agree with everything Revenant said. But you, Mugen and Genpachi, I don't agree with them. Whatever." And I'm like, we all said the same
yeah, I
exact
told him
shit.
that we said the same thing. I don't know what
And
you're talking about,
and
and clearly
also
he has a hate boner from Mugen Lord for whatever
yeah.
reason. I don't know why.
And I don't
But I
know.
mean,
But
he tends to have a hate boner for anyone for any like petty reason. So
and the thing is, and here's the thing though. Here's the kicker with it. No matter, you have to live in fucking reality. I don't like that game. I think that game is fucking dog shit. But it doesn't change the fact that the graphics on that game are are elite level graphics. They are. I'm not saying the design is good. The design is shit. The characters are ugly. They uglified Ellie's girlfriend. Lowered her breast size and
yeah, it
shit
was
like
probably
that.
about everyone. So yeah.
Pretty much like that. That's all true. But when it
Mhm.
comes to like photorealism, when it comes to like graphics, like actual like
The
fidelity, the
detail and
game, yeah,
everything.
it
Yeah.
has good graphics. I'm not gonna pretend it doesn't have good graphics because I think the game is overall shit. This guy can't do that because he's a fucking dickhead. He's fucking stupid. He doesn't pay attention. And the fact that you're going on and on with this on several videos, not realizing until it took fucking two people basically yelling at him like a little kid, like a child, for him to finally say, "Oh, I understand now." Because you can't comprehend, you don't have simple comprehension skills. It's pathetic. So in that regard, when it comes to the last video, the
Yeah, it
last
really is.
podcast where you're talking about Palestine and Israel, he's trying to put it all on me because he's trying to target his hate on me because I talk to him like the bitch fuck that he is in voice messages, and I'll
Well,
tell that shit to him.
from what because you had played it to me before you had respond. He's like, oh, he said whatever, and so I said,
Well, I
let
played it
me
so
hear it if you
so we
can.
could
So
laugh at him because he's fucking
yeah,
pathetic. I just wanted you to
because it
see
was
how
funny, and
pathetic
he's
he
like,
is.
that fucker a riv and whatever, and he's quoting what I said to you about the Palestine shit, and I'm like, yo, this guy is fucking stupid. Like, what the fuck? And he's like,
Yeah, he's fucking dumb.
hey, jackass, here, watch this video I sent to you. And it's like, how retarded can you be? Where it's like you're sending someone a video where both of you don't like each other. Why would they? Why
Oh
would the
no, no,
other
no.
person? Huh?
Let's not get it twisted. I have indifference to this motherfucker. I think he's just fucking stupid. I don't hate. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
hate.
yeah.
I don't hate him. He's just retarded. He's just
No,
a
I know.
bitch.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I
Like
know.
because
I don't hate. I don't hate him either. Like
he's
anyone I
just a
went back and
bitch.
forth on the internet, I don't hate them. I mean, I like you, but I don't hate you. Well, with
You
this
mean you don't
guy,
like them?
yeah, I don't like him. Yeah, yeah, I don't like you. We wouldn't be friends, but you know what I mean.
Why would I like? Yeah, but to your, I know where you're going with this. Where it's like, why would the fuck would I watch a clip or a video you're sending to me when you know I'm not gonna watch it? So I told him to go fuck himself, and I'm not watching shit. But I just think it's funny that I just wanted to point that out to everyone watching that this is the kind of retardation that me and Revenant have to deal with on a constant basis with these people. Like this isn't the
Yeah.
first time. There's other people too.
It's
I'm
funny
not gonna
though.
give them names
He
out.
actually did he watched the podcast and listened to what
Yeah,
we had to
watch it.
say, even
Well,
though
hate watch.
yeah, hate watch even after blocking us and talking shit and whatever. So
Yeah. He hate
if he's
watches. He's
watching again,
pathetic.
which he probably is, thanks for watching, Mr. Gamer 990. Hope you're sporting your large V neck and have your dome shined up nice. And you can shine it up real nice. You can stick it straight up your monkey ass. Um,
Well, he
but
don't have trouble doing that. His
yeah,
head's already up his own ass.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
anyway,
So
these people don't like it because I'm gonna let you know right now. If you come at me talking shit, I'm gonna talk to you like a bitch. If you act like a fucking bitch, so fair warning for anybody. It's the same as other people on here. They think they're gonna come up here and talk crazy, and we're not gonna say nothing. If you act like a fucking bitch, I'm gonna treat you like a bitch. I'm gonna treat you like you have a
mhm,
vagina and you live on and you're for the streets. That's how I'm gonna treat you. Especially if you act like a
yeah,
feminine ass fucking if you act
mm,
feminine on here. So excuse my French,
yeah,
but go fuck yourself. And anyone who thinks they're gonna do that, they can go fuck themselves too.
yeah. But if you come on here rational and
Then we'll
respectful, then
then
yeah,
we can
yeah,
have a discussion. We can have a
yeah, without
discussion
a
and we can
problem.
talk about these things. But if you're gonna come out here and say stupid shit, I'm gonna treat you like the bitch that you are. There were other people that
Exactly.
came on here. I'm not gonna say names because I'm not gonna give them any clout that they're desperate for. But they've come on
Yeah.
here, they say dumb shit and then get butthurt when they get called out for it.
Hmm.
Be consistent. Don't be a bitch. And when you come on here, don't try to don't try to downplay what you said, screaming all over the internet. And then when you're in person or when you're directly communicating, try to downplay it because I'm gonna treat you with
Hmm.
the same energy that you presented.
Yep.
So that being said, we can
That's
move
how it's gonna
on.
be.
Just
Yeah.
gotta
Yeah.
call out this pussy for what he is, a pussy. Because
Yeah.
again, talking shit unblocks me, talk shit, and then blocks again is fucking cowardly. And I want
Hmm.
everyone to know that you're a coward and a pussy.
Yep. That's exactly what he is. So, anyway, what's up, No Name, and anyone else who let me see who has joined the
Sorry for my little
chat.
rant.
No, it's all good. It's just something we had to address and also clarify for future reference. So, let's get. Hold on. Sorry about that. Had to fix something. So before we officially move on, let me make it clear. Mr. Gamer, Yusef, whatever you want to call yourself, I'm not your friend. I'm not your buddy. And I don't agree with the dumb shit that you're saying. And I think you're a coward, and I don't like you. Even though you had told me that Rev, your voice is mwah, chef's kiss. You remind me of Jared of Avalanche Reviews, which your voice I can hear it all day. Like whatever, I don't know. He really did tell me that though through voice messages. Message.
He's in love with you, bro. That's his. That's the
Fix your mic. I couldn't hear you.
he's in love with you. That's the closet. So that's the
Yeah,
closet
I
getting
think
opened
so.
up. The
Yeah,
closet creaked open a bit,
yeah,
and
a
he
little
let
bit.
that one
Yeah,
out.
yeah. So just so we're clear, I don't like this guy. So he can screw off, and he can keep either one of us blocked. So
You
hopefully
fuck
I
him.
don't have to.
Yeah, I don't
Hopefully I don't
care.
have to hear this emotional guy again. So or
You know what's
hopefully you don't
funny?
have to either. So
Well, I'm not. I'm just gonna fucking totally ignore him after this. But he's like, whatever. But the point is that and never forget, this is the sus guy who tried to send me fucking hentai. Remember I told you that? This thing is fucking. Oh my god,
oh man.
this motherfucker. Anyway, let's
Well,
move on.
that's fucker. Anyway, let's move on. Hold on, real quick before we officially move on to topics. News Oak wrote Remnant and Jinpachi off topic. Question: What are your goddamn? What are your thoughts on the rumors that Ghost of Yote will be delayed to 2026 due to backlash? Um, I mean, what would they really do in that period of time?
Maybe they
Because
hope
it's
that
just
the. Well, go
because
ahead.
what
I'll
I'm
let
what
you
I'm thinking.
finish.
Well, I was just gonna say it's not like they just said 2025. They didn't give an exact date yet, so that's like months away, I would assume. So they will have enough time to lay low and hopefully hope that the backlash dies down. But I don't think it will. because I mean they've been pushing these type of games for a while now. So I
Yeah.
don't think they're gonna push you back. To be honest, if they push you back, it's not gonna be due to any controversy. It may just be to polish the game if they have to. But I still think it's gonna come out in 2025, probably in the holiday or maybe somewhere in the summer or something like that. But yeah, like I like come on, majority of Sony exclusive PlayStation exclusives now are usually like woke slop with propaganda in it, sprinkled in here and there, or most of the time just like blatantly like in your face, despite what recharge want to claim that oh no, it's not woke. What are you talking about? What's woke? I don't know what that is. What do you mean?
Yeah.
So
What define woke?
this won't be yeah, right. Yeah.
Define woke. But yeah, like these people, they like it, I think what I think they're doing is hoping that the heat dies down. Like
Hmm.
that, that's the only thing I could imagine they would be doing. Like hoping that if they just stop talking about it, if they just let the heat die down for like a couple months, then people will just forget and buy the game anyway.
Yeah, right. Um, this is actually a good segue to the first topic about Ubisoft. But before we get into that, I'm gonna send link out into the chat for anyone if they want to join. I'll send out links and on X through message for a few people, the usual people that would come on, so we can get into that. Let's try to get our points across and address as much as we can about what's going on with Ubisoft because yeah, because I had watched an Endymion video that White Chromosome has sent me. Thanks him for that. Also, Reborn had told me about it during the week as well. So I guess credit to both of them because otherwise I would have seen the video. And I know I had sent you the video before the podcast has started to
Yeah, yeah.
see
So
it. So
get caught up on it. Yeah, because I don't really watch
yeah,
Endymion, so
because there was a lot of stuff that he covered on there. So, but I'm gonna send the links out, and so
Y chromosome. They're just delaying the inevitable bomb. Inevitable bomb. Yeah, that's true. It's true. They're just delaying the inevitable. It's only a matter of time. That game comes out, it's gonna flop. Well, Ghost of Yotei probably won't flop, but Revenant, where are you? Where have you gone? Autobots,
oh, I'm
assemble.
here. I had it on mute for a little bit. What was that?
You failed me yet
Oh
again,
yeah, you said
Starscream.
Ghost. You said Ghost of Yotei won't flop. Yeah, I don't think it will either.
I don't think I think at the worst
It
it'll
probably
break.
won't.
It won't hit expectations.
Yeah, yeah. I doubt it'll be as successful as Ghost of Tsushima, but I think it will do well. I don't think it'll be like a flop. It'll probably break even, or maybe it won't meet expectations. But yeah. Oh my God, so
Yeah,
many people. What the fuck?
because they wanted to
Okay.
because for them they want the game to if the game makes money is not good enough to keep the series alive. It has to exceed the amount of money like by a big margin that it
Yeah.
costs to make the game. If if
What's up,
so
guys?
if they
How
make
you
a
guys
game
been?
and it doesn't
So
hit
what's
those
up, boys?
expectations,
Up.
it doesn't hit those expectations. Yeah, they made money, but they didn't make enough. If it cost you $3 million to make a game, and then after calculating how much it cost and how much revenue you got, and you only made like 100, 200,000. That's not great incentive for the amount of work that went into the game.
Right. So, I heard about the Ghost of Yote. I've been hearing about what's been going on with Ubisoft, and I hope they go out of business for good
I hope so too.
because what they're doing, that CEO
I hope so too. Yeah.
of Ubisoft is saying it's our fault. How's it our fault that your game is fucking
Oh
losing
yeah.
money and they're attacking your fans is not smart?
It's
Is that so
ass.
complicated?
It's ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the
That's one way to
Skull and
put it.
Bones. They lost what? $850 million? That's like almost $1 billion? It's insane.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Ubisoft's
What a waste.
I didn't.
Ubisoft's
Didn't know it
investors
cost that much.
they'd be like, "You failed me yet again, Starscream."
Oh my God, they need to be quiet. I hope they go out of business, and I hope give me that Watchdog IP, and I take over the game, make it better than that.
Watch Dogs had a lot of potential, man, and they
did.
squandered it. They squandered it for nothing.
They did.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Hmm.
By the
No,
way,
they really did.
who's here? Hornet.
Oh, yeah. Hey guys, I've been listening to you guys for some months, and this is the first
Well,
time I've been able to come up, be able to talk. I actually originally found this channel because I looked at Revenant's video on the Saints Row reboot.
yeah.
Oh wow. A little while ago.
Yeah, yeah, it was. I was basically looking up reviews about it, and I saw your video, and yeah, you really cut to the point of it. And just honestly thinking about the reboot still pisses me off because I'm basically, I'd say, an original, well, one of the originals when it comes to Saints Row as a fan. I actually started with Saints Row 2, and I played 3 and 4, and I saw over the years how pretty much the games pretty much decreased in quality. And to just
Pretty
see what
much.
that was like with the reboot, it still infuriates me to this day. I mean, that series had the potential to actually be a really good alternative to Grand Theft Auto, and it was
Yeah.
there, but they
Yeah.
pretty much just shot themselves in the foot with the third one.
Exactly. Exactly, Mr. Hornet. Facts. I'm
Mr.
fucking
Hornet.
tired
Yeah,
of that reboot
yeah,
Saints Row. I'm like, oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, college kids becoming gangsters. What the fuck is that shit?
You know what it is? They're afraid,
yeah,
because they're afraid of gangsters, thugs, pimps, hoes. They're
Oh
like,
my
like
God.
it hurt their feelings.
yeah,
It's sexist. That's why
yeah.
they try to shift. That's why they
Well, yeah,
shift in 3 and 4. They shifted to more of a comedic route because they were trying to separate themselves from thug life and gangster life, which hurt them because that was a big part of what made those games fun.
That's true. Yeah.
And they lost their identity. They tried to. Ended up
well,
becoming
and
an adult swim
another,
an adult swim cartoon,
Mm-hmm.
more or
Yup.
less.
Yup.
yeah,
And
pretty
Mr.
much.
Hornet has
And
a point.
another thing that, yeah, and there was another thing that also angered me with the third and how those games went, and that was the fact that they didn't continue with the story that was set up at the end of 2, because at the end of 2, and even with the DLC with it, they set it up to where Dex, who was one of the lieutenants with the first game, he was the head of security with Ultor, and at the end of the DLC, it was pretty much implied he went to another city and that he would end up being the villain. And
Mm-hmm.
then,
Oh my
by the
God,
time the third
man.
game came around, he
Yeah.
died. And that's what pissed me off the most. Is like you had people pay for, what was it? The DLC, I think, was like $7 or $10. You had them pay for that to set that up, and then you didn't do it. And worse than that, I think
Yeah,
they made
exactly.
plans for him to get killed off in like some side game instead of the actual main game.
Oh, they actually did that in
Like that.
what was it? Get Out of Hell.
Get
I
out of
think it was
hell.
like
Yeah.
some demon where it just
Oh
like
my god!
he
Yeah,
died.
Well,
like
like-
I
really
saw that.
Oh
my
God. You mean guy out of hell slop? The one that he turns into
Yeah.
Dex has a purple hat on. Oh God.
That-
yeah.
I saw that. That's bullshit. That
That is so
who's that?
bullshit,
The great
Mr. Hornet.
villain.
I agree with you. Mr. Hornet, I agree with you, bro. This is ridiculous. They should have done that. Oh, we should have done that DLC, find Dex and kill him in the story mode. But nope. Ubisoft said no.
Yeah.
Fucking
should-
assholes.
They
Good
should see. The
DLC,
thing
they
is
should have had
that
as a third.
the thing is 3 and 4 are on their own aren't bad games. They just shouldn't have been Saints Row mainline games. Those should have been
Right.
side games, or they could
Yeah.
have been like a new IP or
Yeah.
something.
Right.
And I think that's what
Yeah.
sucks because
Correct.
those
Yeah.
games I don't consider those games even bad.
actually like them for what they are, but they're not good Saints Row games. They're a disappointment to what you would have expected from Saints Row 3 and what you would expect Saints Row 3 to be. So to me, and from what I understand,
Hornet had said with the DLC for 2, where it leads into the sequel nicely, where obviously Dex will be the antagonist for the next game.
As an aside,
like scrap it, and just drop it, and it's like, why would you even do that? They purposely made DLC for Saints Row 2 to basically set up a sequel for it, and then like they go nowhere with it, and then they expect people to just like be happy with that. It's like, come on, I don't know. It's
so bullshit.
They were fumbling it for a while.
The elephant in the room is that you're paying $10 for a DLC, which is like that will never happen again to have an expansion. So that's the more heartbreaking part, that you're never gonna see a story expansion for $10 ever again.
Yeah.
But like Saints Row, there was interviews where they even talked about it, and they straight up said that like they were embarrassed by 2. They felt like it was offensive, that it was very stereotypical.
I heard about
that. My God.
They were saying that to promote the reboot,
3 and 4.
but obviously
which is bullshit, man.
But before the reboot, even before the reboot, with 3 and 4, there was like a whole like rabbit hole where the developers revealed that they were talking about it, and they revealed that it was like some YouTuber talked to one of the former devs. He said that they wanted to separate themselves because they didn't like all the stereotypes that were in 2. So with 3, they went a different route. That's why 3 and 4 are are totally different. Yeah, they were.
That is so stupid.
I think it's stupid too. That's just what.
That is beyond stupid.
They mean making the gangs actually unique and memorable. Then I guess so in that case, because the gangs in Saints Row 2 especially were really memorable, and all the stories were really solid overall. In fact, Saints Row 2, I just recently played it back over, and the entire game still holds up really well. Outside of
it really does
glitches.
It does.
Outside of some glitches,
I have a question.
It really does.
I have a question for Mr. Hornet. Do you play the Saints Row 1?
Mm-hmm.
You beat that game, right?
Yes.
Because that's nostalgia right there. One and 2 are greatest because they're nostalgia. But the reboot, no, it doesn't. It doesn't live up to the original. So reboot sucks hell.
No, not at all.
Well, you know what's funny? That mission.
It doesn't live up to most games.
The mission at the end. The mission at the end of 2, where you're like in the jet and you go after Ultor, is like extremely memorable. Like that was such a cool ending sequence.
When you were in the helicopter and you're going up in the helicopter, going after Vogel, and you had to shoot down the radio towers while there was all the helicopter.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. Weren't you also in a jet as well that you had to fight off, or you had to fight off jets or something like that? It was really cool.
No, it was a helicopter.
Helicopter.
They were like, you sure? All right, I don't fully remember.
Heat-seeking missiles in it.
That's what it was. It was helicopters with heat-seeking missiles, and you had to fight. You had to fly around. That was such a cool mission. And
it was. And then the last mission, after you kill Vogel, you go after Julius Little for destroying the Saints.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's the epilogue.
That scene.
No, it wasn't DLC. It wasn't DLC. It was just it was in the game. It was an epilogue.
Epilogue.
The
whole story.
It was hidden away. It was hidden away. You had to go into the police station and listen to some audio files.
Yup, and hear about what happened all those decades ago.
It activates a hidden side mission. You get backstory on Julius, and then you eventually, you confront him or whatever. It was pretty cool, and it was like a cool little like piece of end game content. Considering that they had no reason to do that, that was purely fan service for the fans, which is it's a shame. I just think it's funny that people, it's as those people that made that game that felt like it was stereotypical and offensive don't realize that a bunch of white people were playing it, a bunch of Black, Hispanic, everyone was playing it and loved the game. So if anything, it was like pretty. It was pretty inclusive toward everyone because everyone was having fun being a freaking criminal badass in that game. You know, I think it's more. I think it's actually worse. I think it actually reflects worse that they think that being a criminal or being a gangster is solely tied to Black people. I think that makes it even more. I think that makes them more racist for thinking that.
That is so hypocrite right there. Beyond hypocrite, these people logically are stupid.
But let's get back to the topic of Ubisoft because we got like 3 people waiting.
Hey man, Hornet was waiting a long time. Hornet was waiting a long time to talk about Saints Row. He was watching from the beginning. He had to get that off his chest, bro. He was waiting years to say that, man.
I thought.
I appreciate.
I actually
Hornet
watched it a few months.
Getting into that and. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I watched it
either way.
Some months ago. It wasn't like an original as when it was first came up. I just happened to see your review for it when I was looking up about.
I know, bro. I'm just busting. I'm just playing around, bro. I'm just playing around with you. But yeah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're talking about Assassin's Creed and Ubisoft, right? So
So
Sucker Punch, isn't that a studio that used to make Sly Cooper games for so many decades? And all of a sudden now they go woke, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
Revenant, so what you were saying?
Voice actors, what it was a red flag, if any.
Yeah,
that woman is a radical activist, right? Japanchi?
Left
Erica
activist.
She's I mean, like, again, the writing was on the wall. It's like people, you were given the pattern recognitions of a human for a reason, and I want people to actually use them and pay attention because, you see the cave, you see the blood trail, you see the bones, you see the bear claws. There's probably a bear in there. You don't need someone to tell you there's a bear in there. So it's kind of like the same mentality. You see the activist involved, you see the actor, you see that they suddenly changed it to a female lead in 2024, where every lead is being changed to a female. You see the director of the game. It's made by Sony's backing it. That should all be red flags of what the game is. And people are like, well, I want to play the samurai game guilt free, so I'm gonna be a dickhead and say, well, the game it's not woke. You're bigots. You just hate women or whatever. It couldn't possibly be.
Oh my God!
It couldn't possibly be pandering.
You want to say to those people,
this is one trailer, y'all.
I want to say something to these people. I want to tell them, go fuck yourself, fuck your feelings, and fuck your damn pronouns. You can shove it up your ass. Jesus Christ. Tired of bullshit and blah, blah, blah. Give me a fucking break, bro.
Something else I'd like to add to it.
Never change. Never change, bro.
Another thing I'd like to add to it
never will change.
There's been other Sony products that have had these issues as well recently.
Yes,
like,
a lot of them. God of War.
You're right.
Spider-Man 2, Last of Us 2, God of War Ragnarok to a degree. Like, you basically, so you're essentially
Ratchet and Clank
getting
too,
an activist to play the main role, and it's with a studio that's with Sony that's shown a pattern of it. I mean, look, I can understand. Well, at least previously I could understand that, but it's like, how many times do we have to see this play out over and over again? And how many times do we have to see it with franchise under Sony where they do this with their sequels? And keep in mind, when I got my PS5, it pretty much came with Spider-Man 2, so I was able to play it. And
mine too.
My God,
but I didn't play it.
The difference in quality between the first and second, it was obvious. Even outside of the pandering that was in it, like just the story overall, it was just disappointing, and the way it was handled was not good.
You don't like Cuck Peter? You don't like Peter Cucker?
You want to spray paint with blind girl?
Funny.
No, I would actually prefer an actual good Venom game that actually does justice to the symbiote. And I'd actually like for it to pretty much not have the characters just
be bitches.
Pretty much. disappear,
Yup.
and just, or Peter
Well,
constantly apologizing, or
Peter
having Mary
had to
Jane be the main
apologize.
character.
Peter had to
Yeah.
apologize for being a
but
white
the
man,
thing,
and
That's
he had to be
stupid.
replaced by
Holy shit.
Miles. That's what it is. It's like, I'm
Man.
sorry, Miles.
Yeah,
I'm white and
I know.
privileged.
Oh my
sorry.
God, disgusting.
You know what the?
I'm sorry.
You know, yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. And oh my god! And you know
hold
what
on,
the
real
thing
quick.
is that
Neozoic,
they do all
thanks for
this
stopping
talk
by
about
and
Miles.
commenting. Appreciate it.
Sure.
You have yourself a good day.
Oh.
And White Juvaro, hopefully we can have you on
Yeah.
next week.
For sure.
Yup.
See you,
Mhm.
Neozoic. Always good to have you, my man.
Yup.
Yep.
But
See ya.
So Hornet, what
but
were you
But
saying before we get into
what
Yeah.
what I was saying was, the thing is they put so much effort into wanting to have Miles be the main character. But when I was playing through Spider-Man 2, outside of the beginning, there's a large portion of the main story where Miles isn't even a main factor or a factor at all in it. Like they
Yeah.
don't do any time or show how he reacts to seeing Martin Lee. He just, outside of that, the beginning, he just disappears, and it's mostly Peter and Harry, and Miles is just off doing some of the side quests. They
Yeah.
don't even put any effort into it. The
Well,
story is just a whole bunch of great moments that on their own would be great, but everything around it or the lead up to it just lacks any sort of cohesion, or it just isn't there.
So we got when I got the PS5 with that game, I just gave away the code. I didn't give a crap. I just I'm playing this shit. I just gave it to somebody else. That I know it's that.
Yup.
I would have used it.
I'm glad to
to
not
my
buy
ass,
that
but,
game.
you know.
Yeah.
I'm glad to not buy Spider-Man 2, all these woke games. Because I
But-
close my wallet and say, hell no.
Yeah.
I'd rather buy
Well,
older games than that crap.
With Spider-Man 2, like, all jokes aside, is just, and being serious for a second, it's just crazy
Yeah.
how they tried to subvert people into thinking they were getting one thing, and then when you get the game, you find out that Peter is basically like, he basically takes second place to the other characters, and then they suddenly shifted at the end, because the worst part about it is that Peter doesn't even get like a real yeah, there's a word for it. Like, he doesn't get like satisfaction at the end, because ultimately it's Miles that defeats Venom. Pretty much.
That's not right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
even Peter
so
doesn't get like any like real like closure to that arc, because he basically got his ass saved by Miles. So in the end of the day, like,
Yeah.
it just shows you
Yeah.
how these companies will completely like trick people, even like with like how they market a game, and then when you get it, it's a whole nother shebang from what you expected. But yeah, let's move back on to Ubisoft, because we diverted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We got it.
Yeah, Ubisoft.
back.
I'm glad their stock is like what? $2 stock,
So-
which is really
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real
$2
quick,
is too much.
White
Yup.
Juvaro, about have we seen the apology thing to fill out paper on X about Silent Hill 2 remake? Well, I ain't signing nothing. They ain't gonna get an apology out of me
What?
because I already know what that game's
Apology?
going for. Yeah, it's a bunch of
Apology for it just
remake
released.
shills trying to defend the game, because now they take the words of journalists now,
Oh god.
because it's getting a
These
bunch
people.
of
Of
praise.
course.
So, but
Bunch of shows need to go away.
I'm sorry.
No
I'm
kidding.
sorry.
Angela's face still fucked
Really?
up. Laura's still
Yeah.
look weird and still covered
I
up.
haven't even played Silent Hill 2, and
Hell no. I'm
Sorry.
glad to not buy that
I-
game. Hell no.
Yeah.
I haven't
I
even
was
played
buying,
Silent Hill 2, and even I can tell Angela's face, her look
No.
Mhm.
is completely
You
messed
don't
up.
you don't like the
in the original
X-Files
game,
look?
she looked haunted.
Yeah,
No.
man.
Like,
You don't
her
like the
look
X-
in
the
the
X-Files
original,
face?
it looked like, nah, not at all. In the
No.
original, it looked like
You know-
she was.
do you know what I'm talking about?
haunted.
The Silent Hill 2 original is
Yeah.
better
Hold on.
than the remake.
Her face now looks like the dude from X-Files. It legit
Yeah.
looks like him. I forgot
does.
his. I don't know if it was what was it? Scully.
Scully. Yeah.
Scully.
She literally looks like Scully. That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
that. Like, she has an Oscar Mayer Wiener shaped face now. Like,
Ugh.
Yeah.
See, that's a problem right there. They want to ruin good-looking women in video games to make them ugly. These fucking
Yep,
people
all the
with
time.
pronouns are pissing me off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well,
anyway,
let's Revenant continue, and then let's try to like all speak one at a time to keep things a
Okay.
little bit more organized.
yeah.
Cool.
And then I can get Melina Chan, Spirit of Paradox, and OC to come on after everyone gives their thoughts. So with Ubisoft, we already know they delayed Assassin's Creed Shadows to February. No clear date, from what I understand. There's a rumor that they may just they only have that as a placeholder. They may end up delaying it again to later in the year, maybe when it's like a dry month. Like I would assume August. That's usually like a dry month during the year. And
Benjamin Beltran said Scully is the woman, Fox Mulder is the man. Yeah, she looks like Mulder.
okay, that's what it was. Yeah. Haven't seen that
chubby.
show in a while. It's actually a good show though, but yeah.
It is. Moving on. I just wanted to point that. I just wanted to say that because that's
No, you're
he's
right. Thank you for clearing that up though.
Yeah.
So
The chubby.
what was the statue that they put out with Yasuke and what's her name, Naoe, of
I believe wasn't it like a Shinto gate?
Chitori?
I think it was a gate that involved I believe one of the atomic bombings from what I remember.
That's what it was, yeah. And they actually it makes no sense because the year that it had happened is not the same as where the game actually takes place.
I mean, of course not.
As far as like the year.
World War II is a long ways off.
Yup. Is it Nagasaki? Is it a Nagasaki?
You can imagine that samurais one day, the next day World War II, nuclear bombs. How did we get here?
Yup.
But apparently this is through a source, an anonymous source from Ademion, if anyone knows who he is on YouTube or wherever, that claims that claimed that a lot of people within Ubisoft were surprised by the backlash. They were also apparently influenced to put Yasuke in the game because originally they had a Japanese character, a male character already made and like the model and all that, but they scrapped that. They switched it to Yasuke apparently due to the George Floyd incident in 2020 and the BLM riots, and they figured that would help boost interest in the game. And what was it that Star Wars Outlaws, when it came out, when the month that it came out only made $1 million, despite them putting a shit ton of money within the budget and the marketing.
Despite that, it's a Star Wars game. That's pathetic.
Yeah,
Star Wars.
That is.
You have a brand. You have a brand like Star Wars, like, and you drop the ball, like you suck as a developer. I'm sorry.
That franchise is dead.
It is. I agree with you.
Yep.
It got ruined.
But also
of it.
Yeah, but the dev team called it Red Dead Star Wars, like, you know, it would be like their version of Red Dead Redemption. I guess they were figuring it would be compared, get on the same level, and do as well, which obviously that was not the case.
Red Dead is
apparently they had a different model for the character Kay Vess, but once they brought on the character, I forgot her name. She also complained about misogyny within the gaming industry, whatever reason. So they had changed her face so that way she wouldn't, because they didn't want her to look full blown Latina. So that's why she looks kind of weird. Like she doesn't look.
That's not very inclusive.
No,
not at all. That's why she looks. That's why her face looks very weird.
Yeah, I didn't even realize she was modeled off a Latina until I saw her actress.
Yeah, I didn't think she was either.
Yeah, because you see her.
You know what she looks like?
Her design in the games, like
she looks like she's mixed between black and Mexican. because I've known I've known girls that are half
Yup.
black and half Mexican, and they actually have like they kind of look like her. So like not that but they're not ugly. They don't look ugly, but they have like her like kind of like features, you know, like some features that look familiar. And that seems to be like a consistent thing that
Mhm.
I've seen. So maybe they were trying to make her look more racially ambiguous, so that she's not like immediately identifiable as Latina.
Maybe.
And it's a shame because the
Yup.
actress herself is
Yeah.
beautiful. I mean, she's a dickhead. Don't get me wrong.
Really?
She's a female
Yeah.
dickhead basically
Mhm.
because,
Yup.
but at the
No,
same
she is.
time, she was pretty and she's like,
Yeah.
imagine being such a so
Mhm.
brainwashed. You say, yeah, go ahead, ruin my face to own the chuds, make me look disgusting. That'll show them. Like,
Right? Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
How is that working out for
But
them?
there's more
Not.
to it. Not well at all. But adding more to this, Skull and Bones was a disaster, obviously. So it would really fuck them up. Not so much Star Wars Outlaws or what's going on with Assassin's Creed Shadows. There's another rumor that I was going to say Star Wars Hexy, Assassin's Creed Hexy or Hex, whatever the code name or the official name is going to be. It's going to be
Oh
based
yeah.
on the witch hunts. What is it fucking called? The Salem witch hunts. Where it's
Salem
gonna
witch hunts,
be
yeah.
Salem. There you go.
Salem witch hunts,
It's
yeah.
gonna be a female protagonist. Apparently, it's gonna be like the gayest Assassin's Creed or the gayest Ubisoft
Oh,
game.
come on.
So it's gonna have a lot of like
great.
girl power, girl boss shit going on. Apparently, it's not gonna be an RPG. That the Shadows is the last RPG game that they're doing. They're gonna
Thank
revert
God.
back to the
Thank
more
God.
like
A
action.
little too late
stealth.
for that now.
Yeah, it's too late. Yeah,
I mean,
way
fuck
too
them.
little, too late. Yeah,
Fuck
either
them,
way,
but
yeah,
Yup.
like fuck them
yeah.
for sure. Screw them. I'm not saying that that's gonna turn around for them. I'm just saying that the RPG stuff just made it worse. It just made the games. It just made already
Yeah.
shit games like far worse. So
AC
Hmm.
witch hunts.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
which that
But,
stupid
also-
game that you just mentioned? I'm not
Yeah.
buying that game. Fuck that game.
Oh, definitely.
Hell
Yeah.
no.
yeah,
Fuck
it's
that game.
ass. But you
So,
know what? I want to say something though
Never
in
nothing
relation to what you
Okay.
said about the gayest game ever. It's kind of funny that this game, the
God.
Assassin's Creed Hex, is revolving around magic, and they said they wanted to be the gayest Assassin's Creed ever, and that's the same thing they said about that show Agatha All Along, and Agatha All Along is gay, the quote unquote gayest show ever, and it's about magic. So I would argue that there's
how
like
that's doing too.
that's some it's just a really weird correlation between the two,
Yeah.
especially given the
that's
term
you're
the
right.
term. And you know a lot of these game writers, they just copy Marvel writing. So I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if like they had some heads up and they're just trying to mimic, because that game still hasn't come out yet. So I mean,
Nope.
obviously, it's nowhere near. I don't know how if they're even in development. So I wouldn't be surprised if they saw Agatha All Along, or like they're just trying to copy Marvel and they added that tagline, because it's too similar, and the theme is too similar with magic to be considered
Yeah.
a coincidence, in my opinion. It's just weird to me.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Apparently, it's gonna be very different to other Assassin's Creed games, where I'm guessing it's gonna have a different art style or something, or maybe it'll be, since it's dealing with magic, maybe that's what it's referring to. But they may also lower the scale of the game to something of like Assassin's Creed 3 Liberations,
Terrible.
whatever it's called.
That's an abomination too.
Yup.
And they within Ubisoft, they want to do away with any like white male protagonists, where they want it to be like all female, or if not all female, they also want it to be like minorities, like blacks. Which is why you're seeing Yasuke with Naue and AC Shadows.
So basically, they're racist.
I'm trying to think. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? I know I had
Yup.
Jinpachi, I sent you the video. Anything else I'm forgetting?
I'm trying to think. There was that. And about subverting, about what we were talking about earlier, where now they're gonna try to hide, allegedly that they were gonna try to hide the DEI stuff in the marketing, so that people buy the games. Yeah. So.
Oh my
They're kind of
God.
already
this
doing it anyway, because they were doing that with the last
Spider-Man
course.
2 and Spider-Man 2 as
yeah,
well.
that's another one. Mm-hmm.
This
Thank God War Ragnarok.
anti-white stuff has to stop.
God of
before
War
it gets
Ragnarok.
worse.
Yeah.
God of War Ragnarok
Yeah.
had some of the most cringy shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, heard like this woman at the end of the game saying,
Yup.
"Kneel with this broken ass cracking voice, like she's some 14-year-old boy. Kneel before your queen. Like, she says this fucking line to Odin at the end of the game. Thor is getting his ass chewed up by his wife. His daughter's chewing his ass up. I believe it's his daughter. Kratos getting dogged out by his wife.
Weren't they
like,
doing that like through the whole game, talking shit about it?
that's why I'm saying, like, people can pretend that they don't see it. They can say, "Oh, it's not a big deal." Why the fuck do you have these scenes in the game? They have to understand this is not real life history being recited. Somebody sat there and wrote it. Someone made the decision to add those lines to the game. Like, it's why it boggles my mind where people like do all these mental gymnastics that they feel like they need to do to defend this stuff. Why are you gonna have a character like Kratos? You know, people say, "Oh, it's playful banner." Her telling her husband "good boy" after he does some task for her is not playful banner. It's disguised as playful banner, but it's really feminist BS. So again, like, you know, these people, like, they'll defend it. Yeah, you're excited for the God of War game. Just say you're gonna play God of War no matter what. I don't need to hear your excuses or your lies or your willful delusions about how it's not this and it's not that, when it's clear that you have no self-control and you just want to play the new game. And when I say you just want to play it, because for some reason people they'll be hyped for a game and then they're gonna go on Twitter or on fucking YouTube or X and go on videos of people complaining about it to defend it. Why not just support and enjoy the game? Why does someone else calling it out for the BS as it is prevent you from enjoying it? So if someone talks shit about it, then it makes them feel like they can't enjoy the game. Just let me enjoy things. No one's stopping you, motherfucker. You can play as many WoW games as you want, but you're not going to stop people from calling it out. So you might as well just go give them your money and play it instead of bitching to
whenever I criticize the fucking slop that comes out.
Instead of bitching to people that don't care. Because I guarantee you, me, Revenant, most people don't give a shit about if you want to play the game or not. Play your woke game. But I'm not gonna stop calling it out. And people are not gonna stop calling it out. It's like the word woke. I'm tired of the word woke. Well, then tell them to stop making woke games. Fuck you. I'm not gonna stop using the word because it hurts your feelings. If it's woke, it's woke. Sorry. Tough fucking titties. Deal with it.
Exactly. These woke retard can shove it up their ass. They need to shut up. Oh, people complain about woke this, woke that. So what? I can call the fuck I want. You don't like it? Take a hike.
Imagine something else. Imagine it was something else. It was like Nike, and they were putting dog shit in their shoes. And every time you step into these shoes, you step in dog shit. And they're like, "Oh, stop! I'm tired of people complaining about dog shit. Why are you complaining? I'm tired of it." Well, if they stop putting fucking dog shit in there, and I don't have a smelly ass doo-doo smelling foot when I pull my foot out, then maybe I'll stop complaining about it. What the fuck is this corporate slavery shit people are on about?
Oh my god!
Like, come
Jesus
on.
You come up with.
I know that was a pretty funny analogy. You know, the thing is, people complain about a lot of this stuff, it being woke and not, but a lot of this wouldn't be happening if there wasn't a pattern of it continually happening, especially to a bunch of established IPs. Like, I've seen this in the case of Dragon Age, the Veilguard, because there was just some news that came out about the lack of choices that are in the game. Ironically enough, a month before it's about to release too. And I played the games already, and
continue.
Oh yeah. Well, what I was saying was, in Dragon Age: The Veilguard, essentially, there's only 3 choices that are going to carry over from the previous game, which was Inquisition. The problem with it is that for anyone who's played Dragon Age, you would know that one of the things that series is known for, especially with BioWare games, is carrying over different important choices. And the choices that they brought in weren't. I mean, there were actually a few choices that were left off from there that were important from Inquisition itself, such as the Well of Sorrows or who you exactly chose. Those decisions, or who you chose to be the Divine, those decisions aren't even bought over, and it seems like they're ignoring what people did with Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 as well. And keep in mind, I started with Inquisition, but what I've seen is some people, especially some YouTubers talking about, while they're upset and they're pretty much disappointed about it, they're also saying that they don't like the whole culture war stuff and all this, that, and third, and all the grifters and stuff. And I'm just sitting there like, motherfucker, they literally just told you that your choices from the 3 previous games don't matter. And yet you're more upset at other people pointing out all the other stuff with this than the fact that BioWare essentially lied to you and didn't reveal this until a month before the game was released and after they've already gotten your pre-orders. Like,
exactly.
They conveniently left all that out.
It's the world of corporate slavery. That's what it is. It's corporate slavery. They'll do whatever they want to you, and you'll accept it. You know,
that's what it is. Look at BioWare.
That's why we're seeing
10
things
years
now.
ago.
Jesus. Look at the Ubisoft
it's a lack of self-control. What it really is. It's a lack of self-control. People can't just go it out. You know, people have the fear of missing out. It's like, dude, you're letting your need to play what's probably going to be a mid game supersede your common sense, which is sad. It's sad that people allow that to happen to themselves. They think their morality is only as good as what's going to entertain them.
Exactly.
If it entertain you, morals out the window.
Exactly. Look at the.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And look what happened to Ubisoft.
Ubisoft. They apparently Tencent is looking to buy them out. And
I heard about that.
Me too.
What was it? The director or whatever the fuck, the manager of monetization was saying how ashamed he was. Some long ass fucking crybaby bullshit. He put on
he posted it on LinkedIn.
Yeah, and he was like saying how ashamed he is of the gaming community and how people were treating
he said
treating
they were non-human and stuff.
Yeah, non-human. Yeah,
exactly. Well, he was basically doing the whole not good humans. Just he was basically saying
the logical fallacy.
The people who
what's his name?
were being
Stevie?
critical of Ubisoft were not Houston. We're not decent humans and shit.
Yeah, but you know what they fail to realize? They don't think it's dehumanizing to tell consumers that they're gonna not put certain races of people in their games because on purpose for no reason. Like basically just saying we're gonna do it because we want to pander. Like you're talking about dehumanizing people, and you're literally saying you're gonna not put white people in your game. Like make it make sense. You know what I mean? These people, they talk all this shit. It's like, you know that there's an old saying that says, whenever you point the finger, there's always 3 fingers pointing back at you. And it's funny that all these people, they project all this stuff onto other people, but then they're doing far worse. You know, it's like Saints Row. This is offensive. This is a stereotype. But then you're basically saying that that minorities are the only ones that can be gangsters, because that's the only reason why you would say it's a stereotype. So it's kind of crazy to me that people think like this. I want to say something real quick because I saw a comment. Apollo Patriot said, this is neither here nor there. I just want to address it. He said Ubisoft made an Assassin's Creed Sniper Elite game in World War II France open world, that would be cool, but I don't trust Ubisoft right now. I mean, screw Ubisoft, just play Sniper Elite. There's 5 games. Like,
let me get this straight.
I wouldn't wait for them. Like, why wait for them to make a Sniper Elite when Sniper Elite already exists?
Or Sniper Ghost Warrior, whatever that one's called.
Yeah. Well, that game's kind of like but Sniper Elite, aside from the 5th game, the 5th game does have some woke shit in it that's kind of like makes you raise an eyebrow, but generally the series isn't for the most part woke. So just play those games. But anyway, I just wanted to say that while I remembered.
Yeah. So this guy you guys been talking about, is he a Ubisoft piece of shit?
Yeah, he's actually the manager of monetization.
Hold on.
That moron said, stop being negative, stop blah 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 blah. And I told him, shut the fuck up, you little cunt. Why don't you shut up? Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Make better games first.
No Name said something actually, and this is a conspiracy I've talked about on previous videos.
Man.
So No Name's talking about CEOs. We talked about this last time. CEO. China is one of the largest contributors to ESG because Tencent works with BlackRock, and Tencent has heavy ties to the Chinese government. So the whole idea is that BlackRock, using investment money, drives down the cost of the stocks by making these terrible games and flop after flop. Then China could come in and buy up all these IPs, bring them back in a
Mhm.
correct format for the most part, and
That's
then
why
funnel.
Tencent is ready to swoop in.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then because the fan base is desperate to play good games again, they funnel their money to the Chinese government by proxy because they're supporting these Chinese-owned games. So it's a way to steal the market away from the West. And I think that I honestly believe that that's a part of what they're trying to do. It's like a
Oh my
basically
God.
like a
Yeah.
giant psyop. You
Mhm.
under the threat of losing investment, you force them to make politically driven games that are shit, that cover up women, that just are not fun, that preach to you. The stock goes down, the games do terrible. Chinese company buys it, then Chinese company brings the series back or makes the IP to more similar to what people actually want. People go now are supporting these games and is sending money. It's basically get strengthening China's economy because gaming is the biggest industry in entertainment right now outside of pornography. But we don't count pornography. But unfortunately that's the biggest one, which is pretty dark in its own right.
Let me get
Sure.
let me get this straight. BlackRock like Larry Fink, huh? By ESG, is that correct?
Yes, that's
Fuck
what I'm
them.
talking about. So that's what they're doing, and it makes sense because isn't it weird how you look at TikTok? TikTok has all these regulations in China. Meanwhile, TikTok is Chinese and they're heavily regulated, but all over the
Yep.
world, they'd say, screw it, do whatever you want because they know how dangerous it is to kids' attention span, actually dumbing people down. Their ability to focus and stay on track is going down because people are becoming more easily distracted. TikTok is is part of that. But then in their own countries, they have
Yeah.
heavy regulations. You can only use it for a certain amount of time. You can only watch certain things if you're a certain age. But they're
Yep.
enforcing all that shit in their country because they know it's dangerous. But they're letting
Yeah.
letting it run rampant everywhere else. Another thing is if
Yep.
you look at the Chinese games that are coming out, you see there's a lot of fan service, sex appeal, all this stuff happening in those games. And it's funny because then you look at how they're pushing censorship from other games that come into China. So games that are coming into China have to be adjusted for Chinese markets, but their games that they're putting out are, sexy women, all this stuff in the game or whatever. So it's kind of funny how there's that double standard that leads me to believe that it is a psyop.
So
I
so this company you guys mentioned, Tencent, correct? And are
Yeah.
they gonna buy Ubisoft or is it 2K from what I heard? Or other
Uh,
companies?
the rumor right now
I
is
don't know.
Tencent, Mike. 'Cause
It's
Tencent,
apparently
Tencent.
the Guillermo brothers are in talks with them, and I think Tencent already has a may have majority stock within
Right.
Ubisoft, so that might be the case. But I want to rotate the panel soon. So let's get everyone's opinions on
Right.
what I had already had explained about what's going on with Ubisoft. So
Yep.
Let
Royce,
them.
you can go first.
Yeah, I was gonna say let Royce
Yeah.
go first, then Hornet, then I'll go, and then we'll switch.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was your question? Say it slowly. About Ubisoft, you say?
Yeah, everything that I had explained with what's going on with them.
Well, they had this coming a long time for disrespecting the fans and the CEO with his disgusting mouth going after gamers for what? Tell them the truth. I don't like Ubisoft, and I hope they go out of business for good. That's my biggest opinion to them.
All right, I agree. All the shit they've been doing, they deserve it. They deserve what's coming to them. I'll leave it at that.
Yup. You and I will celebrate. Say no more Ubisoft dance.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Hornet, what are your thoughts?
Well, I've had some history of Ubisoft when it comes to Assassin's Creed, and I do acknowledge they've made some good games in the past. However, they've been stagnant for too long, and it seems like they lack the self-awareness to realize that the games they've been putting out are just not good and have just been stagnant for too long. And that's not even including the ones
Mhm.
that come out that pretty much come out broken or all glitchy like Outlaws did. So doesn't surprise me at all that Ubisoft's going down like it is. And considering what I've seen the CEO said and that guy who had that whole LinkedIn article, I don't feel bad at all. That's my opinion on it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I agree with what you were saying about the games specifically Assassin's Creed being stagnant for a long time, and they definitely have what's coming to them because keep fucking up and they never learn.
Yeah.
But Jinpachi?
Learn the hard way.
No, I think that I think they're just. I honestly think they're playing a game, and they're playing a long game. The CEOs don't really care as much because they're gonna profit from however this turns out, and basically like they're also there's a lot of delusion amongst the actual activists working in the companies, and it's part of course. They deserve it. They did it for years. They had series. They built up good faith, and they completely destroyed it to appease activists that don't buy their games. So, in the end of the day, what can you really say? But they had it coming. If if they do go out of business.
Based.
Yeah. Which might
So
happen
hold on.
sooner than later.
Before we move on, let me just say this. Benjamin says, "Are you sure your games aren't the games you're talking about aren't Korean?" Yeah, like the Korean games are doing that, but even with the Chinese games, there's still like a level of like pretty and like feminine females and some fan service. Even if they do have like some dark spots, which is censorship, it's still not as bad as it's being pushed in the West. It's still somewhat of an alternative because the sex appeal, the femininity, the prettiness of the characters is still there, design wise. While like most of the stuff coming out of the West and being made with the West is completely censored, and the only stuff that's getting like black spotted is stuff coming in from Japan. So even now, with all the weird censorship, Japan is still going to give you more fan service and feminine females. Chinese games are still going to give you more fan service and feminine females. Korean games, need I say more? So it's more so like they're still giving something that's being taken away from the West. If that makes it clear, Benjamin.
Facts. Facts,
So,
Jinpachi. Facts. 100% facts.
we can move on now, I guess, because
I'm gonna rotate the panel so I can
Yes.
get Melina-chan, OC, and Spirit of Paradox. They can give their thoughts on the whole Ubisoft situation. So
Okay.
Hornet and
Mhm.
Royce, I'm gonna put you in the backstage.
Okay.
You can if
Cool.
you want to wait till I bring you back on when we're get into the next
Sure.
subject, you can do
Sure.
that. Or all right, cool.
Should I way in backstage, like press the leave button or what?
I'll just click remove and you'll be backstage.
you don't have to do anything. Just you'll back so he
Yeah.
brings you back on.
Mhm. All right.
Yeah. Well,
Yo, what's good, everyone?
let's see.
Yo, what's up, Spirit?
Good morning, good
Melina,
evening.
how's it going? Spirit, my guy.
All good, bro. All good.
Hi.
Hey, Melina-chan.
Greetings and salutations.
What's up, OC?
How's your weekends?
It's going well, man.
Pretty good. What is?
Next time on the OC.
Oh yeah,
California.
Hey, that was a pretty good show.
I wasn't feeling it like that, bro.
It was alright for what it was.
I remember the theme song. That's it.
I don't know how it ended. I didn't get into it that much.
Remember the thing on Family Guy where like Snoopy, or was it The Simpsons, where Snoopy was like with them and he kicked them in the balls and started running?
Oh yeah. I remember that. So I'm assuming you guys remember what I was talking about with Ubisoft.
Mm-hmm.
All the bullshit that was going on.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
It was the inevitable because they invested a lot of money into the Singapore government invested a lot of money into their game, the pirate game, and they call it the quadruple A game. And they there was a point where there was some kind of pushback from the some of the staff from Ubisoft, but at the same time, the Singapore government's like, we're gonna get some return out of this, so you're gonna keep making this thing. And right now, most likely what's going to happen is, of course, there's now recently there's supposed to be like 8,000 people got laid off from Ubisoft, and that like I said, it's the inevitable. And I think they have this idea that, okay, we let the activists do what they want, and then as soon as things go south, we can have an argument to lay these people off, because the patterns is too consistent constantly with one company and another company. It's all the same thing. So it seems like it's like a mutual assured agreement amongst all the big AAA companies. But at the same time, I can only guess there's going to be some behind the scenes stuff where portions of the company is going to be bought off by some kind of investor or a group, because Ubisoft cannot keep up with the kind of games that they had to put out, because they can't suddenly just make mobile games out of nowhere. They have to keep making something on the same level that they're doing right now. So that's pretty much what I got to say about Ubisoft and about BlackRock involved with all these other games and this ESG stuff. I stumbled in an unusual deep dive where this guy was talking about, I need to find his video, but he was talking about BlackRock is not the big honcho.
It's not.
Yeah, supposedly there is a connection with various investors from different companies like Bank of America.
Exactly.
It kind of leads back to Bank of America, and supposedly the person that founded Bank of America was connected with the mafia. So
yeah, it goes even deeper than that, because one of the owner of the company that owns Bank of America he's a really famous billionaire. I keep forgetting his name. It's actually like a pretty, like, everyone who knows about like finance knows his name. Damn, what the hell is his name?
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
Warren Buffett is high up, and then there's another family and a French company that is also up there as well. And they're actually above BlackRock. I don't think as individuals, I don't think they have more money, but they have an extremely large stake, enough that they have a very big say in what the company does, BlackRock. So it's kind of interesting. The rabbit hole goes even higher. I would probably argue it goes even higher than that, but that's probably much more obscure and hard to information to acquire.
I think you're referring to the Lale Lule Low.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I felt kind of bad, just hearing that Warren Buffett is part of it, because he's one of the people that I tend to listen to, and then all of a sudden, supposedly he's involved with all this nonsense that we have to endure is kind of tragic. So, aside from that,
it could be. Well, I'll before we move on from that, I want to say, and I'm not defending him, because what I'm saying could very well not be true. But remember that ultimately he's an investor, and I wouldn't be surprised. If you know about Warren Buffett, like he's all about the green. He's not so concerned with the details. He's kind of just more of like a guy who throws money around and then wants a return on it. So if he sees something is doing well, then he's going to invest in it. So I wouldn't be surprised if his investment in Bank of America and his investment in BlackRock is just allegedly, from what I understand, for legal reasons, allegedly, that it's just it's not like a thing where he's actively involved in it. He just has a large stake because he wants the maximum return on his stock or on his investment. So he just has a larger investment overall because of the amount of money that he has. I'm not defending him, because at the same time, it could be bullshit what I'm saying, but it's possible, because whenever I hear him talk, he doesn't really give indications from what I've seen of like, hey, I'm supporting like woke bullshit, like I'm trying to push some narrative or agenda. So at least from what I've seen of him in interviews and whatnot, or like what I've heard him say.
Right, and it's interesting that we're going after Larry Flink and BlackRock, but at the same time, that company should not be where it is at its point, because I was aware of it when I was in my binge for watching CNBC. I would wake up and watch it every morning, and I would hear BlackRock this, BlackRock that. They were pretty much growing, but in terms of like what's going on, there had to be some bigger actors involved because um like I said, the patterns it's too consistent with all these companies. And like I said, I think they're letting these activists get away with pushing their stuff in the products. And also they
It feels
you
like a
know
cohesive narrative. It feels like it's
yeah.
a cohesive plot. I will say though, with BlackRock, that the the thing about Larry Fink though is that he's outwardly spoken about this stuff. He's actually like said, we're gonna force behaviors, and if you don't
Yeah, I
like
saw
it,
a
you're gonna
video and
have a better.
everything.
So he's kind of been like straight out like talking about this stuff. So that's why he gets a lot of flack, and he's also the CEO. So, I mean, like there are probably higher actors, but he deserves the flack he gets because he's actually
Mhm.
like called for this stuff, literally, literally
Yeah.
has just said like this is what we're doing.
Mhm.
So
Right. Okay. All right. And anybody else? So I'm just gonna step aside a bit.
All right,
Well,
cool.
Alina,
So yes, Spirit.
like for
oh
Ubisoft,
Spirit, okay.
it's been a long time coming. Like we all knew this day was coming eventually. It's like there's only so far you can go when you're not listening to your audience. You went woke,
True.
and now they're paying the repercussions for it, really. And as for Skull and Bones, the crazy thing is about that game, I remember about a year, probably after Black Flag had come out, Ubisoft sent me a survey about a pirate game. So it was years ago when they sent me that survey. And after
Damn.
Yeah.
after everything that they did and ended up releasing, it's basically just Black Flag. It's just Black Flag without any of the entertaining parts. But
The most boring parts.
Mhm.
so like don't get it twisted. Like the pirate ship parts were fun, but you could pretty much tell it's just a carbon copy, except like the holograms you would typically see in the Animus is different. But
Yeah.
so I
Reused
heard that
assets galore.
so I heard they spent about 800 million on that game,
Yep.
and
Just for reuse assets and just
yeah,
like Black Flag Light.
like
Eight
this is
hundred
what I
million is
don't
insane. That's almost $1 billion. Some
Mhm.
like. This is
perspective.
what I don't understand because it's like these games that Ubisoft have ridiculous budgets, and all they do is reuse assets. It's like you reuse assets to save money, not to spend ridiculous amounts of it. But
Yeah,
overall,
it
I would
makes you
say
wonder
like
where all the budget went.
in it probably to them CGI trailers.
I would
But then
argue. Well, continue, Spirit. I'll tell you after.
I
I'll
was
say it
gonna
after.
say that again. Like the last good Assassin's Creed CGI trailer we got was probably 3. That was the
Probably,
last
yeah.
one. Or,
That was
or
pretty cool
four,
too.
or 4, but it didn't have the
I
same.
wanna say Unity had a good one, but I don't remember fully to really say it was great. So
No, 'cause the reason I say 3 is because it also had badass music going on in the background as well. So like
Yeah.
my
oh yeah.
favorite personally is
That was before
Revelation.
every trailer had rap in it.
Revelations had a crazy trailer too. You're right. Forgot
That
all about
E3
that.
trailer, like I replayed that as a kid for days. Like I even pre-ordered that shit and I was so hyped. But we never actually got to do any of that though in the game. Still love
No.
Revelations though. But back to what I was saying with Ubisoft, I think one thing about the CEO is he's a waste man and he's been working at the company as CEO for way too long. Like he's been the CEO of Ubisoft since the 80s.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I really do think it's like, yeah, I get it. Maybe like the founder and the CEO is the guy that brings the company to its greatest heights, but the founder and CEO can also run his business into the ground, and it's not the first situation.
Is it
That's
possible
true.
though? Is it possible though that they're purposely overinflating the budgets to kill the company faster?
Probably.
That is a conspiracy people have where they're deliberately doing this so that way some investor can purchase them.
and
Yeah.
take up all the power in the company.
whatever
Yeah, like
reason,
this
but
Well,
sneaky
you got to
investors
remember,
out there.
you got to think about the individual. Like if the company, like with legal liability, the company could die, but all the people involved in making the company could still remain super rich. They can actually make more money
Yeah.
in a company dying than keeping the company alive. So I
Hmm.
wouldn't be surprised if they're purposely lowering the stock, or like just reducing, or just trying to kill the company as fast as possible so that they could sell off the assets to other companies, like maybe like sell the IPs, sell whatever, to get to make more money on an individual level than they would have continuously running the company.
Hmm. And
So
not to mention the
because
director of monetization. Like, oof,
which is a
I,
fake ass job in
I
itself.
don't
That's a
give
fake job.
I don't give a fuck what he said. He's a cunt. Straight up. You are the director of monetization in Ubisoft. You are a cunt. I don't need to know you. I don't even
yeah,
need to
yeah.
hear your voice. I don't need to see your face. I don't even need to hear your opinion. Once I saw that on that page, automatic, I don't fucking like you. If I was to see
Hmm.
that brother, I'd probably slap him. Yeah, yeah, I'll probably get charged for assault, but nah, that guy deserves it. He's the guy who put like armor sets in Assassin's Creed behind the
Yeah.
monetization wall.
Oh
Like,
Oh,
yeah.
you actually remind me, Spirit. Another thing, apparently, Shadows will have the most monetization in all the Assassin's Creed games. So you're gonna see more
of course,
premium armor sets, mounts, and everything, and fucking experience points, crafting
You
materials.
think there's gonna be like a legendary do rag for Yasuke that has like
yeah, because they
Japanese
got to
like shit on
compensate
it?
for those loss of sales. They got to compensate. So yeah, we all know that's gonna happen. But when they started putting armor in the microtransaction store, it's like, bruh,
Didn't
like
they do
the
that in
best
Revelations?
part. No,
Okay, because I know
no, no,
Revelations had like DLC armor or something like that.
not Revelations. It was, I
Okay,
think it was three.
okay, yeah,
So
I know.
with
Yeah, that might be
Revelation,
it.
so with Revelations, there was the Vlad the Impaler sword.
That's what
That
it
was the
was. That's
DLC.
what it was. Yeah, 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 you're
Yeah,
right.
that
You're
was
right.
the DLC. Yeah, which
You're
I
right, because
still think is
that
bullshit.
shit was OP. That's how
It,
in
it,
that game.
yeah, I use it when I play when I play the remaster.
Same,
Yeah, I love
same. I
it.
was like,
I love
damn
the
right.
kill animation for
I
that
was
one.
like, I'm definitely gonna use this shit. Yeah, I have it from the beginning of the game because it's a complete version. I'm like, you damn right, I'm gonna
Hmm.
use this. But yeah, like I forgot that's what it was. The flat sword.
Yeah, yeah. So like when they started doing like the full armor sets, it's like and weapons. So my bad, I'm forgetting the weapons, the cosmetics for like your animal and all of that. And I'm just thinking like all of this could go to like quests, like real content now that's really going to be rewarding. But no, we get like
Hmm.
a bloated campaign with a bunch of pointless side missions. But back on track though.
Think about
Like,
that.
yeah,
A bloated game that's padded out for runtime, and then the content for DLC is made pre-release of the game, meaning that the game is bloated and has a bunch of filler when they have content
XP.
that could have been put into the game pre-release.
Yeah, they want you to buy those XP boosters, man.
Hmm.
It reminds me of the old of other games where they would make like literally cut out chunks of the story and just make them DLC. It's like it's not even added content anymore. It's just literally cut stuff that you just have to pay for.
Yeah.
Like someone like they complete the whole game and then some dickhead who's in charge just comes in and takes a percentage of the game out. I'll be like, now we
Yes,
take this out and we resell it.
exactly.
They don't actually
Exactly.
make no real DLCs. That's a part of the Ross Clark game. They're just selling it at an
The
extra
Ross
price.
Cloud game. That's right. That's
But
exactly what it is.
it's true. That's what, but this is the thing. This is the kind of snaky behavior Ubisoft does, isn't it?
Yeah.
And now
Yep.
they're all trying to be like it's the gamer's fault. It's like, first of all, pussy, I did not make the fucking game. Like, I hate when developers do this because it shows you cannot take accountability when you fuck up. If you're
Exactly.
gonna keep doing this and blaming it on us, clearly this is why the company is falling apart. Nobody can own up to their fuck ups and just try to like pretend it didn't happen or try to blame it on somebody else. And every time you keep doing it, it's like a snowball. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger until the point where you cannot avoid it now. And one more thing we haven't mentioned, like you remember back in the day when they had all of them allegations and like sexual abuse and assault.
Yep,
Remember
that's why I
that
think
is
two
why
people
they
had
are
left
how
the
they are
team
today.
for
Yeah.
what's that one called, Valhalla?
Yep. You know
Oh
what it
no,
is?
the guy
That's
who made Black Flag. Not I
Yeah,
actually kind of
yeah,
liked that guy as well because he was the one
yeah,
who
he
made
did
Black
Black
Flag.
Flag and Origins and Valhalla.
all those
Yeah.
people that go hard virtue signaling. They always have something to hide. They're compensating. How many of these
That's-
guys
Yeah,
they go crazy virtue signaling, and then you find out that they're a kitty toucher or something like that.
It's like you some nasty fuckers, and then you're trying to act like push all of this woke shit, trying to act like nah, we're not bad people or anything. We're all hiring all of these women that we're gonna fire when they fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they do all that stuff, and then you look into their past, and it turns out that they're all over the place. They've done so many heinous
Yeah.
things, and that it's just trying to make them look as good as possible to the public.
Hold on a
You
minute.
know?
They
Hold
say
on a
all
minute.
that,
Hold
then you
now,
look at their search history.
now that I think about it, other than Assassin's Creed and Rainbow Six Siege, what exactly has been a success for Ubisoft?
Man,
Nothing.
you can't say Far Cry because apparently the last one just was able to break even, so not even that.
Far Cry 5, maybe? Did Far Cry 5 do
Honestly,
okay?
I'd
Maybe
say Far
5.
Cry
The
stopped
last one,
being good
6,
after
just
Blood
broke even.
Dragon.
Far Cry 5 probably Splinter Cell Blacklist. I like that game, but I don't.
I don't. Who knows what the sales are for that? I
Apparently
mean,
they're making
the
I heard
series
that one. I
went.
heard that one did poorly.
Yeah, the series went
So
dormant after that. So
Watch
apparently
Dogs
trying to
they're
was
give you an
making
shit.
a
idea.
new one.
Yeah, the last one did terribly. So much to the point where it's like they're probably just gonna like abandon or put this shelve the series.
I think that
Yeah,
the
the
fact that we
last
haven't seen
Rayman I think did good, but they haven't made a new Rayman since like 2013.
so
Really?
I would a game
Yeah,
being gone
Legends came
since
out on 360, PS3, and whatever else, and then it was ported over to PS4 and Xbox One in 2014, I believe.
What?
a game being gone since 2015 and 2013 is kind of not a good sign.
Yeah,
No,
There's
it's
probably
not.
there's,
Splinter Cell come
that's
out
not.
like
I would
2012 or 13.
if they
Hmm.
say that if they said it did good, but then we don't see the game for like 10 years plus or like 9 years plus, it's a sign that they were saying bullshit to save face. Because a lot of
Hmm.
companies will have a complete flop or a game that barely breaks even, and they'll say it does well, but then they'll be gone forever, which is doesn't make sense as a business person. Why would you have a game that does well and then you don't try to follow up on it? Why you think
Oh,
Resident Evil 1,
Exactly.
2, and 3 are so close together, the originals?
I
Why you
felt
think
I
the
Because they all did
remakes are
so
so close?
well.
Why you
now
think
that
the
you
remakes
say
are so
that,
close to each other?
now that
Hmm.
you say that, I kind of may have found the reason on why we haven't had a new Killzone in a very long time. Like Guerrilla Game got sued for Killzone Shadowfall.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Wasn't it
Yeah,
for some
because
of the code that they stole code or something like that?
What,
no,
from
it was
Crisis?
about false advertising. So they tried
Oh,
to
okay.
promote the game as 60 FPS at 1080p, but
Oh.
the game actually didn't run at that. So somebody got sued at Guerrilla Games, and
Mm.
I don't know what happened or what happened to the actual ending of that court case, but ever since then they have not mentioned Killzone.
Isn't it funny
Damn.
that they'll like fail, and instead of accepting responsibility, fixing it, and then collecting money for fixing it, they'll just delete the series and blame the fans. Like
And
GTA
hide.
and hide like GTA 4.
Hmm.
So it's the trilogy, the trilogy of GTA was dog shit for the most part. And then they said, well, I guess Rockstar was like, I guess people don't want GTA 4 to be remastered then because they just didn't
Yeah,
sell well. Instead of
they
saying,
were gonna
hey,
do that, and also Red Dead 1 remastered.
And you know
instead of
what the
saying,
weirdest thing
hey,
is? They didn't just port it over. It's like that's the easiest thing you could do. Just emulate it
Yeah.
onto modern consoles,
but
no
like even
remaster, just have
Yeah,
the
at
game.
least they did that with Red Dead 1, but still, if they would have made an actual remaster, of course not without any censorship or anything like that, that would have been good. But
But even if
I mean,
look,
I'll still take the port anyway.
even if you wanted to, like, all right, like even if they were to remaster it again or do like actually remaster those games, why not just have your in-house team do it? Because it's not like these games are brand new. They're like old as shit. So
Oh, they got everybody on GTA 6 right now.
true, which is true.
Everybody.
But the thing is that they have those games are so old that it would probably child's play for like an actual good team to remaster them properly instead of just
True.
instead of hiring Grove Street Games to make botched remasters. Because again, the company is telling fans that you're not getting GTA 4 basically, more or less, because this didn't do well. That's the rumor,
Yep.
at least. And in reality, it's like, all right, I'll put it this way. Imagine your mom cooks food for you and you get food poisoning, and then she says, you know what, instead of not making food with food poisoning, I'm just gonna stop cooking forever.
Damn.
Yeah.
As a kid, right? Like it's the kind of stupidity I'm talking about. It's like you have all those resources, instead of just collecting your free money, doing what it's easy and you know what to do, instead of actually just doing it the right way, you're gonna blame the fans and just deprive them of a game that would actually probably will make them almost as much as a brand new, as like a new almost as much as a new actual new GTA.
Mm-hmm.
Because that game, that wouldn't be like just like your run of the mill, like forgotten gem being remastered. That would be like a game people love being redone. But that's it, again, it's too simple to do that, right? They're
You
gonna
see,
do
the
everything
thing is,
but that.
a lot of these companies are just ran by people who've probably never played a video game in their lives.
Yeah.
Like, a simple port, you don't even have to remaster it. Like, so many of these companies don't want to do, or don't even want to be, or put their old games on modern consoles, because probably they might have a licensing issue or something like that. But there's money there. Like, did you know how many
A
people
lot of
would love
money.
to play their old like catalog again? But it seems like
Right.
because the game's old, nobody's going to buy it. Like, because the game's old, they're not going to get like brand new game sales.
Again,
That's how
GTA
they
4
see
Mhm.
would
it.
be bought. GTA 4 would be bought day one. It would be almost be
Yep.
like a new release for them. That's how popular that game was. Like,
Then
Yeah.
again, GTA is the
Especially
exception to the
people who
rule,
look at
though.
it now, like retrospectively, are
that's
like,
true.
"Oh, it was actually a good game." So, and I'm like, "It was a good game from the start." What are you talking about?
GTA 4 GTA is an exception to the rule because those games are so like massive. But still, the point is that it's free money and it's a no brainer. They could
You
even,
know
like, as you
what I'm
said, they.
actually quite surprised is on PSN right now? Manhunt.
Oh yeah, I was
Anybody
just
play
playing
that?
that. I
Mhm.
literally just beat the game like again like a couple days ago.
So it's like that game is I think that got banned over here at one point.
Manhunt 2 got banned too in a lot of
Yeah.
countries. Manhunt 2 has actually, to me, Manhunt 2 is a better game, but unfortunately,
Is that
like
just me?
conversation.
Or was he lagging a little bit there?
So did
There
you
was
hear
a
what I
little
said?
lag.
There was a little bit of lag, but I'm not sure if that was on my end or if anybody else heard it.
Well, what I was
I
saying
heard a little
was is
lag.
that Manhunt 2 is a better game, but to me, in my opinion, but the censorship is what ruined it because he censored all the kills. So it kind of like negates the purpose of like why you would play the game in the first place. But overall, like I
Mhm.
prefer the second game, but it's just like unfortunately the censorship totally ruins it. But again, it's like you said, they can take the game, upscale it to like 1080p, 4K, 1440, whatever, and then make it 60 frames, and that's it. You don't even like you said, you don't even have to do much with like the visuals. Just
You
increase the
see, this
resolution
is
and
why
increase the frame rate.
games like The Punisher are never going to come back to modern consoles.
Yeah.
That's one of those games that unfortunately is going to die in that generation because of how brutal and gory that game is. But I would love to play it
Mhm.
again. Straight up, throw motherfuckers
Yeah.
into a meat grinder, use Stark Tech and like laser them in half. Yeah,
Mhm.
but man, like when it comes down to the games industry right now, Like I'm really happy because like this is the moment of change. Everything went
Yeah.
woke. Everybody going broke right now, and they have to change. They either have to evolve or go extinct.
Yep.
Drop the
But
woke
Yeah.
or die.
That's what we're seeing.
the
Hmm.
sad thing is, this is the dark side of that, is that a lot of these activists, they would rather the thing get destroyed and ruin it for everyone else than admit they were wrong, and
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the lack of accountability
we
from
have
these
to wait and see.
companies.
See, the thing is that
But
sounds
also,
very kamikaze like, and these people
that
absolutely
is what
hate
it is,
Japan.
because most activists, they look like you. So if you're not going to play our corrected version, our version that we deem correct, then fuck
You
this
can't
series because
have it at all.
you can't have it at all. That's what happened with the Arkham series. You don't
Hmm.
want woke Suicide Squad, Harley Quinn, and all that, then no more Arkham. Because that new
I'm
Arkham game does
pretty sure people
that.
in the company probably said like we cannot kill Batman like this, and somebody in charge was like, don't like telling them to stop talking about it or they get fired or some shit.
I'm
And now
sure.
look how it
Yeah, I'm
happened.
sure.
I'm sure. And then also now they're making some Arkham VR game on a on a platform that nobody has. How
Oh
many people
no,
actually
they're
have
they're
virtual?
making a full-fledged new Batman game, but it ain't the same people who made the original games.
Well,
So I ain't interested.
from what I heard, they're making there might be an Arkham Asylum remake. And what I also heard is that and I know the VR game, but the VR game is not really a full fledged Arkham game. And
Yeah.
that basically is like a sequel to Arkham Origins, more or less.
I would
So
like a port for Batman Arkham Origins as well. Actually, I've got that Deathstroke on my shelf. It's my personal favorite
that
design
is
for
my
Deathstroke.
favorite too. That's my favorite
Like,
design for him too.
I don't know how come they haven't reused that design anywhere else, but
They
that
did. They
armor,
did.
bro.
They did.
Where?
In the Justice League the Snyderverse version and both versions, the Whedon cut. I think it's the
Oh
Whedon cut.
yeah,
That
with
version at the
my
end.
man Flash from the first
Yeah,
Spider-Man
yeah.
movie.
There you go.
Yeah,
Joe Manganiello.
yeah, they did still,
Joe
yeah.
Manganiello. His suit is basically the Arkham Origins Deathstroke. That's my
Color as
favorite design too.
well.
Yeah, it's
And
almost
Pocky, it
a
sounds like
page.
Mm,
you're in a paper bag.
yeah, that's good still.
A paper bag. Want to join me?
All right,
Want
you
to join
sound
me in here?
no,
Anyway,
no, I'm good.
um, and and so, but they even had the shotgun shells on the shoulder that he has in Arkham Origins. So it's really cool.
Mm.
It's really 1-to-1 almost.
By the way, I highly recommend getting the DC Multiverse figure because it is starting to get rare now.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Ah,
Oh, Deathstroke. Yes,
Yeah, yeah,
it's
sure.
one of the best figures you could get on the market. Yeah.
He's giving us the
so
insider secrets. I appreciate it.
let's hear Melina's thoughts on all the Ubisoft news that's been going on that we were discussing. Got to get her thoughts on it.
Honestly, like what Spirit said, this we all saw this coming. Eventually, this was going to happen where they were going to get their karma. Karma's a bitch. So, I'm not surprised, nor do I feel bad. Only for those that are unfortunately have to be a part of the circus just to sustain their lifestyle, but
I agree.
and take care of their families. Other than that, everyone else they can go kick rocks because and the fact that they don't they're not aware at all. They're just so hung up on their like self-righteousness and all that they didn't think that like this was gonna surely no one's gonna speak out against this. Surely that this is like we're gonna be here for a long time, and um hopefully that this will show that they'll be humbled and this is a good example that everyone else that's doing the same thing, all these other big name AAA companies need to take note because that's what's going to eventually happen to them too. They're all going to follow suit and they need to stop while they're ahead. You already ruined a lot of known games, ruined a lot of people's lives. So it's best to just go ahead and stop. You'll be a fool not to because that's what's going to happen. So That's my 2 cents on it.
Well said.
Yep, I agree.
Mm.
To summarize what I think, I mean, we all agree. This we saw it coming. It was it was the inevitable, considering the uh, the direction Ubisoft has been going for several years now. They've been slowly been doing this type of shit, and it's only gotten worse. And you can tell like how out of touch they have been. The type of people who are running rampant within these studios. I mean, they might as well not even be called studios anymore. They might as well just be asylums where you have a bunch of nut jobs like making poor decisions and releasing games that clearly people don't know what the hell they're doing there, which lets you know that these diversity hires are not good for the industry or just as a whole. There should be no diversity hires anywhere for that matter. You should always have people who are qualified and who know what they're doing and want to actually make something or do a good job in whatever it is they're doing. And you know, when you have diversity hires, they usually are activists, and that's what you've been seeing. And Ubisoft are really controlled by activists. Their games are just made in that way, and the higher ups, such as the CEO, Yves Guillermo, is uh, out of touch, like so many other CEOs and other companies. And I wouldn't look at any type of buyout for the company, like say like if Tencent were to buy them. I wouldn't look at that as like much of a win or that things will get better because Tencent's a Chinese company, and whoever else may purchase them, it really depends on who it is and what history they have. Because just because it's not if just because Ubisoft may be out of the picture as a company or whatever the case may be, or whoever is like running the company, if Yves Guillermo steps down or whatever the case may be, doesn't mean that they're gonna all of a sudden change their ways because they could still be doing a bunch of bullshit, but find different ways to hide it. Or maybe it won't be as egregious, but it will still be there. And a lot of people gonna make excuses for them, like, "Oh, it's not as bad as how this game was or how that was," despite there being evidence to prove otherwise. So, but you know, uh, I hope they go. I hope they go out of business. They're not needed. They've been doing more damage than good. And they've been fucking up so many franchises. I mean, so many great franchises, and like, where the hell are they? They keep pumping out the same ones, and they're not even up to par of the quality that they used to be years ago. So
All their
the
best
way I
works
look
in
at
the
it,
past.
They need to
yep,
stop annually releasing shit. Like,
yeah, that's another problem.
like, because the thing is, they don't have the Activision like churn as much as they really have been trying to like compete with Activision's like Call of Duty with releasing one every year. But with Activision, they got more funding, they got more people, more resources than Ubisoft
A
does.
lot more funding.
Like Ubisoft may put like a
Hmm.
good few thousand people on one video game, but it's just not at the same quality as you would typically get from a Call of Duty. Don't get it twisted, Call of Duty ain't really high bar in quality, but for the most part, you always get a campaign
Well,
for the most
production
part.
value wise, they have good production value.
Yeah, yeah, you
Hmm.
would have that. You,
In
you would have
marketing and all that.
yeah, you would have the PvP, and you would either have zombies or special ops. Always, pretty much every year. With with like Assassin's Creed, you may get one like every 1 to 2 years, but it's like there's always something missing that was from either 2 or 3 games ago, or even from the
Yep.
prior one. You know, you
Hmm.
don't really keep that the evolution isn't really there with the franchise. It's phases.
And
We had
well,
the
and
first
well,
phase with the counter kill system. Then we had like the AC3 phase to like Rogue. Then Unity was its own thing, and same
yeah.
with Syndicate. And now we have like Origins and Valhalla.
Well, they need to shift. Assassin's Creed is not the right series for what they're trying to do anyway. They would be better suited doing that with Rainbow Six games if they really wanted to like have that market. But because at least with Rainbow Six, you can justify like making a yearly release. You can add like different things, make like different campaigns, different scenarios. But it's like you said, I don't think they have the foresight for that. They're just copying other people's homework. It's like the same thing with Konami with the remake stuff, where they're just copying Capcom's homework, but they don't understand how Capcom came up with their solutions.
Oh,
So,
speaking of that, what do you think of the boss's nose?
she looks weird as shit. She looks like Jay from. She looks like Jay from what's it called? We call it Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Ooh. Oh, that's cold. But no. I see that with the bandana and that and the long hair.
Dude, she put them side by side, and
Yeah.
she looks just like this motherfucker. I was like, oh my goodness, like I can't,
Yeah,
like, I
with the
can't believe
beanie hat we would have on or something, but it looks like the
exactly.
bandana. Yeah, I
Even
see that still.
Eva looks a little. She doesn't look that bad, but she still looks kind of square. So I got to see more of her. But like
Oh,
the
you know the
boss,
R
the
shot
boss looks
gonna get
funky.
censored.
Oh yeah, of course. They said that the first game was problematic, and I don't find anything in MGS3 problematic. So I don't understand what they could possibly end up changing about it.
But also, David Hayter said he
Uh,
was in the booth playing as a character he ain't played as in a long time. Hopefully that's he's talking about the remake of Metal Gear Solid 1. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to have that classic dialogue that we got in the first game
Oh
because
yeah.
it was poorly done and they didn't really look after the voice lines. So
Hmm.
if they ever do Metal Gear Solid 1, there's going to be fresh voice lines with it. And I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, with three,
Real quick, Reborn. Whenever you are ready to join, just let me know and I'll put the link in the chat.
with three,
Anyway,
yeah,
they Snake voice. He's voiced by David Hayter, so he could just be referencing Metal Gear Solid 3 for all we know.
right. And
True.
I'm here in Metal Gear, and I'm watching somebody play one of the demos at the Tokyo Game Show, and all of a sudden they had a message that pops up before you start playing the game. They claim to not change anything. That's what they said, but they say it's outdated. But the by them saying that, it's almost like they're disrespecting the old staff. It's like, okay,
But the old
so
staff's
you call it
working on it though.
outdated, but it's like, okay, so shouldn't you put that in every single game that is has some connection with history, like all the Assassin's Creed games or whatever? Because is that outdated? I mean, it's
good point.
when I saw that message, I saw a message just saying, um like, it's like the the Wokies in the staff were just trying to get so much of their feelings into this game as they can. And it's just like, um they of course they had to change some of the faces of the characters because the graphics are updated. But when it comes down to it, I think what they should have remade was the first game on the NES. I'll be
Metal
very interested
Gear.
to see
I agree with that.
how that one
You see,
will turn out if it
that
was on the
makes
system.
sense for the next remake. But I damn well know they ain't gonna do that and they're gonna go straight to one. And I
But
don't want them to do that.
Or,
I
or
would
they
I want
add
could
on
make
to
Metal Gear.
two.
I would add on to that. What they should do is, because I thought about this before too. They should remake Metal Gear 1 and 2. I'm talking about the classic MSX
Yeah,
ones.
yeah.
They should remake them both, but make them one game, because it would make sense. Because how Metal Gear Solid 2 has the tanker and plant sections, and Metal Gear Solid 3 has the prologue and then the actual game. They can make it that the first game, it works as like the first third of the game, kind of like how the tanker worked in MGS2, and then have it be like, all right, you see that big boss gets defeated, and then in the second part of the game, we're like, oh Snake, we had to call you back to action because all this stuff. It would be like a good way to tell that same story more cohesively instead of remaking them each individually. So that's what I
Mhm.
would do. I would make MG1 the first
I
chunk of the
would
game,
call that
and
Metal Gear Solid 6.
it would tie into MGS5 perfectly because the way it ended. So they should definitely do that. I would love for them to do it, and like it makes sense because it's like MGS1, MGS2, the tanker mission ends and Snake quote unquote drowns. Then the second half you play as Raiden, right? In MG1 it ends with Big Boss being killed, but then the second part it's like you don't realize that he's actually still alive until you play through that section of the game. That would be like a no brainer to me. So I would love for them to go that route.
I hope David Hayter can make a young, like, Solid Snake voice. That's gonna be the challenge for him. He's got to make it a bit. He's got to make him sound a little bit youthful.
Yeah,
You gotta
agreed.
have like a more naive, youthful Snake. Like I would really like to see that because if we really think about it, every encounter we've had with either Big Boss or Solid Snake, they're relatively seasoned already.
Even
But
in MGS1, he was already in his 30s. People forget that.
hmm hmm oh,
So
do you know what would be good? Like, what happened between Big Boss and like David when they first met? Because we all see how like, well, Venom met Eli or Liquid, but how did Big Boss meet Solid Snake?
that could be the tutorial for
And
MG1.
one thing that pisses me off about 5, Solidus never met Big Boss.
Yes. But
Uh,
think about it. Think about it.
that
MG1, the tutorial for the game could be him being trained by Big Boss and how he met him or whatever. That could be like a good introduction.
Yeah,
Mm,
the other thing is the ending was a total snafu when it comes to trying to get things going because Kojima wanted more money and Konami was like, we giving you enough money for this game, and then
too
some
many
kind of falling out
licenses.
happened, and that's why we couldn't get a proper ending, and we couldn't get to see Snake, Spirit was saying, Snake, or I mean, Spirit or
It
Jinpachi
was
was
it was
saying,
Liquid.
no, 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 yeah, I
Like
was saying about meeting Solidus
excuse me.
because
Oh, Solidus or Solid Snake.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and all those other the other
Or
snakes,
Grey Fox.
so
From
yeah,
what I
that's
from
the
what I understand, the cut content from Metal Gear Solid 5 was supposed to be more about Liquid, and you would chase him to like an island, a tropical island, and he would like kind of pay more homage to his MGS1 appearance. So I don't know if they would have
Hmm
had Solidus, but it's revealed at least that Eli, aka Liquid, would have had more of a more backstory given, more of his relationship shown, and you were supposed to fight like a giant Metal Gear on that island, something like that. I remember like reading about it. So even
hmm
then they didn't mention anything about Solidus. So who knows if they would have actually had Solidus? It would have been cool though.
Oh, then again, though, Solidus was born after Liquid and Solid Snake.
Yeah,
Yeah, because technically Solidus is the youngest, but looks
which
the
is so
oldest.
so fucked up, right?
Yeah. But you see, the thing is, though, he actually didn't mind being old. Well, it's because of Raiden. He didn't mind looking like Big Boss. So he actually commends Raiden for what he did because he didn't mind,
Yeah.
like, resembling his father. But yeah.
He's like, you resemble him more now. Or like you're his spitting
It's a
image.
shame because like the Patriots really did defeat Solidus because like Solidus wanted to have a legacy in it, but like they literally killed him off, like, and nobody knows who he was.
True.
Like by the
I
ending
mean,
of it all, nobody cared who Solidus was, and he was trying to preserve his legacy. That is the
well,
saddest thing.
he did crash the Arsenal gear into Manhattan. So I guess at the very unfortunately he'll be known as like a terrorist or some crazy
Hmm
guy who did that. And he was also the former president of the United States. So
But yeah,
and
actually,
he had
yeah.
child
One
soldiers.
thing though,
Don't forget that.
one thing. How did nobody realize that George Sears didn't look like Big Boss?
most people didn't know who Big Boss was.
Oh, yes, a fair point.
Most people
Well,
didn't know who he was. He was like an urban legend. And then in
Only
four
minute,
they
like
talk
only
about how they
soldiers did.
yeah.
wait, wait,
And
wait, wait,
in,
wait,
in
wait.
four they released his document. Like they declassified it, and that's why in four people know CQC and shit because it became public info of who Big Boss was. And the whole plot
Hmm
that's a whole plot of that game. They wanted to prop him up as a legend so that they can use his legend to manipulate more people. So basically, like it was basically a psyop by the Patriots in that game.
Yeah, man. So some people have even had theories like maybe Metal Gear Solid 6 could be about the boss. But honestly, I don't think we really would need a game about the boss. What would you think?
And also, come on, like if they do it, it's like so obvious. Like they're gonna just hype on like the women main character trend. Like it's just like
Oh, and they're gonna make her pregnancy so awkward and like cringe.
it's
But
gonna
you
like
know what's
if they did that, it would be blatant. It would be like to me like it would be like the most blatant thing that they could do. And like even if the game was amazing and in good faith, it would just be a bad time to release it, in my opinion. Like something like that. It would scream like we're capitalizing on everyone, doing the female main lead, replacing the male lead, the IBS. So I'm not against it, but unfortunately, the current climate has ruined that being done in good faith.
But you know what's the other thing is, if they were smart and they wanted to do the female lead thing, they would have had the backstory for the boss, or they would have a story of a new character that is going through a similar experience to the boss. The boss herself. Like, let's say, let's say there's a certain point in this story, this so-called hypothetical sequel, where some AI says that, oh, you remind me of the first big boss or whatever, and you realize you've been going through what she's been going through. You can understand how Big Boss himself, Snake, Naked Snake, was what he saw in her and stuff like that. But aside from that, here's the thing that I had a problem with the Metal Gear Solid story. Okay, so we have Metal Gear Solid 3. We had Snake all of a suddenly starts meets Ocelot, right? And he starts telling him, this is not how you shoot, this is how you're supposed to shoot and whatever, right? Like, I have a theory that part when Snake was talking about showing Ocelot how to shoot the first time they met, I believe Snake was probably hypnotized or possessed by the sorrow, because the sorrow was the precursor of Psycho Mantis. Because Kojima and the staff kind of didn't really do a good job in letting people know like what was Psycho Mantis' part in the story, because we occasionally see him when he was a kid floating around, and it's
Oh,
just like, what
I
did
thought
we
he was
what was the
Logan's
point
son.
of that? And the other thing is why I say I believe the sorrow took over Snake, showing Ocelot, because that's his son. Ocelot's father is a sorrow,
Well,
right?
I
And
can.
also, I'm sorry.
No,
Here's the other
continue,
thing.
continue. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
So here's the other thing. So we have that going on. Sorrow is, I think he's showing his son, because let's be honest, if Snake had to deal with somebody shooting at him, a complete stranger, then of course he's doing a high profile mission, and he needs to be, this is a black op. So black op, of course, is supposed to be, you're not supposed to be making the government look bad. One of the actual real black op operators was talking about what an actual black op is. It's a third option.
Do the
And if
dirty
Snake
job
were to,
illegally with plausible deniability.
yes, exactly. So of course Snake would have just shot him. He wouldn't talk to Ocelot. He would have probably, most likely, the only conversation would have is interrogation, hanging over a cliff saying, "Where's the Metal Gear?"
But then
So
again,
that's the only thing
that would
I'm
make
seeing
him
when it
Ocelot's
comes to.
brother then.
Oh, say again.
Wouldn't that make Psycho Mantis like Revolver Ocelot's brother?
No, no, no. Well, the thing is, why I brought up Psycho Mantis is that the Sorrow was a like almost like a prototype, or just like a previous version of Psycho Mantis. The
All right.
idea
Oh, oh,
of,
oh.
So I have a few answers for you actually here, because so basically, it's revealed in Metal Gear 5 that all the Cobra unit, they have the parasites. The reason why they have powers is because of their parasites. It was basically a retcon. Um, and
And they
when it comes,
extracted it from the End's body, didn't they?
I believe so. And the thing about Mantis is that Mantis, everyone knows Mantis's backstory, where his village, he was deformed, and his mother died, and his father hated him. And if I recall correctly, he was being like passed around as like a child soldier, basically because of his powers. So with the sorrow, they were just trying to let us know that that's a thing in Metal Gear's universe. Like some people just have psychic powers until 5, where they retconned it and said it was the parasite. So that's why that exists. And as far as Mantis goes, I believe that he was basically being passed around, but he was also being fueled by their emotions. So the whole time, like, negative emotions. That's why he was just in the background. He might as well have just been like, he basically took the role of like an evil yokai. Even though he's like a literal person, that was what his role was in the story. He's like a yokai that's amplifying people's aggression and feeding off of it. That's why the part in the beginning you see
Vulcan.
Phantom, you see Volgan, you see Phantom, because it was a manifestation of Snake's rage. He like, even though he was a literal person, he was basically like, in the story he was like a spirit, like a dark spirit, like that's what he was. So that's why that's how I interpreted that part of the story.
And then when he finally tried to get his revenge in the side mission, he finds out it's not really Big Boss. But then
No.
again, I didn't clock on to at that point.
Yeah.
I didn't clock on till the very ending of the game.
Exactly,
So.
and it makes it, and it gives it context, where he's like, oh, no
Or
wonder
like
he.
when,
Yeah.
or like the AI pod that says, "Snake, is that you?" Or
Exactly.
yeah, because when she
Yeah,
looks
every
at him,
character,
it
even
questions.
Kaz, he looks at Snake, like he's like, Snake, like he looks at him like, there's something different about you, whatever, and then everyone says things along those lines, and they just move on from it. So
Oh, yeah. Some people, some of the characters were, looking at him funny, like you said, and of course, Ocelot was onto it because he was working with Big Boss to convince the world that this guy was Big Boss, but of course, he's just a body double, and yeah, so that's But like I said, in
oh,
terms of
and
the
I'll say
part
one
of
last thing. The last
Hmm?
thing. The reason why that was done was to show you that Big Boss had lost his way, because like he
Yeah.
basically, what he did to him was pretty much like straight up evil. Like he
Oh,
stole
well,
someone's
also,
identity. Yeah. So that was a plot point to show you that, hey, he's not the good guy anymore. That's why
well,
that plot point exists like that. It's just to make
well,
it very clear he's like, he's not the guy. He's not the hero.
the other
Well,
thing is the fact. Oh, okay. Yeah. The other thing is that the
You good, man?
Huh?
I said, you good, man?
Yeah, I'm
Had a
good.
whole
I mean,
asthma attack.
we had an engine. We heard an engine, so we thought you were driving off. Okay.
no, no,
You're
no.
good.
I'm still
Okay,
here.
you're good. You're good. Okay.
We got.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
guys know we got what topics we gotta get to.
Yeah. So let's see. What was the
So,
other thing we were talking about? Dragon Quest, Slams Woke. Was the
yes,
next thing?
Listen, man. It's a
yes,
podcast. As long as the conversation is enjoyable, that's what counts.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
Moving on.
All right. I guess
we'll get back into that later if you want. But
yeah.
we just gotta keep it moving a bit.
as
Anyway,
for Dragon Quest,
so yes,
You know what
the
it
Dragon
is?
Quest.
Revenant never beat Metal Gear, so he's feeling left out.
Who cares? That doesn't matter.
He never beat Metal Gear. He's like, damn, this doesn't make sense to me. Let's move
Yeah.
on.
Well.
I'm falling asleep over here.
Yeah, but
It's
what's the other thing is, it's just yeah, like I said, Kojima made something so complicated, and there were other writers because Kojima was not the only one. So of course, we have the
We
other
can
people
tell
showing
that
up.
by Death Stranding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
almost like too many chefs in the kitchen.
Gotta
So
rein that boy in. Kojima
right,
gotta be reined in. But anyway,
right.
like, yeah. So say what you gotta say, because Revenant's right. We do have to move on though. So go ahead, do your thing.
Who, me or OC? I'm confused now.
I'm
Oh
talking
no,
about
just
I'm
make
talking
it
about
happen.
OC.
Make it
OC, like
revenue.
no OC,
Oh,
OC. Finish what you were saying, and then we'll move on.
Oh no. I'm good. Let's go to the next thing. Let's go to the next thing. If anybody wants, or you know.
okay.
He's not
So
a far right conservative.
yeah.
He's not.
In case people don't know, let me try to. I'm assuming this article from that Park Place will summarize things for everyone in case everyone's like out of the loop or don't remember exactly. So Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii interview at Tokyo Game Show questioning the forced gender ideology in Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake is being scrubbed from the internet. In an interview alongside former Weekly Shonen Jump editor-in-chief Kazuhiko Torishima, Horii was asked about the changes made to the character designs in Dragon Quest III remake. I'm not going to read the whole shit. And specifically, why more clothing was added to Jenna Sharp and the female hero in the game. As translated by Violet News, Horii responded, "Yeah, there were various regulations in place. Apparently, it's not allowed to show too much skin." He added, I really don't understand that either. If there's too much exposure, the age rating goes up. It means we won't be able to sell it to an all ages product." Where we're at. Okay. When asked about complying with various countries' regulations, Torishima chimed in under the name of compliance. It's like an absolute god, an evil disguised as good. There's not such. There's no. Why is it saying like that? All right, well, I'm gonna read it how they spelled it. That there's not such thing as content that doesn't make everyone uncomfortable because beauty and ugliness, good and evil, are different for everyone. There are a few things that absolutely must not be done. As long as you follow those, you're free to do. Fuck it up. You're free to do the rest. He added. Next, he stated, "There's a religious concept from the West, especially in America, that influences their approach to sex education. Right? Their approach." Uh, uh, their approach to compliance is really narrow-minded. When selling manga in America, everything had to be categorized by age groups. For Shonen Jump manga, they couldn't be sold unless they were rated for ages 13 and up because there's a risk of lawsuits. The company also had to get insurance. Doing business with such a ridiculous country is really frustrating. Because of that, Japan gets negatively influenced. Where we're at. Horii then addressed the removal of the choice of what? The choice
Hoodie
to
shit.
all right. The choice to choose, huh?
Hoodie shit.
Just
continue. That's fucking stupid. I don't know why my brain went there. Just continue.
Horii then addressed the removal of the choice to choose between male and female. I'm sorry. In Dragon Quest, you used to be able to choose between a male and female main character, but now you can't choose between a man and a woman anymore. Fucking ad, man. Damn. Oh my god. Hold on. I clicked the ad by accident. Anyway, all right, we're back. We have to label them as type 1 and type 2, he added. I really wonder who's even complaining about this. Is that it? Let me see where we're at. Okay, there's more. As noted above, the interview was translated by Value News, who also uploaded what? Fucking yo, they can't write on this thing. Uploaded to it X. God, they uploaded on X.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. The user has since deleted the video and issued an apology. Violet News wrote, "I would like to sincerely apologize for the incorrect English subtitles created for Mr. Kazuhiko Toroshima's statement in the scene where he mentioned Puritan. It was mistakenly translated as sex education. This error was due to my mishearing. I deeply apologize for any inconvenience caused at all. cause to all parties involved. Well, if that was the case, why get rid of the whole thing?
And
Anyway.
also just because even let's say, even though that's bullshit, let's say he mistranslated that, it still doesn't change the context of what he said. It's the same shit.
Yeah.
So
Also added, not only was Violet News short clip of the video deleted, but the original upload of the interview to YouTube was privated. What else we got? Fucking ad.
the internet always remembers.
Exactly, yeah.
And
Where we're at.
also other people who speak Japanese that can translate it can fact check that if that was a
Confirm, yeah.
if it was a mistranslation.
Furthermore, the apology from Valued whatever news came in the wake Yobo and Morosito's Koso I don't know what the fuck. Koso. I think that's what it says. I don't know. I'm not Japanese. Broadcasting station claiming that Valued News had mistranslated the video. The station stated via Google Translate on the afternoon. No, this doesn't even matter anymore. Let me see. Is there anything about Square Enix? That's pretty much it. Yeah, Square Enix. So that's the gist of what was said in the interview. And Square Enix is trying to run damage control and scrub it from the internet. And I would assume they contacted anyone involved with the interview, claiming that it was mistranslated. So now they're also trying to do Square Enix's dirty work by doing that. So, what are you guys' thoughts on it? Also, some alleged Dragon Quest fans are calling the guy a Nazi, a conservative, and he's a chud, and such and such, the usual.
Well, they're fucking stupid. But I'll let everyone else speak on this first, and I'll go last.
It's very convenient how they took the whole Rascart thing down.
Oh,
It's like he took the whole interview down over a slight mistranslation. I'm pretty sure you can edit the captions on the video or something, but nope.
You can also you can put a pinned comment on YouTube if they want.
Yeah, so I think he was silenced. And every time somebody says something that the left doesn't like, I'm really getting frustrated with them just calling it far right. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, it's anything you don't like in this world is considered far right. It's raining today.
Right? Yeah.
The water is from the
Yeah.
far right.
Right.
And one of them ones this. It's like, do you have any other excuse other than it's the far right? Because it's like people really need to get outside their yard because they can't be living like this in the real world.
You ask that question, they're like, wait a minute, let me check what CNN tells me to say.
Update in program. You are a Nazi.
Yeah.
You speak in your mind. How dare you? I am triggered beyond belief. You are a far right chud. But seriously, this whole thing about them trying to bring up the whole mistranslation thing. Now, here's the thing. Some words can be mistranslated, right? But you're going to tell me that if I read an article about something and 3 words were poorly mistranslated, right? 3 words. You're going to tell me the whole statement in that paragraph has changed the context. You can't give me no excuse, because they talked about the different issues they had with the the West and their hypervigilance when it comes to censorship. And they talked about the characters being covered up, but it's just like, here we go again. So let me get this straight. You're telling me that the characters are wearing more clothes than the average real life tribal women are a problem, even though you got guys in advertisement with their shirts off. Their shirts off, or probably wearing loincloths. loincloths, no shirt, everything's good. Centimeter of cleavage. Oh, that's too much. You ever been to a beach, dumbass? Don't get me started on European beaches. You know, everybody's wearing this. Everybody's wearing something similar. So, um, they the West has a serious psychological issue, and of course, the other thing is that if they're going to call this guy a Nazi, a chud, and all this kind of stuff, I hope he understands that those are just words that they just spill out because they can't produce an argument. And somebody said, I believe it was Socrates, they said that if you cannot make a valid argument, then you resort to insults. And it's just
Yep.
like these
Ad
people.
hominem, because they have nothing. And a lot of these words they throw out have lost their meaning because they just throw them out so willy-nilly, like it's nothing, just based off of something they disagree with, but they can never explain why they disagree with it or what exactly was so wrong about what was said.
Exactly. And so like I said, I hope he understands that that is the West and their cowardly tactics, and hopefully he doesn't make a new statement say, "Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I was called a Nazi. I am not a Nazi. I love all people." You know, but like it's just another case where this is a little bit off topic, but I just saw this video of this kid, this guy, right? He's like in his early 20s. He has a frisbee. He writes, not frisbee, a plate. He writes, Donald Trump or whatever, and he throws the plate at the wall and it breaks, of course, right? That's what it is. It's one of those weird outdoor things. And it's just like this is just an example of how the radical left machine programs people to express their disagreement with other people through some kind of physical form of insult or low-key violence. And they become a bunch of toddlers, and they keep going on with this. And you know it's just like I said, it's just another case of the big companies are cowering to a bunch of crazy people because they sometimes some of these companies who feel like they want to change things, go back to running a legit business. Of course, some of the left are gonna show up and make death threats. So and it's just crazy how they can get away constantly over and over again. Multiple people from this other side going around issuing death threats. So I don't know. I just see cowardice. That's pretty much what I gotta say right now. So unless somebody says Metal Gear, then I'm showing up.
As an aside, I saw Eva in the game. I just looked at her again, and she looks pretty wonky. I just wanted to say that because I had left for a second. But yeah, Melina, you want to give your opinion?
Yes. I honestly, I sympathize with the East gripes and their frustrations with the West because we're all from the West and we're tired of their shenanigans as well. And uh, you know, they're right because I didn't know about the mistranslation of like 3 words. That
Allegedly.
is allegedly so goddamn petty. Um, Regardless if there was allegedly mistakes in the wording, it doesn't disregard, it doesn't negate the truth that he spoke. If he didn't, if there wasn't any mistakes, I don't know what they would try to complain about, like pull out of their ass and say, because either way, whether there were mistakes making or not making, it doesn't change the fact of the points that were made. So just trying to um, discount or minimize what was said over some alleged mistranslation. It's like they just don't want to hear it. And they'll find anything like you have to be damn near perfect, not make any mistakes, because that way they don't have any ammo against you, and that's just pretty pathetic to me. But I didn't know that. But yes, I don't blame them for calling over here like very frustrating, like a ridiculous country and very frustrating to deal with, because it is, and that's just the reality of it, and that's the truth of it. Um, and they're right, like they pick and choose what they want shown and what they want censored, and it's like I'm seeing and hearing, because I'm so tired of hearing this. I really am. I'm fed up with this like this talking point of throwing around Nazis and stuff like that, bigot, and all these slurs that now have lost complete meaning because it's just being used so carelessly, so freely at anything or anyone that just basically does not agree with their rhetoric. And it's sad and pathetic to me. But then how can you sit here and be such a hypocrite at to sit here and have for a group of people, type of people that are supposedly um liberal and free, and oh, let's have inclusion and diversity this, and let's include everyone that, but yet the way they go about it is like you still you're pretty much becoming the very thing that you hate, because they are doing it by
Mm-hmm.
means of controlling. And you can't, like, you'll sit here and have um like I would expect, like, for the women, for instance, if they're supposed to be so, oh, f men and this and that, and try to close off like a woman just being like outwardly sexual, or just like sexy women in general, but yet you push and force abbeys and like I just, or women that are very masculine, and that goes against what you're supposed to be. If you are on the far left and whatnot, you're supposed to be free, and you're not bounded by anything or anyone. And then the right is supposed to be more conservative, private, but yet you pick and choose what you want seen and what you don't want. So in a way, you're basically no different than the right. You're basically the right. You're conservative, but you're just doing it by such
By their
outlandish means.
preferences. By their
Yeah,
preferences.
their preferences, as long as whatever benefits them, whatever accelerates or excels them, then it's okay. But I don't understand how you. No, no, scratch that. I do understand, because you do not have enough self awareness to take a step back and look at, hey, we oppose so much of the opposite of the opposite party, but yet you're no different than that party. You became the very thing that, like I say, that you hate so much, because you pick and choose what
Yep.
applies, and then you want to break the rules that benefits you, but then everyone else has to follow rules. It's just so contradictory. It's a hot ass
Rules
mess,
for
and I
D,
don't
not for
blame the
D.
East for,
The
huh?
whataboutism of politics.
Rules for me, not for D. That's what it is. Rules for
Yep.
me, not for D.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you're right when you were mentioning that, they're all like they want to be welcoming and inclusive, but then once they hear a different opinion, then they become uh inclusive. They want
It,
to uh silence any opposing views, when you would think this would be like the group of people that would want to hear everyone's thoughts, no matter who it is.
Hmm.
because it's not about equality. It's for them. It's about domination. It's about
And
it's about
control.
supremacy, control, supremacy, domination. It's not about equality.
Yeah.
It never was, because again, it's like the same. They're doing the same things that, like Melina said, that they accuse everyone else of, but they don't have a problem with it because it aligns with their ideology, which is the opposite of real freedom. Because these same people that are saying trying to be
Yeah, that's
Puritans
what I
and
meant. Y chromosome exclusive.
they're trying to do all these things to remain to look like Puritans, like, oh, we gotta depict women better, whatever. But meanwhile, look at all the degenerate shit in Last of Us 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. Probably what's going to be in Dragon Age Veilguard. I don't know for sure,
Or
but I have
Ghost of
a
Yote.
feeling. Or Ghost of Yote, or like things like that. So it's kind of funny that they say all those things, but then that's how they But when you look at it in practice, they're an authoritarian, but with different values, basically. And it's kind of funny. They say it's kind of funny. I agree with what Spirit said, where they'll call you a conservative just because you don't believe in like some dumbass, ridiculous far left thing. You must automatically be far right. It's like, dude, you can be a conservative. You could be someone who's even on the left who just doesn't agree with everything on there. It doesn't make you far right. Far right just means whatever they don't agree with. So
Yeah, like you can't sit
Basically.
here and say and talk about how, oh, we won't women are too sexualized. They're too sexualized. It's oppression, it's misogyny and this and that. So we're gonna suppress and get jabs back at men and just censor just just being feminine in general. And in the place of it, women are gonna be all masculine and stuff like that. But then you'll do that, but then when it comes to these pride parades and stuff like that, children and families got to see dudes with their slongs hanging out, women walking around with their breasts hanging out and holding hands, and I just the
men
oh my god is
men with their breast hanging out.
that too yeah they're man titties, and it's like you can't
Yeah.
so you're gonna escalate your own, but then just shun everyone else because then I don't understand. See, I would have more respect. I'll be like, okay, I get it. Like, if you want to include more like you, first of all, don't shove it down people's throats. Do it in a pretty much just a natural manner. And then if you just coincide with those that aren't like you, which is pretty much, you know, men and women that are perfectly fine, that don't feel the need to change their gender or anything like that, or that are hetero, if because if that's the thing, everyone should just be able to coincide with each other. But the fact that you say that, oh, it's for everyone, but it's really just for people like your people,
It's
your
for you.
community, and not
Yeah.
everyone
Absolutely.
else. You should include us too. You should allow us to, hey, if you want to be a masculine woman, okay, fine, but then still let other women that, because we're all not like that, or all female characters aren't like that in the media. So you should be able to have both and then be able to work them properly. Don't just throw them in there and let that be their entire identity. And they're just like, that's just, it's just, they're just there and nothing more. Like, they should be able to be worked into the story and all of that and their bios, and that's just something that's a part of them. It isn't solely them. And I don't get that same thing for men. Like, yeah, you're gonna have cowardly male characters, and then you got the strong, forthcoming, headstrong ones, and they should be able to coincide with each other and still be able to work. And it is possible. All of this is possible. They just want to make it impossible. And they're not really trying to put forth any effort to think of better ways to, like, when it comes to like the stories, they don't make any sense. Like, no one is really, they're just accepting anybody. Like, anybody should be able to make it if this is the quality that they're putting out as far as the storytelling and these characters. And that just goes to show, that's why I can't take them seriously, and I don't find them as real legitimate storytellers, because they don't have any creativity. Because if they did, they would have great stories with great characters. And if they had added facts about them, like, oh, this character's gay, or this character is trans and stuff like that, people will be more like, everyone will be more welcoming to it. But the fact that they can't come up with great stories and great characters that just so happen to have these traits or characteristics about them, it's being force fed. It's not being receptive. No one's taking it. It's just falling on deaf ears. If anything, they're getting the opposite reaction of what they want. Everyone is hating it. Everyone's having so much pushback, and all it has to take for them to just sit their asses down, think, come up with great story and great characters. Like no one would have a problem if these characters are gay or trans or anything like that, despite their beliefs. At least so like people can come back and say, well, at least they were implemented right. At least they like them being trans or gay or whatever isn't their entire character. Like there's more to them. They're more compelling. And I just the fact that I don't have a degree or anything like that, and I'm just sitting back and watching the madness, and I'm like, I can come up with a better story. I can come up with a better character, no matter what their sexuality is or what their gender is, whatever they're into, and all of that. If I can, I say this, and I will forever say, if I, just a regular everyday person, can come up with a better story and better characters, and find that maybe this should have went that way. I feel like if you working at the studio, you're a professional, you got the degrees and all of that, you're literally there. You know, you supposedly have the ideas, you have that title. I don't have any respect for you and you have failed at your job. I shouldn't have to come in and be like, oh, this is what I like, come up with videos like you, Revenant, Jinpachi, and everyone else, like come up with videos of, oh, this is how it should have already been like that. If anything, you would make like content on just like slight nitpicks here and there, stuff like that. But if you're talking about like a whole story, like the whole game, this whole entire character, I'm sorry, you failed. Sorry, not sorry, but you have failed and you're a disgrace. And I hate to be so brutal and mean like that, but I have to because
Gotta lay down the law on these
I
people.
take it seriously. If I don't care, then no one is. You know, it's all gonna continue to be the same.
When people
So
stand up, other
someone
people
has to
follow.
care about it.
When people
yeah,
see
someone has to care.
when people see other people stand up, it inspires them to stand up and say something too. Which is why it's important to not stay silent and just eat it and eat shit for these companies, because then other people feel brave and there's a snowball effect. But if we just keep trying to But if we just try to, like, I don't want to get involved, I'm just gonna ignore it, I don't want to speak out on it, you're basically making other people that want to speak out, and they're intimidated because they don't want to get ganged up on. So sometimes it only takes one person standing up to inspire other people to do so too.
The greatest people to have ever lived have been hated on severely, more than any other
Yeah.
type of people like that have been silent, that have been not as quiet, they're not really saying, they're not going full force into it. Like the greatest people have been greatly hated because they're or if not they're made out to be crazy, like they're insane, and they're not. It's just that nobody wants to hear them, or they do, or there's some are out there that are like-minded but they're scared. And the thing is, it's okay to be scared, it's okay to be fearful a little bit, but you have to look at what do you want, what do you find that is best. So do you want to continue to live in this world and just let it crumble right before your eyes, or do you want to speak up and stand up and say something? Because it's not, we're in 2024. Today is not like how it was back then, to where, first of all, you didn't really have to have like this nonchalant, I don't care attitude, because everything was great back then. You know, everything like storytelling was at its peak, games were at its peak. So people have discussions in their own opinions, but it's not to the degree of how it is today. And I preach that and pass on the message that everyone, you now have to be aware of, you just have to, you can't just be nonchalant and, oh, I don't care, and stay silent, because you're still helping them. Even though
Well,
you
yeah.
feel like, even though you're trying to be indifferent about it and just stay in the middle or just stay in the back, you're still enabling them. Like you're still, in a way, which
If
is
you stand
stupid.
for
You're still
nothing, you'll
having a
fall for
hand in,
anything. If you stand
you'll
for
fall
nothing,
for anything.
you fall for anything. And also,
Exactly.
if everyone likes you, it means you're doing something wrong, because it means that
Right.
you don't have you people have to understand that they're gonna take a stance whether they like it or not. And if you're going with it and you're accepting it, then and you're not like going against it, that means that by default you're siding with them because you're allowing it to happen. There's like the famous saying, evil succeeds when good people do nothing, which is why, again, like you
Hmm.
said, they see people like you, like other women especially, can see people like you, or other people in general, and they say, oh wait, there's people talking out on it. I want to speak out on it too because it bothers me as well. Like Hornet came in here earlier. He said he watched Revenant, he saw his other video, and he felt inspired to come on here and talk. And he
Hmm.
felt like and that's because he saw someone else who's like-minded and said, hey, I'm not crazy, there's other people that think like me. So I think that that's really why it's so important overall. It's like you can't allow when you even if nothing really fully changes, you got to gatekeep them fully winning because they're gonna keep moving forward, right? You got to push them
Mhm.
back in some way. They need pushback. So what you're saying are great points, and like it's important that people understand that.
What happened? I just got back.
Yeah, what
I'm just
happened?
I'm just waiting. I said what I had to say.
Oh, it sounded like you
Oh,
had cut out.
Are
Oh
are
yeah,
you are you
everyone needs to be aware
okay?
of what they're consuming these days because they're not going to stop. They're going to keep going until they have a Ubisoft situation going on until they all fall. But that's only happening because there's so much pushback. So it's getting somewhere. Everyone just needs to come together and unify, build communities, and stand against them because until then, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. It's only going to stop until
mhm.
you say something, till you speak up, and there are more voices that are being heard because that's the thing. As the consumer, they need you more than you need them.
We don't
They're
need them
only
at
being
all.
able.
Exactly.
No,
They need
huh?
us. No, I agree with you. They
That's
don't need us we don't need them at all. They need us entirely. A
they
game is a
do because
hobby.
they wouldn't be
It's
able to.
not life or death.
Right. Yeah, because I have plenty other games to play. Like it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not crying. It's like I'm still able to sleep well at night. Well, kind of because I don't like
Mm.
what's being pushed. But as far as like having control over my hard-earned money and not investing into trash and garbage, yeah, I have
Mhm.
full control over that. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, this is the latest game and this and that. Oh, you must get it. This should look fire. And it's like, no, if you until you pay attention to the quality, like what's actually in that far ass game,
So what?
then what?
So what you're saying is, bro is excited for the new game. Bro is
that's
excited for the new thing.
that's it. Like, are you paying attention to what's being shown to you? Like everyone is just so
Mhm.
shallow. Like a lot of people, too many people are just shallow and on the surface, and they're not looking deep into things. And it's like, oh, it's not that serious. Yes, it fucking is serious. It is serious now. It has gotten to a point where, yes, it is, and you need to be serious about it
Well,
because this shit's gonna keep happening.
pop
You
It's
culture
know,
gonna
and if
it's
you
gonna, it's gonna get worse until
pop
they end up
culture
realizing it. And they're like, oh, why didn't anyone do anything about this before? It's like, well,
a lot
you,
of the way a lot
you
of the way people
yeah.
trying to
are.
silence people who are speaking out against this when it's pretty obvious. It's obvious already, but it shouldn't have to take it to get really really bad for the people who are always like defending these companies and these shitty ass decisions that are going on in order for them to see it. It should be obvious to everyone at least by now. But you
Yeah,
got a lot
Well,
of
there's too many
people
resources
who
out
don't
here.
have. Yeah, like common sense is a rarity now. So a lot of people they don't want to use their brains. They just want to consume. They don't want to ask any questions. They just it's like that meme with the fat guy with the knife. Like, oh, you leave the $1 billion company alone.
yeah,
and
yeah, it's true.
uh,
It's true.
like these wars are only going to reach a certain group of people because who I'm really talking to are the ones that are quiet. I'm not talking to the ones that are just brain dead because they're brain dead. Like what I say is not gonna, or what you say, Revenant, Jinpachi, Spirit, Octo, everyone. Like what we say is not gonna resonate. It's not gonna click with them. So we're not really talking to them. They're because either way they're gonna be how they're gonna be with who they are. They're gonna be what they're gonna be, and because I mean
Yeah, they're far gone.
we can only reach out to, they're too far gone. You can only reach out to so many people, and if they're gonna be stuck in their ways and complacent and brain dead, because you're gonna have them, they're there to serve that purpose. So if they wish to be brain dead, don't, it's like no
Corporate
need in
slaves serve
wasting
their
your
master.
time. Yes, they're gonna,
Corporate,
yeah, like it's a pretty much a cult. So let them be with their cult leaders and all that, and let them follow. Let them not care about, oh, like the quality. They just only care about the quantity. So let them do that because they're there to serve that purpose. But the ones that we are talking to are the ones that are aware of it but are too afraid to speak out or say anything, or they're on the fence, like they're unsure. And we could be the voice to steer them over into the direction, like to help them make their decision, and hopefully give them the confidence and the voice to speak up, because this is ridiculous. You know, I've never I never thought like in my life that to like at this point at this age that I have to nitpick. Like, I'm already a picky person, but I have to be super double, triple, extra picky at like what I'm eating, what I'm watching, what I'm playing, like just what I'm consuming in general. Because like, you know, it's just sad that I have to look at, oh my God. Like my first thought is, okay, is this DEI? Is this has anything really related to do with activists? Because if that's the case, then I'm gonna think it's automatically shit. I don't want to watch it, you know, before I even give it a chance. And it could be good, but I don't know that because of how I'm so used to everything having
And they
some sort
created that
of agenda
culture.
behind it. And they
They create
created that.
they created that situation. Because I was gonna say before
Mhm.
is that people are influenced by what they watch, what they read, what they play, whatever. Like when you listen to people talk, they're a lot slang, you know, common euphemisms, all of that is influenced by pop culture. So when people try to downplay it, and when they try to downplay the effect that it has on people and the media has, like, oh, it's just a game, I don't care, it's just whatever. But then meanwhile, all the slang they're using is from modern rappers. All the stuff that they're wearing, their clothing has references to pop culture that they love, and they're underestimating how much of it is actually like infiltrating the way they think, which is why it's important that people, like I said before, push back, because it's just gonna become more one sided if people do nothing and just mindlessly consume, as you said. So,
Hmm.
and those people that do want to, like, you know, speak against it, they're gonna end up seeing other people and they're gonna be like, all right, like you said, those people are the ones that like are really being talked to, because most people that have made up their mind and they're just brain dead corporate slaves, they're gonna do what they do anyway. Like
Hmm.
they're gonna
Yep.
be sitting here like, oh, I don't get it, I don't get it. Of course they don't get it. You're never gonna get it. When everyone, if a large enough population of society changes, then you'll get it, because you'll be copying them. They're just followers. They don't have independent thought.
Mhm.
That's how I look at them. They're like hive mind drones. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. True.
I
So, before we get to the last topic,
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
didn't even.
rotate the
I
panel.
well, I wanted to
So,
get to the Dragon Age, to
oh, you
the
didn't get to.
Dragon
Oh, I'm
Quest thing.
sorry.
I didn't say anything about it, but because I had a couple things
Yeah,
to
yeah.
say
I
about it.
forgot. Sorry.
Like, first and foremost, calling a old ass 60-plus-year-old man a chud is cringy as hell. First off, like, you're calling this old man, this
I
old
think the
veteran
one
who made
who, I think they're in their 70s, like,
70s. Okay, so
or at
even
least almost
older,
70. So,
even older. So this guy's even older, and they're calling him a chud because, because he's saying things that they don't agree with, which is already like fucking cringe. Then you're attacking a guy who made countless games in a series that you love. So
What
you're
does
the
that
guy.
word even mean?
It's just like like basically like white conservative complains online, like whatever. It's like a bullshit term, but it's like it's derogatory. But the point is that you're calling this old man that, and meanwhile he's the one who made all those games that you're corporate slaving for in the first place. He's the one behind it. So that in itself is cringe. And then on top of that, like, it kind of it's vindication, because for years people were saying that companies don't want to do this, they're being forced to do it, and all these people from across from all over the West, they're saying, well, no, they're doing it because they want to, they're trying to be more inclusive, and then basically the cat's out of the bag. You have this old ass first off, if you know anything about Japan is highly conservative and homogenous. So if you think you're gonna, like, I don't know if I said it earlier in this podcast, but if you think that all of those people are like anime characters and they're like, you know, super open to all that shit as a society, you're sadly mistaken. So, like, you expect this country that is producing these games that are full of conservatives, that are generally and are very like homogenous and very like um they have a very like strict social culture, that they're willingly putting like propaganda in their games. You're smoking crack. Like, I don't even know how people can even make those arguments. So the fact that he outwardly just said this blatantly vindicates what everyone was saying about Japan, because so many times you'd hear people make those arguments.
and it kind of proves that it's false. We all knew it was false. We all knew they were forced to do it by like the CEOs and like the the publishers and whatever. But now like it's for sure
Investors.
investors and whatnot. And as far as the censorship goes, it's like they know it's foolish because again, like Japan, it's kind of weird because they express their creativity that way. They want to make these like sexy female characters. They want to have certain themes, like these very like masculine and feminine characters. It's like they shouldn't have to bend the knee to the West. And unfortunately, they've done it so much now that you can't, just like Melina said, you can't trust any of these games. Now, even Japanese games, you have to look at it like, did they mess up the localization? Did they censor it? Did they change a dialogue? Did they remove things because it's offensive? And the people that are dictating this and are
That's what I've
in
been
these
looking out for too.
and they're in these companies telling them like, oh, Americans want this or that. They don't represent all Americans. They don't even represent a majority of people playing these games clearly because they're not selling well. So
Mhm.
it's
That's a good
like
point.
they're not speaking on behalf of the people, the customers. They're speaking on behalf of the investors, what the investors want. That's what they're guiding them toward, and it's one of those things. So regardless, like the backlash and this guy apologizing and saying, "Oh, I'm sorry
Well,
for
he
my
didn't. It was the
translation."
person who uploaded the.
Well, yeah,
It
yeah,
was the
that's
person
what
who
I'm talking
uploaded the
about.
video. So
That's
yeah.
what I'm talking about. The person who
Okay.
uploaded the
Just wanted
video
to make that
saying
clear.
they mistranslated. It doesn't change the context of what the whole conversation was about. It doesn't change
Mhm.
anything. And it's his stance. And again, like people are mad at this old ass man, but you love the games that he made. And on top of that, Akira Toriyama is like the art is based off Akira Toriyama's designs. And I'm sure like he's a guy who definitely was against censorship. I'm sure he would be like spinning in his grave seeing
Yep.
seeing his style being covered up for like people that aren't gonna play
Yep.
the game anyway. So
Highly disrespectful to a legend, Akira Toriyama, who isn't even alive now to even like say like, "Hey, I don't want this," or "Yeah, go ahead and do it." And like you just said, we know like he wouldn't want his art censored. And the fact that they're doing that while he's not even alive is like highly disrespectful. And anyone involved with it, unless it's people who have no choice, they just gotta do it anyway. They're just doing their job because they're being told to do so. But the people who are like telling these people to do it, and the people who are doing it who have no issue doing that whatsoever, they should be ashamed of themselves.
and I want to
It's
also add
disgusting.
I want to add one last thing about this and then we can move on. When it comes to localization, there's a lot of misconceptions of what it takes to like localize a game or localize. So, because I want to mention this because to me it's relevant with the whole localization thing. When you take Japanese and try to translate it to English, it does not make sense in direct English. And then once you Japanese is spoken in a very formal way usually, and even in its more informal, like uh, I guess informal, friendly settings, if you directly translate it and then basically put the words where they need to be, like it's very plainly spoken when directly translated to English. So you need somebody to actually help rewrite things to make it have a flavor so it doesn't come across as generic, because otherwise you end up with like very very plain text. So the localizers they're basically tasked with altering the dialogue to make sense but not sound like you're talking to a robot or an AI, to make it sound like humans are talking to each other, because for those reasons. So all that shit that you see when they localize a game and they say like, oh, we had to add these lines or whatever, it's 100% their interpretation. 100%. There's no wiggle room when they say, oh, like we didn't we just try to translate it to make it more like more
Palatable for the
that's the word. That's the word.
Western.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Palatable.
Right,
Make it more
right.
palatable. It's bullshit because there are 100 ways to make it more palatable, but they chose the way that directly aligns with their ideology. So
Right.
there is no excuse. And when it comes to localization, like people think that you can just do a one-to-one, and you really can't, because you're gonna read a very very bland story if they do that. Like it's unfortunate, but that part is true. You do have to like warp it a little bit to be more flavorful. But again, all that woke shit, all that dumb like DEI shit that they add in is 100% just their slant on it.
There's no
Right.
there's no reason to do it that way. There's 100 ways to write the same story, and they choose the one that is the wokest or that follows their ideology.
And
So
y- yeah, yeah, and two things. So of course, like Japachi was saying, certain words would be very unusual if translated to English, but also certain words doesn't have a English translation, like the
like
term
all
Yujin,
like old Ga doesn't have a direct translation.
right, or
Yeah.
Yujin,
Or Ka. Ka is a
right,
spoken question mark. When we ask questions in English, we don't ask a question and then say question mark.
like
So
Naka, you know.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So the other thing is, so if anybody wants to rotate me and bring back the other, one of the other speakers in the chat from the earlier, you can do that, because in terms of the metaphor localization issue, I am not familiar with that at all. So yeah, so I
Okay.
will. You can rotate me.
Okay. Well, no
Well,
problem.
it's good. It's good that
Well,
it's kind of good that I brought up the translation then, because it kind of segues into the next aspect anyway.
Right. Right.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
I have one
Right.
more thing to say before we transition. I have to get this off my chest because for those that have had the audacity to speak to those old men that are the creators behind Dragon Quest, you are disgusting. You are a disgrace. You should be ashamed of yourselves, like Revenant said. And you are not a real fan. You were never a real fan, because how dare you use these current day terms on older men that don't even know what the hell you're talking about, and it's just like just completely irrelevant in the first place. And in the second place, they know what's best for their series. They're speaking truth, and the fact that you are speaking out against them just for that, absolutely pathetic. And then you are severely, severely ungrateful because um, I and many others are dealing with companies and the creators, like the top dogs. Like I hate to bring you Mortal Kombat, but it's just easy for me to bring it up. Like, I am so upset and disappointed greatly at Ed Boon. Like, I have zero respect for him for being the man that he has turned into today. And though I love that series to death, he doesn't. And
Mhm.
it just disgusts me that I wish that Ed Boon was like those two men. Sorry, I don't know their names, and I'll probably butcher it. I'm trying to pronounce it, but the creators behind Dragon Quest and Akira, like, how dare you? Because I would want that for my favorite series and the Arkham games and The Last of Us and Uncharted, like, and on Tomb Raider as well, and Resident Evil, like all these games that have turned into just just solely out for the money. They don't care about the material that they created themselves, their art, just for the sake of a quick buck. And I would want that for my favorite series from the developers, that the originators that had created it. And yet you're having all this hatred and all this smoke for two people that actually give a damn about what's left of their series, and they like their art, their baby that they created. And I just find that, I'm sorry, that just pissed me off. That I just, like, I wish I had that. Many of us do. Like, I'm pretty sure we all agree that we wish that they had that same mentality in speaking out, and sympathize with the fact that they feel they're forced to, because it's either that or their art isn't going to get pushed out there. It's not going to be a part of the algorithm. So people like that, you're not real fans. You never were. You're ungrateful and you're disgusting to me. Get out of my face.
Well,
That's it.
they definitely have no self control. They
Well
definitely
said.
have no
Yeah.
ethics.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
what it
agree
is. They have
completely
no
with
they have no
what Melina was saying.
self
Exactly how I
control and
feel.
no ethics.
No
Yeah.
ethics, no self-respect, no respect for the
None at all.
series that you love. Because if you did, you would want the absolute best for it. You would give constructive criticism, but
Mhm.
the fact that, oh, they want their characters more clothed to fit the agenda, when that wasn't what it originally was. Huh?
heard a crow.
What did you say, Revenant?
More clothes.
Thought I heard a
Clothes.
More. Oh, I'm sorry.
crow.
What did I say? More. What? My bad. More clothes. Yes. Like you want some more clothes?
That's a dog or something in the background.
Hey, that's my sister. I'm sorry.
I thought it was
I try to get her to be quiet.
Dog.
Oh, you said it was a crow. I thought you said clothed. Yes, I'm sorry. That's my sister. She's on the game. Please excuse her.
Oh, it's all right.
Damn,
I was just
she's fighting
curious.
for her life in that game.
Yeah.
Yes, she is, and I'm gonna tell her that she does like a goddamn crow.
It was reminding me of It was reminding me of Resident Evil 1 with the crows. You gotta do the painting,
Yes,
puzzle.
Yeah.
that's exactly what she sounds like. I'm gonna tell her too. Oh
It's
my
like-
god,
it's
my
like-
bad.
it's
I
like
thought I was trying to
also like that
overpower
game
her.
Kengo. Remember that game Kengo? That stage.
I
it had
don't
the
know that
crows in
game.
the back-
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It had the crows in the background.
Whatever the
Yeah.
fuck. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
it's all good,
That's
though.
embarrassing.
It's fine.
It's alright. I mean, it happens.
Were y'all still
She's
able to
just-
understand what I was saying? Because
Yes,
I felt like she was
yes,
overpowering me.
We heard it. We heard everything. We heard everything.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. You're good. You're good.
She's
Okay.
having a
Yeah, I'm
time of her
sorry.
life. That's all.
Yes, she
Yeah,
is on Fort shit of
nothing
all
wrong with
things. Yes, it is. She's playing Fortnite.
Oh,
damn.
okay. There you go.
My condolences.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right then.
But yeah,
so-
that's it. That's my 2 cents on that.
Let's move on.
Yeah. Anyway, so we'll get on to the final topic, but I'm gonna rotate the panel. So,
I'm sorry.
I'm. No, it's all good. It's kind of funny though. But I'm gonna rotate Spirit and Melina, and I'll bring you guys back in once everyone else is done giving their opinions on the topic, and then yeah.
Cool.
Okay, I'm gonna still take down my sister so that by the time I come back, you'll be quiet.
Do an arc takedown.
Do I just press the leave button or do you do the rotation?
Oh, I do it.
Oh,
So.
cool. Well, see.
Melina, do the whole do that Arkham takedown. Where he swings them around.
Oh yeah. So.
Oh God.
Thanks
Welcome
for
back,
having
Hornet
me.
and Royce.
Yup. What's up, guys?
What's up, Christian Frades?
What's up, Christian?
I
What's up,
returned
yo?
from the
What's up,
20th
Christian?
anniversary screening of Mean Girls. Funny as ever.
Nice.
I like that movie.
Cool.
Nice.
I know they had was it a sequel or reboot that I didn't care. I didn't watch it, but I just figured it was gonna be bad.
Right. About that interview from Japan, they
Oh, yeah,
were.
you
they
guys
were.
can give your thoughts on that.
My thought was they were base, and they had enough of this woke shit and this SJW, this fucking agendas-driven shit. Stop censoring female characters. Like, they have a point, and they're all fed up. I agree with them. Enough is enough.
Yeah.
Enough is
You're right.
enough, as Samuel L. Jackson would say.
Facts. Facts, Christian. Exactly right.
Say what one more time?
Oh,
Oh my God.
Benjamin
Yeah.
had asked, do you guys have a Discord server? No, I don't have a server for the channel.
I do
so.
have Discord myself.
Well, one of my friends who play Pokemon Go, he has a Discord. I'll download Discord later on.
Sounds good.
Yep.
So Christian, since you came in kind of late, what a top? Oh yeah. What are your thoughts about the issues Ubisoft were going through and the Dragon Quest? Oh,
Well,
geez, I can't speak today.
I
The
would
Dragon
say that
Quest
the censorship
creators
is
interview.
retarded. It really is.
Read, motherfucker,
Yeah, no, you're right. No, I agree. It really is retarded.
I'm autistic, so I can get away with it.
Yeah, don't say autistic. You're normal. Don't say that, man. Oh, I'm autistic too, but it doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't.
Nope.
It don't bother me at all.
Yep.
So,
So
I'm not autistic, but I'm still gonna say retarded anyway.
Right.
yeah, same here. Christian, what do you think of the what the creator of Dragon Quest had said, and also the backlash that he's receiving from a certain group of people?
Well, he doesn't deserve that backlash. He's speaking the truth.
He's 100% right.
No, I
Yeah,
agree.
speaking
He is speaking the truth. He didn't say anything
Yep.
wrong. And you know, hopefully more people, you know, have the courage to speak out against it. I know the CEO for Saber Interactive involved with Space Marine 2, I should say.
Even though I'm not a game developer and I still
Yeah.
play a lot of video games, good thing I was able to call that nonsense out.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, the CEO for Saber Interactive had spoke out about against that stuff too.
That's amazing.
Not exactly in the exact same way that it was worded from the Dragon Quest creator, but he did speak out against, you know, higher ups trying to push messages and all that into their games. So and
That's
trying
a
to, you
problem.
know, like, lecture people. So
That sucks.
That's 100% severely a problem. Rule number 1 for video games: do not push fucking message.
Ed
Right?
Boon,
Correct.
Dead Bootleg.
I'm
Mhm.
emulating my profile icon and I'm sick of these lectures, okay? Whatever happened to speeches that aren't lectures?
That
Exactly.
100%
that was pretty good.
facts. That was a good one. 100% facts.
I'm glad you like my Calculon impression.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Pretty
I was
good.
like looking at the picture.
Y'all's
Yeah.
funny. I can't lie.
Yep. What's up, Reborn?
Y'all's entertaining as fuck.
So
I
Reborn.
can't
Born?
lie. Y'all's very
Yeah.
entertaining.
So let me
Yep.
get Hornet's opinion on what we already talked about. Oh yeah, the Dragon Quest creator
Dragon
and what
Quest.
was going on with that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Oh, my
my,
fault.
Hmm? I'm sorry, Reborn, were you saying something?
No. Keep it
Hold on,
going.
Reborn. Let Hornet go first, and then I'll get
Yeah.
your you can talk about it.
Everyone go one at a time just to keep some order.
Yep.
Yeah.
Keep things
Okay.
organized.
Yeah.
Well, I have heard of Dragon Quest before, though unfortunately I haven't had a chance to play the games, admittedly. But I am aware of the fact that Akira Toriyama did work on it, and you know, I will admit that Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball in itself was what helped me get into anime, and seeing that his work is now being censored right now, especially after he's passed away, it's just completely disgraceful. And I'm actually really happy that the creator of Dragon Quest himself is speaking out against it, because there really needs to be more voices from the industry itself, especially in Japan, with how much censorship has been ramping up recently in it. And the fact that these people online are basically calling him, I've seen them call him, what was it, a chud and Nazi. It's just completely ridiculous. And I think the people saying that are just fans, as in fans in quotation marks, but really they're just these same tourists who always come into every other series, who try to bully and force how they want the series to be in their own way, instead of what it actually is.
No, I agree.
So
You're
yeah, I'm glad
absolutely
he's
right.
speaking out against it, and it's a complete shame that this is happening to Toriyama's work.
Hold
If
on.
Akira,
Mhm.
His
Can I
old
say
man
Akira,
wisdom.
though?
He gave us his old man wisdom.
Mhm.
if Akira Toriyama was still alive, he would say, "Yada, yamete, that means I hate it. Stop it.
Yeah, he would.
Based. And what I want to say
Nope.
for Hornet's
Yeah.
words, I like Toriyama because I like his Dragon Ball, his history of all these creation, and I play the game because I respect the man who made the game today. And now these people want to disrespect his legacy. It's severely disgusting, and it's wrong.
Well, Reborn was gonna
Hey,
talk, right? So
but can I say something though?
yeah,
Yeah, you go.
let Reborn give his
Yeah.
Sure.
I want to say this to Hornet. When it came down to these type of individuals, I would say that they just like, even though I don't want to offend nobody, but it's just like they just angry foreigners. But that's how West people are. The damn stupid, the damn dumb. I'm not saying else. It's just these type of lunatics on Twitter. But I'm glad the Eastern Purpose trying their best to like call this stuff out. Because the thing, what the Western media want to do, it's like Jim Potty said before. They're willing to like get rid of Eastern conservatives. That's the only thing they're willing to like getting rid of. The damn us Eastern conservatives. But the fact like is they're just there to like tear down nation. And you can't have these type of online spout trying their best to ruin the whole damn industry. F no.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
So Reborn, what are your thoughts on what's going on with Ubisoft?
Like I said,
All the news with that.
I spoke to Spirit Products. Me and him have a long conversation about this type of stuff. Yeah, they absolutely deserve it. And guys, let me tell you the point thing. Because even though right now, throughout the gaming outlets and all that type of stuff, and also throughout the Dama system, and even though it's confirmed on the Inside Leaker too, apparently after H Shadows, Ubisoft willing to like work on AC4 remake, but to be honest, I don't think AC4 will save the entire audiences. I don't think Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag remake will save the franchise as a whole. No, they're done.
I agree. It won't. Oh, if they were to
Yeah.
do that, which I can see it happening because they're fucking idiots. When they
Yeah.
that the game that does not need a remake. If they were to remake any of them, it should be one. But even with current
Yeah.
Ubisoft, I don't want them remaking no game at all. The only thing I would ask for is a port that is that they don't touch, they don't put no disclaimer, no nothing. But that's not going to happen. But
Yeah,
yeah, if they were to do a remake of 4, it wouldn't. It would sell well, at least decently, but it won't really like save them from whatever financial issues they're going through, or even like the public perception that they have
yeah,
going on, which is negative because they kept fucking up. So it's like, why should anyone really give them a chance or give them the benefit of the doubt, even if it's a remake of a beloved game like Assassin's Creed
yeah,
4?
Same with
exactly.
Splinter Cell. They gotta stay away from. They gotta
Eh,
stay away from Splinter Cell as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
exactly,
too.
bro.
Oh
And
yeah.
let me say this, guys, because even though they trying the best to go on the trend with Eastern game remake, but I'll say the remake on Eastern is no chance on Ubisoft. Cause what Ubisoft do, they just there for that message around that game, like AC4. That's the thing. For 4 point like Dead Space remake, look how it is. Good gameplay.
You're saying they're gonna try to put a message in it, right? If they
Yeah,
remake it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
No,
Yep.
I agree. They probably
Definitely are.
don't make unnecessary changes. I mean, even the Until Dawn remake, which again
It ain't
another
no
pointless
remake, bro.
remake.
Ain't no remake. Ain't no remake. It's just a remaster, bro.
Why's the
Nah,
West
nah, nah.
making that game? That is
But
entirely asinine.
That
what they
is
did
not a remake.
was
They
they
downgrade
made
down.
the females' faces like they gave them the square jaw, so they
Oh
look less feminine.
God,
So and
here
then
we
Yeah.
just
go.
so it's a modern day remake.
That's the
Even
Here
him.
we
quality of that's the
go. Here
that's
we
the
go.
quality of
Making
life
women.
changes we need. The quality of life
Here we
changes
go
we need are
again. Making
making the
female
jaw
characters
square.
ugly.
Making the
That's
jaw
Hayden,
square.
yeah.
Hayden,
That's
just
the
What
only
were you saying,
thing
Christian?
we need to go
I was
for.
about to
Hold on,
s-
Reben.
I
Hold
was
on, hold on,
about
hold
to
on.
say I was about to say Hayden Panettiere and Squarely Chin doesn't fit well in the exact same sentence.
Thank you, bitch. That's what I'm talking about.
No, what the-
Thank
Damn.
you, bro. Thank you.
Shit.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Now,
Tired of female
yeah.
characters looks ugly as hell.
Until
God.
Dawn,
Yeah,
until
it
Dawn
is
thinks
that
otherwise.
bad, bro. Gameplay and also the quality is that bad, low. So why are they doing it? Of course, for brown points. And look what happened to the diamond industry.
Hold on, Reborn.
It's crashing
Jim
right
Potts,
now.
what were you saying? Hold on, Reborn.
I was
200%.
saying that until Dawn thinks otherwise.
Oh yeah.
As far as like the Hidden Panettiere
But,
and Square Jaw don't go in the same sentence until Dawn, they're like,
Oh yeah.
we think otherwise.
Yeah.
We think
Yeah,
we
so-
can make her face better.
Oh,
right.
God.
Well,
So let's get into the last
how-
topic. That is yeah, let's get into the last topic. That's Metaphor Refantasio. If anyone doesn't know what that game is, it's a JRPG developed published by Atlus, made by mostly the same people that did the Shin Megami Tensei and Persona games. It's not the exact team. It's a few like key members. And it's like a turn-based JRPG. They had a demo that came out. I believe it was maybe not last week. I think the week before. And apparently it's a pretty long demo. And your save can transfer over if anyone's interested. But one of the things that came out from it, which was what I was hoping that wouldn't be the case, but of course, the translation is pretty screwed up. Obviously we don't know if this is the case through the entirety of the entirety of the game, but like most of these like games, like say Ayuden Chronicle, which had terrible localization as well. Even Unicorn Overlord had pretty shoddy localization. Games like that, for example, or even Persona 3 Reload, which is a remake of Persona 3, and of course that had pretty shitty localization. So yeah, so that game probably will have bad localization from beginning to end in a lot of areas. Jinpachi had explained a little while ago, maybe like 20 minutes ago or so, maybe even less, but about how the translation works from Japanese to English. So I'm gonna try to pull up the one of the screenshots that was getting floated around, which by the way, a lot of localization shills on X had the person's posts removed and the account suspended, I believe.
Oh, God.
Because so many people were reporting on it for some reason, because these people don't like to hear the truth. And
Oh, my God.
it's like when you show like
yeah, with
what's
Until
going
Dawn.
on, they think it means you're not allowed to like the game. No, you can still like the game. You can still buy the game. We don't care what the fuck you do with your money or time. We're just letting it be known that localization or any censorship or whatever it may be, or in this case localization, is fucking up the game.
Well, people are just hold on. There's a lot of
so-
noise in the background. What's that sound? What's that in the background?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Sounds like people talking.
That's not me.
Royce, can you mute your
Royce,
mic
is that
a
you?
little
What?
bit?
Is
No,
that
it's
you?
not me.
There's like a
No,
lot of-
it's not me. The hell?
You sure?
No, I'm really sure it's not me. There's no sound. Fuck.
Not me too. It's not me.
Well, it ain't me.
But
Me neither.
I'm not hearing any sound.
And response question. Reverend, I'm gonna ask this question.
There's some talk. There's some sound coming from the background from somebody.
Somebody.
So,
Yeah, so with the localization thing, you know, people can speak out about anything that they don't like. Just because someone speaks out on it doesn't negate your enjoyment of it. In fact, if you're listening to people speak out on it, that shows that you care way too much about what other people think anyway, and should be playing the game instead of listening to people complain about it.
That's a problem with localization. They all should be fired for their disgusting behaviors.
So a lot of those people that they're talking now and they're
I
saying
agree.
things like, oh, we're tired of hearing you complain or whatever. You're choosing to hear the complaints. Just play the game. Play the game. No one's telling you you can't enjoy it. But people are not going to stop talking out on it. And if you want people to stop talking out on it, then blame the companies. When they stop doing it, people will stop complaining about it.
Exactly right.
Yeah, but Jinpachi, can I ask you this? And even though I was gonna get a response from Reverend about the situation, it's like right now the whole damn Hollywood and also their elites trying their best to blame. Oh, it's toxic fandom. It's toxic fandom. But
Oh, fuck
I would say,
Hollywood. It's called Holly Weird. Call it Holly Weird, stupid ass. That's
yeah,
their new name.
yeah,
But
that's
let
Yeah, no
Let
kidding.
Reborn finish though. Let Reborn finish. I want to hear what he has to say about this.
Sorry.
because all they do, they there's so much interest in blaming the audience or something, but no, it's like your damn work. And also, please get rid of these type of sickos around your industry, bro. 'Cause-
Feeg Busters is ground zero for that.
Thank you, Chris.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like a zombie virus. You can't get rid of it. It's like a zombie infected virus.
yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Or T virus. Or animal. Whatever virus that came from a video game zombie.
Exactly.
The W virus for the woke virus.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So many SPW Hollywood
Woke
just
virus. That's a
these
good one.
people out here and
The
make
Zoid
a
virus.
good damn movie and
Yeah.
make a good damn entertainment, bro.
Yeah, exactly
Yeah.
right.
All right. So Christian,
Okay,
you already gave.
Actually,
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna
Reverend.
say I found the image I was looking for where it shows the translation straight from the Japanese version and from the Western localized version of the demo.
Okay.
So, what is
I think I see
her
it
name?
too.
What is her name? Galisa.
I think it's
Galissa?
I think she's like a
Gallica.
fairy that Galissa. Okay.
How is it
So
spelled?
she's like like someone who helps you along your way and whatever.
I would assume
From
it's
the
I'm looking at
Japanese
it
Galissa.
now.
version, she says the starts with a G. Galissa.
Oh, Galissa. Okay.
I think it's
Whatever her name is, doesn't
Gallica.
matter.
Yeah.
Gallica. All right. Gallica.
Okay.
Sorry. So
There was a C in there?
in the Japanese version, it says, yeah, it's Gallica.
Yo, Gallica.
Gallica.
Yeah,
Listen, I'm having a rough day reading. All right.
There was a. You know what? I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say. Just continue.
yeah.
Y'all picking on me today.
That's fine.
All right, so let me read. She said, the elder tribe is already rare, so be careful. Try not to get tangled up there. I'm sorry, get tangled up with them. I gotta zoom in. So the English version on the demo says, which means a dopey elder kid's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Try to keep your head down, okay? So now for the Japanese version says, do you know where you are going? If you are in doubt, feel free to ask. Now in the English version, it says, do you know where we're going? Feel free to admit that you're lost and ask me for advice. So
What
the
the
characterization based off of this makes it seem like in the English version, she seems kind of like a bitch, kind of like a snob in a way. At least somewhat. I wouldn't outright say like she sounds like a horrible person or anything like that. where in the Japanese version she sounds like she's willing to help. The same what's the word I'm looking for?
She's more pleasant sounding.
Like any like more like pleasant, not really passive aggressive or anything like that.
Yeah.
And this is the issue with localization with a lot of games being localized now, is that the characterization of characters gets severely altered because you have these localizers that feel like they have to insert themselves into these games.
That's true.
Exactly.
And
which is why
one of the people who is
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say one of the people who is working on the localization of this game is Katrina Leonard. Oh fuck, I don't. His last name is weird. Leonaldakis, whatever her last name is.
I know that woman you're talking about. That piece of shit.
I'll spell it out. Because you might have seen her on social media because she's pretty.
Yeah, I've seen her before. You're talking about Rembrandt.
She has
I know who
yeah,
she is.
yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
So some of the games she. Oh yeah. She has that fucking whatever the fuck she has around it. Some of the games she worked on were Like a Dragon Ishin, Persona 5 Tactics, Persona 3 Reload. Remember I mentioned the localization in that game. Metaphor Metaphor Refantasio. And I believe there was someone else too. I have to see if I can find it. Here we go. This other person. Her name is. All right, I don't know what her name is. On X, it's never were. What is her name on here? I don't know what. Let me see. All right, so she doesn't have her exact name. You probably could find it on there. Localized editor and a bunch of weird. She has the rainbow, a rainbow emoji, heart emojis and crap. She had something. She actually had this in her bio, but she actually removed part of it. Originally, it said queer Jewish, but now she removed the Jewish part.
Oh, hell no. Jewish, you are not going to tolerate that piece of shit. Oh, queer, huh? How about I send her to my country I ran and make her dead? Fucking piece of shit.
So the thing is with a
And she has
localizer,
pronouns in her bio.
the thing is with these localizers is that, again, their job is to interpret the story and make it interesting. They do have to add some flavor to it so it's not as dry, right? Like, so as you saw with this example, the direct translation is basic. It's simple. You get the point, but it reads a little bit flat, right? And when you have these characters, you need them to be Westerners don't really talk like that per se. They talk a little bit more like with a little bit more I don't want to say charisma, but I'll use that word for now. So a good localizer will be able to add that without changing the context or characterizing the characters in ways they're not meant to be. But bad localizers like herself adds a bunch of stupid shit that makes no sense to be there at all. Such as what she was, that's basically like what she was saying in that clip, where like, oh, if you need to know where to go, just admit it. Basically, it's like, there was so many ways to interpret that line that did not alter or paint the character in a certain light, and it's just she's done bullshit like this with other games as well. So, like people can support, like people could like, at the end of the day, like, people should buy the games they want to buy, but if you're supporting it, just know that you're helping her maintain her job at doing that. Because if the game sells well and she's localized for it, then other companies, and that makes her look good on her resume, for popular games, and that's going to make more people in the industry hire her. That's why, like, even if you want to play the game anyway, what I would do is I would buy the game pre-owned. If you're gonna play the game no matter what, and you can't control yourself, at least buy it pre-owned so the company doesn't get those day one sales. It doesn't affect their numbers as much, at least, because you want to give them incentive to stop doing it. And yeah, they might keep doing it anyway, but like, again, is playing this X and X game worth more than what you believe in, or are you gonna just turn off your brain because it's a new game? And if that's the case, and to the people that say they don't care, then to those people, then guess what? They can do basically they can convince you to do anything. And I want you to know that because you don't care, you're basically a slave to whatever whims they have that they want to indoctrinate you with.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Yep.
And that's the thing. Because I always say this, guys. Because even though I'm gonna like head off, but I wanna give Reverend Jimpachi one question, because I at least Yells, even though Yells stayed true and mean to the American Patriots. Right now, I try my best to like stand with my Patriots too. But the thing is, we have to keep our guard up and keep on winning. Because right now, like we can't the Western media, they just generally hate the American Patriots. But I would say because at least we came on to Trump, you don't. But it's just like the mainstream media just don't like every type of nation flag or every type of patriot people that support the nation.
Huh. You mean the deep state piece of shit that I'm fucking tired of? I want to send a message to them. I'm going after their fucking necks. I'm not playing, bro. I'm fucking serious. Fucking deep state motherfuckers. I'll go hunt them down until they're all dead. Shit.
God damn. What the
Real,
fuck?
real. For the
Deep state better watch out.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of them. I'm gonna kill them all. They're all dead.
Shout out to the Patriots. But shout out to Reverend Jimpachi. Like, I mean, stream. It's nice speaking to you guys.
Always, bro. Always.
Always.
Great having you on again, Reborn.
Yeah. And also, guys, if you're enjoying tomorrow, feel free to join because I will be doing my podcast then.
Yeah.
We're gonna be talking about Silent Hill 2 remake.
Yeah. So Jimpachi, you be there tomorrow. And also, Rev, please be there. It will be a great day.
Yup.
I got you, man. I got you.
Yep.
All right. So we all gave our so basically
No, we
like to some.
we not everyone gave their thoughts though yet.
Okay. So whoever's next, go ahead. Who hasn't given their thoughts yet? Hornet.
Oh yeah. Yep. When it comes to this whole localization thing, I actually just looked up a picture of the localizer you were just talking about, and yeah, I can't say I'm too surprised there. I really don't like improper localization myself. I think one of you mentioned it before about a screenshot of a Fire Emblem game, and ironically enough, in that same game, I actually did play it, and I think there was one part where there was actually dialogue in the Japanese version, but in English they just had the two characters just not say anything, and both of them were ninjas. So, and it actually surprised me when I first saw that. So, I really overall dislike localization. I think that, and while I understand what Jinpachi said, where you need to make some sort of changes, the type of changes that these localizers are making, and especially in some cases with them, essentially having, modern day Western speak with it is just really grating. And honestly, it just really takes, how do I put this? It basically takes out the believability of it.
You mean you don't want to hear Trunks say that's Cap from Dragon Ball Z? You mean you don't want him to talk like that?
No. Oh man, I actually saw that. I honestly, oh my God. Yeah, I facepalmed when I saw that, and I actually was kind of angry on the inside.
Same, yeah.
Dude, I was pissed off. I was pissed off.
Of course, you have people defending that too.
Oh god, yeah. And first of all, I know for a fact that Trunks wouldn't say that. If Trunks actually did try to say that, Vegeta would probably knock him upside the head to.
Trunks used 80s slang. Trunks used 80s slang, and that was good enough because really people don't notice, but Dragon Ball Z is an 80s piece, really. So
that's
so
correct.
like So people should just leave it alone. You know, you could watch 80s movies right now, no problem. They don't need to be modernly localized. You don't need Trunks talking about bruh is mad and that's cap and shit like that. Like, just please
Yeah.
don't do that.
Yeah,
And yeah,
exactly right.
you're absolutely right, because yeah, you have to change it a little bit, but you shouldn't change it like this. It's like, it's okay to have a localizer, but just not a woke dog shit localizer.
Yeah, where they're trying
Exactly.
to like put their own unfunny humor into it, because
Their
it
headcanon.
is great. Yeah, their own headcanon, because it is grating and it does take away from the experience. It's very jarring, and when you notice it, it kind of ruins the experience as you're going along, because it's like, you know, like, yeah, the gameplay, because it's like the other thing people like go on about, like, oh, but what is the gameplay fun, or all these other things that have nothing to do with, say, like the localization, or if it's something like censorship. It's like, that's the reason why people aren't talking about that, because the issue is not the gameplay or other things that's not being discussed. The issue is what is being discussed, and that is discussed, excuse me, is the localization. And in
Both
this
things
case,
matter. Both
yes,
things matter.
exactly. Both things matter just as much, because you're going through the gameplay throughout the game. You're going to be reading and hearing the localization within the game. So it's not like neither one is avoidable. You're going to get into battles and encounters with enemies no matter what. You're going to be reading and listening to dialogue and cutscenes and all that no matter what. So if either one sucks, then that's worth pointing out.
Yeah, and that's not even including the fact that depending on how it's translated, an improper translation can mess up the characterization of certain characters, or even some plot points, even if it's really bad and egregious to it.
This is why, to
So it
all
is
the
very
weebs,
important.
to all the weebs out there that like, they're like, oh, I prefer subs over dubs. They have to realize that even the subs are localized.
Yeah, that's true.
So unless you're
Yeah,
natively, unless you're actually speaking Japanese, you're still getting a localized product. I know that's like not necessarily directly relevant, but I just want to put that
Yeah.
out there, because I find it ridiculous when they say, oh, I'm getting the true meaning because I'm reading the subs. It's like, no, you're not, because if you directly translate Japanese, that shit sounds backwards, literally. So like,
Yup.
it's localized.
Yup. Exactly right. Yup.
But yeah, like localization's okay, but they gotta pick localizers that aren't obnoxious and narcissistic and want to implement their own politics into it. Bring back the old days where they cared more about the content and the context than their politics. Yeah, granted, some old dubs are like not great because they did have like bad localization or weird stuff added to it, but at least it wasn't political.
Yeah.
Because that to me is what makes it more egregious. It's like, it's not just the fact that you like localization being like all over the place or not being like directly accurate is bad, but adding your personal politics just makes it like unbearable. It just makes it it's just another thing that people had, which was Japanese games, and now politics are even inescapable in those games.
Huh. Identity politics is a problem. Am I right?
It is. It's a problem. And now you can't even play Japanese games without getting some kind of identity politics. Body type A and B. Body type A and B is Japan saying we don't know what a man or woman is either.
Oh my God.
That's what they're basically saying that with those games. It's like the company is telling you, yeah, we also don't know what a man and woman is. So let's call them body types. So
Body type A and B can shove it up their ass.
They might
shove
like
it up
it.
their ass.
They might like that.
So stupid. I rather call male and female. I know what a male is and what a female is. The fuck? They're
I'm male
retarded.
myself, and this is pointless.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right.
Let me just read some comments because I think some of them are funny. She sounds like woke bitch in the localization. Yeah, pretty much.
That's funny.
Why Chromosome said she sounds average in the Jap version or plain. I told Rev I found a localization funny actually. Benjamin Beltran said it's not about the true meaning, it's about hearing the actual Japanese voices, and I do know some Japanese. Yeah, I mean that's fine too, but like at the same time, like the actual Japanese voices, that's like subjective.
But there's a lot of people that do say that. See, that's your take, Benjamin. But there are people that do say that they like the sub version because they feel it's more accurate to Japanese over the dubs.
Yep.
Because a lot of times, if you read the subs, they're also like not like if you watch a dub, for example, versus a sub, like the wording is different, the cadence is different. So I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
but it depends. That's also subjective. It depends on the person. I've heard a shit ton of people say what I was talking about. And yeah, actually no, but I'm talking about being fluent in Japanese. Being fluent in Japanese, where you can completely understand everything they say, is gonna give you the most direct ability to enjoy it.
Oh yeah, how about use a translator app that can let you translate what they're saying, right?
You could do that too, but it'll take. I would imagine that'll take forever. Like
Right.
my thing is like to
Yeah.
anime fans and to Japanese fans, if you want the most direct iteration of the product, learn Japanese. If you're not learning Japanese, you're gonna have some warped version of the story. It's just inevitable.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just
at least in Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi, given that it's based on a J-pop band, it's only heard occasionally whenever Ami, Yumi, or Kaz get stressed out.
okay.
Exactly. Perfect example right there.
Yeah, so that's what I would do. I mean, like again, like I feel like if you love it that much and you want to have it in its purest form, it's sad. Japanese is hard as shit to learn, but like,
well,
if you learn it, you'll never have to deal with localization ever again.
Speaking of which, for Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi, Janice Kawaii and Keone Young, who voiced Ami and Kaz, are of Japanese ancestry and speak fluent Japanese, and they taught Grey Delisle, who voiced Yumi, some Japanese, so that way she'll understand some of her lines in the script whenever Yumi is stressed.
Yeah, that's smart. It's smart. It keeps things a little more authentic.
Perfect idea.
Yeah,
Perfect. Yup.
So who didn't give their thoughts on the whole localization with metaphor?
It might have
I
been
didn't.
Christian. Did Christian?
I believe that localization should
I don't think he
be
did yet.
accurate.
Okay, that's fair and very concise.
Yeah,
and
no, I
accurate.
agree.
Yup.
Very concise and to the point.
Very
Straight
good
to the
one.
point. Yeah, I agree.
Rolls, you didn't get to give your opinion on it yet, right?
Oh, my opinion? No, I didn't. My
Okay,
opinion for localization, it should be like people with merits over whatever they're doing, this woke nonsense. I want merits. People who are qualified to do localization, not the woke ones. You know? Merit matters, right?
Yeah,
It sure
merit
does.
is key. And
Yeah.
Benjamin makes a good
Unfortunately, you don't
point.
see much of that nowadays.
Let me read
No,
this
we
real quick.
don't.
Benjamin Beltran makes great points. He says Japanese grammar is so primitive they don't really conjugate verbs, so it's hard to translate it. Yup, exactly. That's why localization was born from a real need. The weirdos infiltrated it as they do with everything. That's why he meant. That's why localization. Yeah, and it's exactly that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
exactly that. That's why they wanted to
No,
infiltrate
he's
it,
right.
because they knew
Benjamin's
that.
correct.
Because that's why they knew that they could get away with it, because they're like, well, this is so vague that we can pretty much have license to do whatever we want, and that's why you think these activists fought so hard to be in that industry. Because it's kind of weird the amount of like weirdos and weirdo leftists that are in the dubbing industry and in the localization industry. So it's very, very good points you made there, Benjamin.
Because they knew they knew they can get in and infiltrate it, and it would be hard for other people to. Exactly. Yep. They know it would be hard for people to counter what they're saying.
Well, Japanese is a smaller population, and a lot of people don't speak Japanese, so it's like perfect. It's not like Spanish, where a ton of people speak Spanish all over the world. So it's harder to get away with bullshit like that. But with Japanese, it's like how many people can actually check them on that, that aren't Japanese themselves.
Exactly.
Yup, 100% right. 100% right.
So
everyone got to speak, right?
Hi.
Yup.
Yeah. So.
All right. Cool. Hi.
So.
All right.
So I'm gonna rotate the panel so that way I can get Melina Chan's opinions on it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I guess I know it's late in the UK, so Spirit I guess had to leave. But
Yeah.
here,
I'm about to leave myself.
Marty is backstage as well.
All right, Hornet. Thanks for
Okay.
thanks for stopping
You want to
by.
give your
No problem.
yeah. Thanks for stopping by.
Nope.
All right.
Do you want to do an outro? Do you have a YouTube
Do you want to give your
channel?
outro or anything or?
Something you want to plug? Oh, I think he left. So.
Oops.
Yeah, he left.
Yeah. It's a little
All
too
right, no
late.
problem. Yeah, I think there was a bit of a
That's all right.
delay
Well,
too.
you know, of course, yeah. But if Hornet ever wants to come back on,
You're always welcome,
you know,
man. You're
next
always welcome to join.
yeah, next weekend or whatever, you know, of
Yep.
course you're welcome. So Royce and Christian, I'm gonna rotate you guys to get Melina and Marty's thoughts on the localization, and then I'll bring you guys back in to give your outros if you want.
All right, that's fine with me.
Or wait, if you want, you can do they can do their outros now.
Outro.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you're gonna switch them out. Yeah, so might as well.
Yeah,
You guys can give your outros if you like.
I'll go first. I hope people can find me on YouTube, Instagram, or Facebook for my more talking and let's get to know all this stuff about video games, you know? That's my to find me where I am. You know what I'm saying?
All right, sounds good.
Yeah.
You know, once again, Royce, thanks for coming on, giving your thoughts.
Yup.
Great hearing what you have to say. I appreciate the passion that you have, you know,
Yes.
for what's going
I
on
do have
because
passion. I do have passion. I
and there's a
like
lot,
your
you know, there's,
channel. I like
you know, a lot of
Japanji's
people.
channel. Yes.
You like mine?
Yes, I do, Christian, and all three of you guys, because you three guys are smart. We're sick and tired of this woke mind virus, and I'm fed up. And I'm glad to join your channel every day. It's good enough for me to talk about how passionate I am. I'm tired of this localization, woke, and all this nonsense needs to end. You
Or
know?
as Chris Rock would say, tired of
Yeah.
this. Tired of this.
Yup. Facts. Facts right there. And make sure, guys, we gotta keep fighting, no matter what. Close your wallet. Don't buy
let the
new.
deep state win.
Yup. Close your wallet. Don't buy no new games, no new system. Just play emulators or older games. That's all you have to do to win against these woke morons.
For sure. So,
Yup.
Christian, you want to give your outro?
Oh well, I've had a fun time on this panel, and I like joining you every time.
Yup.
We enjoy having you too,
Yeah, it's
Christian.
great having you on. Yeah.
Hey, bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. See ya, man.
Yeah.
Everyone, check out Christian's
See ya,
channel
Christian.
as well. He has a YouTube channel. He does like a lot of like memes and kind of like, you know, like
He
short
promotes
videos.
obscure media
Obscure
of like
media,
lesser
yeah.
known like lesser known shows, movies or games, things like that. So,
Exactly.
you know, definitely check him out. He also does voice impressions, things like that. So he also does some reviews on some movies and stuff like that as well. So
Yeah, so give him a watch. You might like his channel. And yeah. So let's get them out. Let's get who else you guys is gonna come on? Martin.
all right, so we're bringing the other people on. Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess we could close things out from there, right?
I'm bringing Melina on. So they have to give their thoughts on the metaphor thing.
Yeah, but I'm talking about afterward.
Localization.
Then we'll close.
Oh
things
yeah,
out.
after, yeah. So I'm bringing Melina on. So hopefully I don't hear.
You didn't have to say that,
Did he
Rev.
spell takedown yet? But I was trying to do a
Yes,
Crow
I did.
impression.
Did you do the Batman one where he swings him around and stuff?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
she's knocked out. She's there's literally Z's coming out of her head.
Okay, perfect.
My bad. That is so. It's funny because I was trying to concentrate too on what I was saying because I was trying not to bust out laughing here. My dear sister do her best Crow impression. But yeah, I told her and she was laughing. She was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry because I was getting killed. Like, and I know you were. You will fight because that's how she gets when she's fighting for her life. And it's just a
figured.
bad time.
When I heard
Right,
those
Yeah.
screams, I was like, "That's a girl fighting for her life in a video game."
Yeah.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
How you doing, man?
Oh, what's up,
So-
Marty? How's it going?
Not too much. About the whole translation, I'm not surprised. In fact, it gone worse. all I want to say is that like, dude, I knew like, well, fucking like, it gotten worse since like what 8 years. In fact, this shit started all because what like freaking Sony announced censoring Japanese M-rated games, and then freaking
Oh yeah, you're
Catherine
right.
Fullbody became a victim of it. And although
That too.
yeah,
That was one that had shit
What game?
censored and
I'm sorry,
removed.
I didn't hear that. What got
Uh,
changed?
Catherine
Catherine
Fullbody.
Full Body,
Oh,
the puzzle
Catherine.
game.
Yeah, Catherine. Yeah, the
Yeah,
trans stuff,
Catherine.
right? Got
Hmm.
changed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
they
like it was changed on purpose. And then here goes Persona 5 Royal. And I heard that it's gonna be censored. I was like, what the hell? I was not only that, I gotta admit, I was like I was like a bit broken down to tears
Wow.
when I heard that news. And not to mention I was actually looking forward to play Persona 5 Royal at the time.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but when you said that, I was thinking of a song from Tommy Sotomayor. I make a grown man cry. I don't know if anyone knows about
Oh
that,
man.
You must have really. You mean you
but
must really love Persona? They brought you to tears, man.
Yeah,
Borderline.
because before 2019, I was playing the heck out of the original Persona 5 like 5 times back in 2018. And I actually loved it.
damn.
And
Yeah.
then I heard that there was like, oh, they're gonna make there's a new trailer, but it turns out it's gonna be Persona 5 Royal. I was like, hell yeah, I'll play it. And I was like, oh, nothing to do with this. I was like, wait, now that red-haired girl is now a new character. I was like, now how am I supposed to? What am I supposed to do now? Now that she's either romance at, on Takamaki or Makoto Mizuya or this girl, and I don't romance her. But then, anyway, back to the point. He, it's really fucked up why they do that, and from that point on, yeah, it has gone worse over the years, especially the whole Yakuza 8 right there.
Yeah,
They ruined
that one pissed me off, man. I mean,
like
that really
I
pissed me off with
yeah
Yakuza.
they ruined Ichiban's character. You know,
Hmm.
I was like I gotta admit I was also looking forward to play that, and as soon as I heard that or watched some game clips of it, I'd be like, what the hell's wrong with these people? And no wonder why the director who was or the creator, whatever it is, who's responsible for all Yakuza games prior to Yakuza 8 left because he couldn't stand the whole modern day bullshit. And then
Yeah, and then
of course
once he leaves, that's when they want to embrace the modern audience and fucking ruin the localization and everything, and
and
also ruin how
yeah,
characters are portrayed.
no wonder why Kazuma Kiryu was ruined too, man. Like you didn't have to showcase him anymore. Like dude, his story is already over in Yakuza 6, man. Let him be or this like that. And I mean, I couldn't understand why people want to bring him back so he can finally reunite with with his foster family again. But you don't have to go to the whole the reason why he's now joining his team is because the whole cancer bullshit. He got cancer, and basically the cancer just zapped him, caused Kazuma Kiryu to be like past his prime. Like that is bullshit, man.
It sucked the dragon out of him.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
But
they really did Kiryu dirty in that game too.
yeah,
Straight
they
I
up.
bet
did.
that they did that on purpose because he's probably overpowered, or you don't need to do that
Yeah,
crap, man.
he's too
Leave him alone.
masculine.
It was sus for sure.
Yeah, and just so people know, Sega owns Atlas. So, but
Well,
Atlas
I already
is
know that.
yeah, I know. I'm just saying in case anyone doesn't know. So Atlas can still publish and help develop games. So it's just this they're just technically under Sega. So that's why, like, say, like, if you got Persona 5, the physical copy of the game, you'll see Sega's name in the back of the box. So just so people know, because Sega has, shitty localization as well that they've been doing. So
Oh,
it makes
oh
sense with
yeah.
Atlus.
This reminds me. This reminds me as well. Like when they re-released Persona 5 Royal on the PS5 and Xbox Series X, Switch, and Xbox One, it has gotten even more worse. Like they 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 altered some, like what? Like, yeah, specifically the Almighty symbol, because it resembles the rising sun. It offends people nowadays. Like the whole rising sun thing is supposed to be, isn't it supposed to be a representing Japanese heritage rather than
Yep.
superiority? This, come on, give me a break.
Land of the Rising Sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then of course the DLC, one of the DLC was taken down because, yeah, the DLC where you have Morgana being as a purely black cat with green eyes, because I'm assuming they did that because, oh, if you do that, he's probably pulling whole blackface thing.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's, yeah, no
Oh
wonder
my
why they
god.
took it down.
So yeah, that makes sense. Melina, you want to give your thoughts on it, and then OC can go after.
I forgot I was up here. I'm just listening. Oh, my bad. As far as hold on, OC go, because my sister's
I like how she
a crow
waited
in
for
the
you to
background.
speak.
She's
As
in
soon as you
war.
said words,
Yes,
He's
like
in war.
seriously.
see, you didn't do a good job knocking her out. She woke back
No,
up.
I did not. I'm sorry.
All right, so OC, give us your thoughts on it.
Okay, so this is about the metaphor game, right?
Metaphor and the
Yep.
localization stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, I wasn't too familiar with this story, but they say one of the things about I'm not sure which I think it was like one of those diplomatic offices was talking about the list of languages they have a problem with their agents. So they said one of the hardest ones, of course, is Japanese, because of course with German, French, Italian, us English speakers share some of the same words as them or something similar, and the structure of pretty much the sentences and stuff like that is very similar.
Yes.
But the thing is, um, they picked these people. These people decided to work tooth and nail to push a message, and then all of a sudden the translation gets taken out of context. And so here's the thing that makes it so stupid. If you're an activist and you're going to change some of the dialogue because you say it's supposed to be something the West is supposed to understand, right? But you changed it. You that's what you tell people, but you're lying that you're trying to put some message. Now, if you're going to be doing this, this is if you any of these localizers or their friends or their cousins knows anything about this, right? If they're hearing this right now, I want you to think about this. You're going to change something that is going to be taken out of context. The people in the West are going to listen to this and they're going to say, wait a minute, let's hear the Japanese version, because we were told by somebody on YouTube that watches way too much anime or play too much video games. They're going to say, this is not what the characters actually said, or, top 10 mistranslated, video games and animes, right? So you're going to have everybody listening to the Japanese version, and you're wasted your time because people know that that stuff came from Japan, and whatever came from Japan is the original idea. So that means everybody is going to accept the Japanese version of what was presented to them, and they're going to deny the validity of the English version. So one of the things that confounds me about these people when it comes to changing the dialogue. It's just like, how can you be so stupid? You just wasted your time. You wasted a company's money and their time too. So I really truly and honestly do not understand why do they insist on doing this, because the people in the West, when they see these new translations, they're not going to say, "Oh my gosh, this is so uplifting. I feel a connection." No, they're going to say, what the hell is this bullcrap?" And they look at the original one and they realize, you know,
Yeah.
it was not true.
You could feel
So
something is wrong.
yeah, exactly. And
Yep.
of course, that's a common fact too, because before the SJW show up, the Americans did change some of the things, and they changed some of the language, and of course, this is a common thing, so people in a way are automatically going to look into this as well. So like I said, it's just sheer stupidity. These are the same people that resort to insults, calling people Nazis and all this kind of stuff, and making death threats and all this jazz, and they can't even make an argument. So um they just the only thing they have is money, and um they are, you know telling people that are cowards that listen or read something that says, "I'm going to come to your office and burn it down." Like, really,
Yeah.
warrior, get your ass over here. So you're going to get locked up. So, like I said, these is this whole collective of mentally ill losers. Um, they're on, like I said, that's the only thing they have. They promise money, sleepy time, and threats. That's and that
Sleepy time.
and yeah, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So that's what they promise. And to the rest of the collective, and of course, free games. That's why you have people like Actman and all these other people coming around here start saying, "Oh, well, you don't have to worry about these video games because you're just being a chud. Now give me my money." So, just
You're wrong because I said so. Now shut up while I
Yeah.
collect my money.
They gotta
yes,
do
yes,
the company's bidding.
right, yeah,
Let me
yeah,
collect 200 past go. Shut up.
yep.
Don't listen.
Let me take my money from put it in the G string.
Don't have an opinion. Like stop having an opinion. Stop noticing. All right, can I have my
Right,
money
right.
now?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna reach a point where um we're going to be able to fully have a parallel economy, because as much as we want these people to snap out of it, we have to realize that we're not going to be able to destroy Hollywood and all this kind of stuff. It's just best to find a state, pick a location, just make a studio, and just make a parallel to Hollywood where we make things that are normal, because last thing we need is another supervillain getting taken to a particular room, and we only can guess what happened to them. And yeah, you know this, right? You
Oh
know what
yeah, I
I'm
know
talking
about it.
about.
Yeah, I know. I mentioned it earlier actually.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I was late because I was doing some shopping and stuff, but
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Makes
yeah,
sense.
but when it comes down to it, we just have to we can let our voices know, we can vote with our wallet, but at the same time, there's a good amount of Hollywood and video game people that were ostracized by the industry. So we can find those people too. We'll find our Dean Canes, right?
Yeah.
We'll
Kevin
find.
Sorbos, the Kevin
Yeah,
Sorbos of the
yeah.
world. Yeah.
Right. And the other thing is, before I stop, um now here's another thing. So what I'm noticing online is there's this thing between Comicsgate, Iron Age, and all these other groups of people, and they say they're calling each other woke. Listen, nobody can be woke. I don't. None of them can be woke, because here's the thing about woke. If you transgress against the law of woke, you are deemed a heretic. All right. So
Yes.
all these people that call each other woke cannot, nobody can be woke within that circle, because
You can't blaspheme the religion. That's all.
yes,
Mm.
the religion of woke must not be transgressed, because we are special snowflakes. And so aside from that, that's my take on the, because the language is the key to a man's mind and heart and everything.
Yeah, you
Whether it be
control language, you
physical,
control thought, basically.
right. Whether it be
Hmm.
physical, body language, speech, written words, visual drawings. Language is important, and of course, like you said, they're trying to control language, and you control the thoughts. And but these people, they don't understand that we're a honey badger, with that had a honey badger mixed with a porcupine. They think they can mess with us, but we got the spikes and we got the crazy. We're not
Yeah.
gonna stop. All right. So
Yep.
aside from that, I'm good.
No, you're right, man. Well said.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely.
And
Uh,
you know, Ted, it's one of the hardest
whoa.
languages. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
When it comes to
Something something happened, but you're good.
language, you know, Japanese is a very hard language to translate, and it's just being taken advantage of. It's simultaneously the most popular media right now is manga and anime. It's one of the hardest languages to translate, so they see it as an opportunity to get away with murder. So I would hate to see, like, even like a lot of anime have been really like poorly localized as well. So it is what it is, man. But
Oh
you're
yeah,
absolutely
God, I don't know if you've seen a clip of one of them. I don't know. It's like some new one where like there's this girl and this guy like floating in the sky or something like that. And God, I forgot. It was some really really cringy dialogue they were saying, but I don't remember what exactly they said. But I don't know if you've seen it or anyone knows what I'm talking about. But it was kind of going
yeah.
on X for a little while, for a few days maybe, like last week or the week before or something.
Well, there's a few, man. I don't think I've seen it, but there's a shit ton of like really cringy translations, man. Like, again, like you like Benjamin made a good point too. He made another good point. I'm gonna read it out here real quick. He said the American, you don't need to know Japanese to spot bullshit, really. Yeah, like if you hear it, you can tell that like something's not quite right there. You can just hear it. You can hear like this doesn't seem natural for the flow of conversation when it comes to localization. So if you're watching an anime, like I said with Trunks is talking about, he's saying lines like "that's cap." Like you can be assured that that was not in the original dialogue.
Oh,
So yeah, but
oh, yeah. This reminds me. Even before the whole, yeah, even years before 2018 happened. Yeah, Persona 1. Yeah, sure. The U.S. us Americans, we have Revelations Persona, but we do not have the actual Persona 1, which is known as Megami Inbenroku Persona. Like for years, we did not have a proper English translation of Megami Inbenroku Persona. I mean, in order to play Persona 1, you either have to import it and you got actually know Japanese, or you have no choice but you have to play this Revelations Persona. It's like another example, like how Japanese games are being altered to, yeah, to suit in with the Americans. This is even before the whole woke shit happened, and this is one reason why I couldn't even play Persona 1 and PS1, because it's not accurate. It's not accurate and authentic to its original vision. And hell, I couldn't even play Persona 3 and 4 on the PS2 because it does not have the original Japanese audio, and the only audio you have to listen to is the English dub, and
if I do happen to play on the PS2, I might as well just mute the voices. But it's not that still it's not going to work because you're going to still hear some battle dialogue or voice grunts doing battles. So muting the volume or muting the voices is really useless. So that's why
like a lot of games in the past had like localization issues or getting things to be as accurate as possible, which is why now it's like there's really no excuse for them to keep fucking up so much.
As ridiculous as it sounds, that's why the answer to me is like, if you just want to bypass it altogether and you have the time, you might as well just learn Japanese. If you love it that much and it's like a hobby that you enjoy to the point where you buy a shit ton of JRPGs, you love anime, you love manga, you might as well, like, obviously that's not realistic for a lot of people, but that would be the best outcome, is just learning the language so you never have to deal with localization again.
Yeah.
And especially because I don't think PS5 is region locked, right? Revenant, you might know.
I don't think so.
It's not. It's like the PS4, so you can play Japanese games on it.
Yeah, so if it's, especially now, it's not region locked. Like, it might be hard, it might be a big hurdle, but I would just progressively learn Japanese over the course of a few years. Because if you love anime, manga, and Japanese shit like that, then you might as well. Because it's not like you're gonna fall out of the hobby, and it's gonna be a skill that's gonna help you avoid localization pretty much for the rest of your life. So,
even after go through that, take it to heart as well. Like, this is also important in real life. If you planning to go in Japan,
on vacation,
and now that you're very skillful in Japanese, you should have no problem with communicating with people.
Exactly. That's a goal you have, because a lot of people, like, whether again, like, I like manga, I like anime, I like Japanese games, but I'm not like hardcore into, like, I'm not like a person that, like, I don't go crazy for JRPGs and stuff like that. But so I'm a little bit more tame with my fandom of it. But at the same time, like, I know, like, if the reality is like, if you don't want to ever deal with it again, you might as well just learn the language, and it's gonna, like, stay with you for the rest of your life. Like, so, and there's so many resources to learn for free too, by the way.
Screwed it. Like, for instance, this like fucking this Norwegian guy attempting to prevent a disaster by shooting the dog thing, but he got himself killed because the combination of this stress, is a mental state, and of course, most importantly, language barrier as well. And the Americans, the main characters couldn't understand what he's doing, assuming he's insane. But what he was doing, he's trying to prevent this upcoming disaster from coming, and he failed. Primarily because the language barrier.
Yeah.
Because due to language barrier, this disaster eventually did happen, and all the main characters except Kurt Russell and Keith David got killed.
Yeah. I mean, like, and also, like, in general, like, the more you know, it's just another skill to have. But like, to back to OC's point, it's like, it's just thought policing. The more they can control what you consume, the more they can subtly tell you what to think. It's like it's just a typical, like, playbook, authoritarian dystopian playbook, and you're seeing it firsthand. And I think that a lot of these people, like, they know exactly what they're doing. They do. They try to shame people who talk out against it. They try to use names. They try to use ad hominem. All because you just want to play your Japanese game without having to deal with some weird transgender shit, some identity politics. Like, God forbid you just play your RPG and fight a tyrannical kingdom, and not have to hear about, like, the plight of blacks in America from 200 years ago. For some reason, that's a thing that they'll implement in there. So whatever, I'm exaggerating a bit, but you know what I mean. Like, it's just one of those things where, like, people need to, like, just stop consuming it, let it fail. And I think what OC said about a parallel economy is going to happen. only because like that's how it should be anyway. It's like there should be that if they want to make their weird like woke stuff, they can have it, but it shouldn't infiltrate or directly cross over with like things that are made for like normal people who just want to enjoy things. So like which shows you it's disingenuous to begin with the whole forcing diversity thing because obviously when you make a game like Dustborn and Concord it doesn't sell. So
Definitely not.
so it
Definitely
means that
doesn't.
that market isn't there. So again, you want to make your games like Dustborn and Concord, then make them, and they fail. But when it comes to Spider-Man, when it comes to whatever JRPG, when it comes to whatever other game, God of War, that's not if you can't accept it as it is, then it's not for you. And obviously, the people that are for you don't really there's not enough of them to sustain your business, to make you money. So why are you being prioritized?
Yeah, exactly.
So
So Melina
Melina,
Chun,
there you go.
you're
Yeah.
the last person to give your thoughts on the whole localization with metaphor. Refantasio.
I don't have as much to add like I did the other two topics. You've all made very excellent points, and I don't have much to say or to add to that besides that it's just I don't know, I just find it weird that characters that look or come from and talk a certain way adapt like another region's language, whether it's a different part of the earth or like current day than versus like older language, like to use because I've seen it on Twitter as well with the screenshot of Vegeta and Trunks, to where it's just like that. It's just an uncanny valley. It's just not natural. It's unnatural for that to come out of his mouth, because I would think of that's something that a black person would say, and a black person like in today's day and age, Dragon Ball is like an 80s, it came out like it originated from, or I'm sorry, the time period it came out in was in the 80s. So I expect like 80s lingo and talk, not 2024's lingo. It's just unnatural and it's just weird. And just let
Yeah.
characters that are formal, that speak a certain way. That's like characters that are like in the Renaissance or something like that, and they speak modern day language. It would just be uncomfortable and weird. So let's not
Bruh, thou was
take
takest
over,
this L.
huh?
Bruh, thou was takest this L.
Take us this L.
Yeah, take it this L. Like that's just
Take it
so
this L.
weird. I don't. It's I can't take it seriously. It's very comedic and
You
coming
can't
from that character, huh?
you can imagine Vegeta, Kakarot, that was sus.
No, oh my God, I will fall on the floor and I would die because I can't imagine someone like him that is so, excuse the dogs in the background, are so prideful. Like he is so prideful. I can't imagine him saying that. Like he's very regal. It's just weird. Let the characters, however they are, you can go create a character that talks like that. I mean, that's still cringe to me. Create your own separate characters. Don't take already established characters and then try to switch up their verbiage and the way they talk, and let another country let their characters speak how they speak. It's not like they're telling us, like Western folks, oh, you need to speak the way we speak in this, that for us to understand. If you can't understand what they're saying, like Jinpachi said, just learn their language, instead of trying to influence and enforce your way of understanding like English, which is honestly, it's trash because why there's an expansive vocabulary and we're just limited to bruh and sus, just it's very lazy. Like no one's using big like expansive vocabulary and it's cringe.
Kakarot,
It's spreading
prepare to be
ignorance.
washed up, Kakarot.
What, like who says this? This is
Kakarot,
so weird.
throw the hands, Kakarot. I
Oh my
demand
God.
it.
If he said that, and that makes me not like the character. I can't take that seriously. And it strips the character. And someone may think of like, oh, localization, it's just language. It's just the way that, no, it goes a long way. Like I hear characters, I hate to bring it up again. It's like a lot of characters in Mortal Kombat from like Outworld and Edenia, they speak a certain way. I can't I can't imagine them talk like Johnny Cage. It's just it doesn't work. It's
They
just
have like
unnatural.
they have like a more like refined English the way they talk.
Yes, they have a refined English, and I can't hear them or speak them talk like Johnny Cage, like modern English, because they have him saying that. He says like he quotes other movies and stuff, and he also speaks in like modern day language, and it's so fucking cringy. I don't want that at all. I don't want a modern character even saying that kind of stuff. Like they just need to speak like common, like regular English. Expand your vocabulary, because to me it's just spreading ignorance, honestly. Like everyone speaks a certain way, everyone texts a certain way, you know. Like for instance, I just prefer to, when I message, the whole word. Like some words I will use slang, like I pick and choose, you know, LOL, you know, never mind, or what about you. I may use the abbreviations of it, but I don't want to depend on that, because that will become your language. So I feel like that's just influencing in a more negative way of, if everyone just adapts, like saying like sus and throw these hands and all that. Like if everyone is reading it or seeing it and hearing it, eventually it'll become their
It
vocabuzary.
becomes normalized. He'll
It
be
becomes normalized. Yeah.
Piccolo in the future. He's gonna be like, Gohan, dodge! You're about to get cooked.
No,
But anyway,
oh my god. I can't imagine Uncle Piccolo saying that. It's just weird. It's just it's weird. It's gross. But yeah, it's like that. So just let the characters talk the way they're supposed to. Go create your own cringy ass characters, or where they say all of the slang, and it's just no, just leave that alone. You know, and it's
yeah,
disrespectful, because if they're not doing it to you and telling you, oh, you know, over there in the West, y'all should adapt the way we talk. No, it's like you stay in your territory, stay in your lane, and allow them to do their thing, and they stay in their lane. You know, it's just
Exactly.
everyone's just trying to control and influence, and oh, my way is the way, and if not, then you're everything under the sun, and it's just, and that's all you have to say. Like you can't provide any other liable point or reasoning, nothing. It's just name calling like a child, and it's petty, and it's just I'm sick of it. Like if you can't
yeah,
provide anything like logical to the conversation, then dismiss, goodbye. You know, it's just a waste of time. That's why I said earlier, we're only talking to those that pretty much are on the fence or quiet. Like I'm not talking to, because I'm not going to enforce my values or what I think onto them. Not only because I'm not going to, I would be another them basically. I wouldn't be any better than them. We're pretty much in the same boat. And also, you are going to be, some of them are so deep into the delusion, you're going to be stuck in your ways anyway. So my words wouldn't reach you. So just stay over
Mhm.
there. Just it just becomes a problem when you step over your boundary and you come into my territory and you tell me what to do and how to think,
exactly.
and
Stay in your
basically join
space.
them. Yeah,
Stay in
stay
your
in your
space,
space.
and we'll stay in ours, and we'll enjoy shit. And you guys can throw away money in games like Dustborn and Concord, and
Yep.
live
Yeah,
in
because that's fine if you want to do that.
and live in actual reality of what people really
Yeah,
think about the woke bullshit.
Exactly.
yeah,
But
stay in
I
your bubble. I'll stay in mine, because really, it's like I mean, even though I'm pretty much, we all don't agree with how they do things, but at least we can still respect that. Hey, at least they're staying in their lane. You know, they're
they
not trying to
they have
enforce
the
things
right to
onto
do it.
us.
They have the right
Huh?
to do it. They have the right to
Yeah,
do
you have
it.
the right. You
I
got
just don't.
free will.
But we don't have to play ball with it. But
Mm-hmm.
before, so I know we're gonna close out soon. So yeah, before I go, like just for like a little bit more like context. With English, it's usually like subject, verb, object when speaking, like
Mm-hmm.
making sentences. While with Japanese, it's usually like subject, object, verb, or object, subject, verb. That's why like the conjugation and it sounds weird when you directly translate it. So just for the record, for anyone who's like watching, like that basically makes it like much. That's what makes the localization really hard. One of the reasons.
Right.
But
Yeah.
yeah. So I think we could close out now. I think everyone got a chance to speak, correct? So
Yes.
you guys already
So
know how
we're
I
good.
feel, so I already said my piece with it. So I think
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same
close
here.
out.
Okay. So Marty, you wanna give your outro?
Hello, this is Marty Kusanagi, and yeah, fuck these ass clowns who are deliberately and purposefully
translating Japanese games poorly, and that's why I'm not looking forward to play Metaphor because of that. Is one reason why,
Same here.
and that's why you don't want to play these Japanese games in English authentically. Go get a PC and search for the mods that has the correct and faithful Japanese or English translation created by
Yes.
dedicated fans who actually cared about the actual vision of the game, not
And
these
with
actors.
passion. Or at the
That's
very
true.
least, are apolitical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Marty, do you have a YouTube channel or anything anyone could check out?
Oh no. Not
Okay,
exactly.
so
Oh,
thanks
well.
thanks for coming in. Thanks for talking. We appreciate you, man. Either
Yeah,
way,
appreciate
you're
appreciate you
always
coming on,
welcome.
Marty.
Thanks. I'll see you guys later.
See ya, man. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of your night or whatever
Take
time
it
it is
easy,
over
Marty.
there.
All right. Later.
Yeah. See ya.
Okay. So OC.
Okay, so let's see here. Before I sign out, I propose a challenge to the woke. If your content is so great, why don't you make a parallel woke economy and show us that this is viable instead of taking other people's money? So, and that's my last statement for this podcast. I'd like to thank Jimpachi and Revenant and everybody else to give me an opportunity to let the world know about you know what I think and others think as well. And I have so I am a video game dev and comic creator, not comic book, but internet comics. The company's Octomine, and the main series I'm working out on is Octavio Camacho, and I'm also working on side projects. And you can check me out on Twitch. I am streaming on Twitch. It's usually at the nighttime, somewhere around 9 or 10 o'clock. So
Okay.
yeah. So aside from that, thank you, and you all have a great weekend, and keep on fighting.
Yep. And
Oh, yeah.
we appreciate
you
you. Thanks
coming
for
on
coming.
again.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on. We always like hearing you talk and give your opinion. Everyone, and also for anyone else who's watching the replay, you're always welcome to come on here and talk and give your opinion on things. Doesn't matter where you come from, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, gay, straight, trans. Just come on here. We can respectfully debate, or you can just give your opinion on the subjects. Either way.
Yeah. Either one is
But
fine.
yeah, Octo, thanks for
yeah,
coming on.
appreciate
And yeah,
OC for coming on again.
yeah, OC.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I gotta get the new
Check him out
moniker
on
right.
Twitch.
OC. Yeah, check him
Yeah,
out
yeah.
on Twitch, and yeah, he's he's a very creative guy, and he made his own game, so I respect it. It's not an easy task.
Yep. He's doing a comic, so definitely support him there. He's also on X as well. You can find him. So
All right, and so now Melina Chan, you want to give your outro, Miss Melina?
Yeah. Yes. My name is Melina Chan. I play video games and I'm an artist as well. I'll be soon uploading that and be working on my own characters as well. And you can follow me on YouTube if you so wish, Twitter and Instagram. They're all in my bio on my channel. I really appreciate if you do. You don't have to, or it's okay if you don't. Either way, I'm very grateful and appreciative. And thank you so much once again to Revenant and Jimpachi and everyone else in the chat. And they came on. It's been a pleasure as always. Great conversation. And thank you so much for giving me a voice. And yeah, that's it.
Well,
Teehee.
thank you, Teehee. Thank you for coming on. And she's been doing that lately, and it's you know what? But
I
we
didn't notice
appreciate.
until now.
But we appreciate it. I mean, you know what it is? It's like, well, forget it for this. It's not important. But anyway, thanks for coming on. We appreciate you giving your opinion and blessing us with your
Yeah, always great
sweet,
having you
sweet,
on, Melina Chan.
sweet, sweet, sweet voice. But yeah,
You're
You know,
welcome. Thank you.
and we always appreciate your perspective, and you have a good head on your shoulders, and with your original
Mm-hmm.
projects, good luck. They're gonna do well. Check her out on Twitch. She does. I think I seen some of her Resident Evil streams. They're pretty fun. So
Yeah, she uploads
give me
them on her YouTube channel as well.
on her
After
YouTube and
streaming on Twitch.
on Twitch. Yeah, so you should give her a watch. Check her out. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Very cool
Thank
channel.
you. I appreciate it. Right now it's Spooky Fest, so I'm
Mm-hmm.
playing like horror Halloween themed games. So I'm playing Medieval right now currently.
And
So
that's a
yeah,
good
anybody who wants to stop by.
Medieval is a
Oh,
great
nice.
game.
Yeah.
But all right. So
Mm-hmm.
for me, I'm Jinpachi. I do animation, gaming, streaming as well. A lot of Arkham content. I have my own original series on there. I'm working on episode 2, and I'm gonna upload other things on there as well. Um, so yeah, like I stream all kinds of games. There's a lot of Arkham content where like I kind of like play around with the game's engine and like try to push it to its limit. Yeah, so check it out. I have a Suicide Squad kind of pseudo parody animation video that's pretty popular. You can check that out. Check that out as well. But yeah, either way, I appreciate it if you check it out. If not, that's fine too. And either way, all good. But thanks for having me, Revenant. Always good to co-host with you.
Yep.
And
Yep. Always.
and on to the next one. I gotta get you to play Metal Gear though. You gotta stop playing with me. You gotta play that game. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is that we'll do it again soon, and it's always fun.
Yep. Like always. Yeah. Appreciate you co-hosting as always, and everyone else who came on. Melina Chan, OC, Marty, Spirit of Paradox, Christian Frades, Reborn, Roll Royce. Was it someone else? Oh,
Martin.
what was the name again? Horton? Am I saying that right? Oh, Hornet. I'm sorry, Horton.
Hornet. Randy Horton.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Hornet. Yeah.
Yeah, Hornet. Yeah. And everyone else who was in the chat, like Chromosome, Apollo Patriot,
Neozoic, Benjamin.
Neozoic. Yeah. God, I think Okami was there.
What's his name? Licara, David Francisco.
Yeah,
Reborn was here as well.
Yeah. Anyone I forgot, whoever, commented.
No name.
Yeah, no name. So, appreciate you guys. The stream live, especially if you watch the whole thing. I know we've been on for a long time.
This was a long one, baby.
Yes, it was a long one. Yeah, we made up from last week because we didn't have any more stream bucks.
We were in for the ride. Y'all was in for the ride.
Yeah. So appreciate it. I'll try to get a new video out this week about what, not entirely sure. Or at least not entirely sure yet. But if you're new to the channel, get familiar. Have a lot of videos on a number of subjects. But as for now, hope you all had a good weekend and hope the week treats you well, the upcoming week. And until then, peace.
Peace out, y'all.
Bye.